梁歌制作，郁达夫短篇小说。善于独白。在小学校念书的时候，也许是在进小学校之前，记得老爱走上离城市稍远的江边上去玩，因为在那里有的是清新的空气，浓绿的草场。
Production by Lianggu, Yudafu's short stories. Confession monologue. When I was studying in elementary school, perhaps before I entered elementary school, I remember always loving walking to the riverside a little far away from the city to play. Because there is plenty of fresh air and lush green pastures.
和桑槐的并立排着，既不知从何处是也不知在何处中的树影，而从树丫里望出去的长空，似乎总是一碧无底的。在这些青葱蓝碧的中间。
Standing side by side with the mulberry locust trees are rows of shadows that neither begin nor end, and the sky seen from the branches of the trees always seems to be a bottomless blue. In the middle of these green and blue mountains.
记得还有许多喳喳唧唧和悠然长夜的磬的一声，便踪影全无的飞鹰的绝叫声听得出来。置身入这些绿树浓荫的黄沙断岸中间，躺着懒着，注目望望江上的帆船。
I remember that there were still many chirps and the screams of flying eagles that disappeared with a long and leisurely swipe to the ground. In the midst of these green and shaded yellow sandy banks, I lay down, lazily, and watched the sailboats on the river.
那时候，这清静的钱塘江上是并没有轮船的，和隔江的烟树青山，我总有大半日白日之梦好做。对于大自然的迷恋，似乎是我从小的一种天性。后来读到了班生。
At that time, there were no ships on the clean Xiantang River, and the smoky trees and green mountains across the river. I always had a lot to daydream about for most of the day. My fascination with nature seems to have been my nature since childhood. Later I read Pan Sheng.
Johansen 这位农民艺术家生于1832年，卒于1910年，是和伊贝生并立的一位北国的巨人的农民小说，才知道挪威渔村里的青年。
Jernsen, this peasant artist was born in 1832 and died in 1910, and was a giant of the north along with Ibsen's peasant novels. Only then did I know the youth in the Norwegian fishing village.
大半也是具有着这一种天性的，由着大自然的迷恋，必然的会发生出一种向空远的渴望，就是德国人的所谓 Sehnsucht nach der Ferne.
Most of them also have this kind of nature. From this fascination with nature, a longing for the emptiness will inevitably arise. This is what the Germans call Sehnsucht nach der Ferne.
从这项空远的渴望中，又必然的会酝酿出一种远游之情，就是德国人的所谓 Wanderlust 来。想来想去，这三重要素大约是不以的使我想拿起笔来写些东西的主要动机。
From this longing for space, a feeling of traveling far away, what the Germans call Wanderlust, will inevitably brew. After thinking about it, these three factors are probably the main motivations that make me want to pick up a pen and write something.
因为对现实感到了不满，才想逃回大自然的怀中，在大自然的广漠里徘徊着，又只想飞翔开去。可是到了一处固定的地方之后，心里的变化又是同样的要起来的，所以转转不已。
Because I feel dissatisfied with reality, I want to escape back to the embrace of nature, wander in the vastness of nature, and just want to fly away. But after arriving at a fixed place, the psychological changes are the same. It got up, so it kept turning around.
一生就只能为 Wanderlust 的奴隶，而便做着一个永远的旅人 an eternal pilgrim。这前后的内心的经验和外来的影响。
He can only be a slave of wanderlust throughout his life and become an eternal traveler, an eternal pilgrim. The inner experience and external influences before and after this.
曾在沉沦单行本的序文 和过去集头上的一篇5、6年来创作生活的回顾里写过一点，这里可以不再提起。
I have written about this in the preface to the single volume of The Sinking, and in the article, Review of the Creative Life in the Past 5 or 6 Years, at the beginning of the Past Collection, so I don't need to mention it here.
且让我来谈谈以后的心情起伏与现在的噤若寒蝉的畏缩的由来。然而这一个 Bastille 的囚牢终于破裂了，许多同我一样在一样的幽闭状态里的青年都狂奔出来了。
Let me talk about the origins of my subsequent ups and downs of mood and my current silence. However, Bastille's prison finally broke, and many young people like me who were in the same claustrophobic state rushed out.
霹雳一声，天下响应，于是国民革命成功。国民革命成功，可是反将过来就是青年倒霉，革命落空。在囚牢里奔放出来的成千成万的青年，指控做了一场欢喜的噩梦。
With the sound of a thunderbolt, the whole world responded, the national revolution is successful. The national revolution is successful. But in turn, young people are unlucky. The revolution has failed. Thousands of young people who were freed from prison only made a joyful performance. Nightmare.
结果却和罗马帝制下的奴隶一点儿也没有差别，照色照样的被锁住了脚，锁住了手，日要往热日下去搬石头抬梁柱，说是神圣至尊、劳苦功高的这位 Augustus 要迎宫殿。
The result was no different from the slaves under the Roman Empire. They were chained by the feet and hands in the same manner. They had to carry stones and beams to the hot sun every day. They were said to be the holy and supreme man with great achievements in hard work. Augustus wanted to build a palace.
造露台，命令一下，谁敢不遵？因为旁边站立在那里做监督的，一个个都是左执皮鞭右拿阔斧的宁兄的卫士。你搬石抬梁，稍或迟缓一点，自然是轻则一鞭，重则一斧，谁还来向你讲理？
Build a deer platform. No one dares to disobey an order, because standing next to them as supervisors are all ferocious guards holding whips on their left and broadaxes on their right. If you are a little slow in moving rocks and beams, it will naturally be as light as a whip or as serious as an axe. Who will reason with you?
在这一个出狱之后的苦役状态之下，我也竟垂垂老了，气力也没有了，喉咙也嘶哑了，动都动弹不得，哪里还能够伸一伸手，拿一拿笔？流行的判处期间总算满了。With they.
In this state of hard labor after being released from prison, I have become old, my strength has gone, my throat has become hoarse, I can't move, and I can still stretch out my hand and pick up a pen. The sentence of exile has finally expired, with a
diploma 型浓浓的，我就回到了上下交争力，后先不见人，是人少畜生多的意思的故国。碰壁，碰壁，再碰壁，刚从流放地点预设回来的一位旅客。
Full of enthusiasm for my diploma, I returned to my homeland where superiors and subordinates competed for profits, and then I saw no one at all, which means there are few people and many beasts. Hitting the wall, hitting the wall, hitting the wall again, a traveler who had just returned from exile was pardoned.
却永远地踏入了一个并无铁窗的故国的囚牢。英国的一位讽诗家所说的 "Life is a prison without bar" 的这一句金言，到此我才领悟到了彻底。愁来无落。
But I have forever stepped into the prison of a homeland without bars. Only then did I fully understand the golden words of a British satirist, life is a prison without bar. There is no way out of sorrow.
拿起笔来写写，只好写些愤世嫉邪、怨天骂地的牢骚，放几句破坏一切、打倒一切的狂意。越是这样，越是找不到出路。越找不到出路，越想破坏，越想反抗。 这一期中间的作品。
When I picked up a pen to write, I had no choice but to write some cynical, blaming complaints, and a few wild rants that would destroy everything and knock everything down. The more this happens, the harder it is to find a way out. The less you can find a way out, the more you want to destroy and resist. The work's in the middle of this issue.
大半都是在这一种心情之下写成的，所以写沉沦的时候，在感情上是一点儿也没有勉强的影子映着的。我只觉得不得不写，又觉得只能照那么的写，什么技巧不技巧。
Most of them were written in this mood. Therefore, when I wrote The Sinking, there was no trace of reluctance at all emotionally. I just felt that I had to write it, and I also felt that I could only write it like this, and there was no skill or skill.
词句不词句都一概不管，正如人感到了痛苦的时候，不得不叫一声一样，又哪能顾得这叫出来的一声是低音还是高音，或者和那些在旁吹打着的乐器之音合洽不合洽呢？
Words and sentences are ignored, just like when a person feels pain, he has to scream. How can he care whether the scream is a low tone or a high tone? Or does it harmonize with the sounds of the musical instruments playing nearby?
人生从18、9到20余，总是要经过一个浪漫的抒情时代的。当这时候，就是不会说话的哑鸟，尚且要放开喉咙来歌唱，何况乎感情丰富的人类呢？我的这抒情时代，是在那荒淫残酷。
Life from 18 to 19 years old will always go through a romantic and lyrical era. At this time, even a mute bird that cannot speak has to open its throat to sing, let alone a human being with rich emotions? My lyrical era was one of desolation and cruelty.
军阀专权的岛国里过的，眼看到的故国的路程，深受到的异乡的屈辱，与夫所感所思所经所历的一切踢过起来，没有一点不是失望，没有一处不是忧伤，同出丧了夫主的少妇一般。
I lived in an island country under the dictatorship of a warlord. The sight of Lu Chen in his homeland, the humiliation he suffered in a foreign land, everything he felt and thought about, and experienced with his husband, all together, there was no disappointment, no sadness, just like a young woman who had lost her husband for the first time.
毫无气力，毫无勇意，哀哀切切，悲鸣出来的，就是那一卷当时很惹起了许多非难的沉沦。沉默了这许多年，本来早就想不再干这种于事无补、于己无益的空勾当了。
With no strength, no courage, and a lot of sorrow, it was the volume, The Sinking, that aroused a lot of criticism at that time. I have been silent for many years, and I have long wanted to stop doing this kind of empty business that is useless to the world and useless to myself.
然而有人说定要我写一点关于创作生活的经验，我也落得在饿死之前再做一次忏悔。好学一学歌德在垂死的时候所说的 mehr Licht 更要光明。
However, my friend decided that I should write something about my experience in creative life, so I decided to make one more confession before I starved to death. Be eager to learn what Goethe said when he was dying, mehr Licht. Mehr Licht. More bright.
更要光明。辛苦半生，聊复而耳，未来一劫，如是云云。这是我一位亲戚王老在今年元旦未死时写下的春联，摆在这里做一个尾巴，却正合适。1931年12月。
More light. After half a lifetime of hard work, we will just talk about it. The future disaster will be like this. This is a spring festival couplet written by one of my relatives, Mr. Wang, before he died on New Year's Day this year. It is just appropriate to put it here as a tale. December 1931.
原载1931年12月20日，北斗第一卷第4期。微雪的早晨。这一个人现在已经不在世上了，而他的致死的原因 一直到现在还没有明白。他的面貌很清秀。
Originally published in Grade2 Volume 1, Issue 4, December 20th, 1931. A lightly snowy morning. This man is no longer in the world, and the cause of his death has not yet been understood. His face is very delicate.
不像是一个北方人。我和他初次在教室里见面的时候，总以为他是江浙一带的学生，后来听他和先生说话的口气，才知道他是北直隶产。在学校的寄宿舍里和他同住了2个月。
Not like a northerner. When I first met him in the classroom, I always thought he was a student from Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Later, listening to the tone of his conversation with his husband, I found out that he was from Beizili. I lived with him in the school boarding house for 2 months.
在图书室里和他见了许多次数的面，又在一天礼拜6的下午和他同出西便门去骑了一次骡子，才知道他是京兆的乡下，去京城只有18里地的殷家籍的农家之子。
I met him many times in the library, and one Saturday afternoon, we went out to Zibiaman for a mule ride with him, and then I found out that he was from the countryside of Jingzhou, only 18 miles away from the capital. The son of a farmer from Yinjiaji.
是在北京师范毕业之后，考入这师范大学里来的。雇洋车坐到永定门外，从永定门我们再雇驴车到殷家集去。路上来往的行人很少，视野辽阔。
After graduating from Beijing Normal University, I was admitted to this normal university. We hired a foreign cart and rode outside Yongding Gate. From Yongding Gate we hired a donkey cart to go to Yinjiaji. There are very few pedestrians on the road, and the fields are vast.
只有几簇枯树林在那里点缀东郊的寂寞。雪片尽是一阵一阵的大起来，四面的野景渺渺茫茫，从车棚缺处看出去，好像是披着了一层薄纱似的。幸亏我们车是往南行的，北风吹不着。
There are only a few clusters of dead woods dotting the loneliness of the winter suburbs. The snowflakes were getting bigger one after another, and the wild scenery on all sides was indistinct. Looking through the gap in the hood of the car, it seemed as if it was covered with a layer of gauze. Fortunately, our car was heading south and the north wind was not blowing.
但驴背的雪片积得很多，融化的热气一道一道地偷进车厢里来，看去好像是驴子在那里出汗的样子。那一天早晨很冷，中午的时候，太阳还躲在灰白的层云里吃过中饭。
But there were a lot of snow flakes on the donkey's back, and the melting heat stole into the carriage one by one. It looked like the donkey was sweating there. That morning was very cold, and at noon, the sun was still hiding in the gray clouds, just after lunch.
把行李收拾了一收拾，正要雇车出去的时候，寒空里却下起鹅毛似的雪片来了。这样的又过去了2个月，北风渐渐地紧起来，京城里的居民也感到寒威的逼迫了。
I packed my luggage and was about to hire a car to go out when snowflakes like goose feathers began to fall in the cold sky. Another 2 months passed like this, and the north wind gradually became stronger, and the residents in the capital also felt the force of the cold.
我们学校里就开始了考试，到了旧历12月底边便放了年假。这也是令我佩服他不智的一个地方，因为我平时看见他尽是一味的在那里用功。
The exam started in our school, and at the end of December in the lunar calendar, we had the annual vacation. This is also something that makes me admire his indifference, because I usually see him working there blindly.
然而谈到了当时的政治及社会的陋习，他却慷慨激昂，讲出来的话句句中肯，句句有力，不像是一个读书的人。尤其是对于时事，他发的议论激烈得很，对于那些军阀官僚骂得淋漓尽致。
However, when he talked about the politics and social bad habits of the time, He was impassioned and his words were pertinent and powerful, unlike a scholar. Especially regarding current affairs, his discussions were very fierce, and he scolded those warlords and bureaucrats vividly.
说起了这姓陈的人家，我现在还疑他们的女儿是我同学致死的最大原因。陈家是殷家籍的豪农，有地200多顷，房屋也是瓦屋，屋前屋后的墙围很大。他们有3个儿子。
Speaking of this family named Shen, I still suspect that their daughter was the biggest cause of my classmate's death. The Chin family is a wealthy farmer in the Yin family, with more than 200 hectares of land. The house is also a tiled house, with large walls in front and back of the house. They have 3 sons.
顶大的却是一位女儿，她今年19岁了，比我那位同学小2岁。我和她在她家里住了9天，然而一半的光阴却是在陈家废去的。陈家的老头年纪和我同学的父亲差不多。
The eldest is a daughter. She is 19 years old this year, 2 years younger than my classmate. I stayed with him at his house for 9 days, but half of the time was spent at Chen's house. The old man from the Chen family is about the same age as my classmate's father.
可是娶了2次亲，前后都已经死了。初娶的郑佩生了1个女儿，继娶的续贤生了3个男孩，顶大的还只有11岁。经过了这一次郊外游行之后，我们的交情又进了一步。上课的时候
But after marrying twice, both of them were dead. The first wife gave birth to a daughter, and the second wife gave birth to 3 boys, the eldest of whom was only 11 years old. After this suburban parade, our friendship took another step forward. During class,
他坐在我的前头，我坐在他的后一排，进出当然是一道。寝室本来是离开2间的，然而他和一位我的同房间的办妥了交涉，竟私下搬了过来。在图书室里当然是一起的。
he sat in front of me, and I sat in the row behind him. Of course, we entered and exited in the same row. The dormitory was originally 2 rooms apart, but he negotiated with one of my roommates and actually moved here privately. In the library, of course together.
自修室却没有法子搬拢来，所以只有自修的时候，我们2人不能同伴。每日的日课大抵是一定的。平常的时候，我们都到6点半钟就起床，拿书到操场上去读1个钟头。早饭后上课。
But there was no way to move the study room together, so the 2 of us couldn't be together only when we were studying alone. Daily classes are generally fixed. Normally, we all get up at 6:30, take books to the playground and read for an hour. Class begins after breakfast.
中饭后看半点钟报，午后3点钟课余下来，上图书室去读书。晚上自修2个钟头，洗1个脸，上寝室去杂谈一会，就上床睡觉。我自从和他住在一道之后，觉得兴趣也好得多。
After lunch, I read the half-o'clock newspaper. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after class, I go to the library to read. I studied by myself for 2 hours in the evening, washed my face, went to the dormitory to chat for a while, and then went to bed. Since I lived with him, I feel that my interest has become much better.
用功也更加起劲了。正月初5的早晨，天气很好，他父亲自家上前面一家姓陈的人家去借了骡和车子，送我们进城来。是我到学校后第2个星期的一天早晨，我一早就起了床。
I also studied more vigorously. On the morning of the 5th day of the first lunar month, the weather was very good. His father went to the family named Chen in front of us and borrowed a mule and cart to take us into the city. One morning in the 2nd week after I arrived at school, I got up early.
一个人在操场里读英文。当我读完了一节， 静静地在翻阅后面的没有教过的地方的时候，我忽而觉得背后仿佛有人立在那里的样子。回头来一看，果然看见他含了笑，也拿了一本书。
A man is reading English in the playground. When I finished reading a section and was quietly flipping through the untaught parts at the back, I suddenly felt as if there was someone standing behind me. Looking back, I saw him smiling and taking a book.
立在我的背后去墙不过2尺的地方，在那里对我看着。我回过头来看他的时候，同时他就对我说：“您真用功啊！”我倒被他说的脸红了，也只好笑着对他说：“您也用功得很。”我说了大半天。
Standing behind me, no more than 2 feet away from the wall, he looked at me. When I turned back to look at him, he said to me at the same time, "You work really hard." I blushed at what he said, so I had to smile and said to him, "You work very hard too." I talked for most of the day.
把他的名姓忘了，还没有告诉出来。他姓朱，名字叫雅茹。我们学校里的称呼本来是连名带姓叫的，大家叫他朱雅茹、朱雅茹，而他叫人却总不把名字放进去，只叫一个姓氏。
I forgot his name and haven't told him yet. His surname is Zhu and his given name is Yaru. The titles in our school were originally called by first name and surname. Everyone called him Zhu Yaru and Zhu Yaru, but when he called people, he always didn't include his name and only called him by his surname.
底下添一个君字，因此他总不直呼其名的叫我李觉敏，而以李君2字叫我。我起初还听不惯，觉得有点不好意思，后来也就学了他，叫他朱君、朱君了。我的同学和陈家的慧英。
Add the word at the bottom. Therefore, he never calls me Li Juamin by his first name, but calls me Li Jun. I couldn't get used to it at first and felt a little embarrassed. Later I imitated him and called him Zhu Jun and Zhu Jun. My classmates and Huiying from the Chen family.
这是他的名字。小的时候在一个私塾里念书，后来大了，他就去进了史官屯的小学校。这史官屯在殷家集之北7、8里路的地方，是出永定门以南的第一个大村庄。
This is her name. When she was young, she studied in a private school. When she grew up, she went to the primary school in Shiguantan. This Shiguan village is located 7 or 8 miles north of Yinjiaji. It is the first large village south of Yongding Gate.
他在史官屯小学里住了4年，成绩最好，每次总考第1，所以毕业之后，先生就为他去北京师范报名，要他继续的求学。这先生现在也已经去世了，我的同学一说起他，还要流出眼泪来。
He lived in Shiguantan Primary School for 4 years and had the best grades. He always came first in the exams. So after graduation, his husband enrolled him in Beijing Normal University and asked him to continue his studies. This gentleman has passed away now, and my classmates still shed tears when they talk about him.
感激得不了。从此他在北京师范住了4年，现在却安安稳稳地进了大学。读书人很少的这村庄上，大家对于他的勤俭力学当然是非常尊敬，尤其是陈家的老头每对他父亲说
I couldn't be more grateful. Since then, he has lived in Beijing Normal University for 4 years, and now he has entered university safely. In this village where there are few scholars, everyone respects his diligence and thrift in learning. Especially the old man of the Chen family, every time he said to his father.
我在苏州住中学住过4年，骡子是当然会骑的。听了他那一句话，忽而想起了中学时代骑骡子上虎丘去的兴致来，所以马上就赞成说：“我北京的地理不熟悉。”
I lived in middle school in Suzhou for 4 years, and of course I knew how to ride a mule. After listening to his words, I suddenly remembered the excitement of riding a mule to Tiger Hill in middle school, so I immediately agreed. I am not familiar with the geography of Beijing.
所以一个人不大敢跑出去。到京住了2月之久，在礼拜天和假日里去过的地方，只有三店和中央公园。那一天因为天气太好，很想上郊外去走走，一见了他，就临时想定了主意。
So one doesn't dare to run out alone. I have lived in Beijing for 2 months, and the only places I have visited on Sundays and holidays are the 3 temples and Central Park. Because the weather was so good that day, I really wanted to go for a walk in the countryside. As soon as I saw him, I made up my mind.
喊出了那一句话来，同时他也仿佛在那里想上城外去跑，见了我，也自然而然地发了这一个提议，所以我们俩不待说第二句话，就走上了向校门的那条石砌的大路。走出校门之后
He shouted that sentence. At the same time, he seemed to want to run outside the city. When he saw me, he naturally made this suggestion, so the two of us walked onto the stone road leading to the school gate without waiting for a second sentence. After walking out of school,
第二个问题就起来了，上哪里去呢？我们骑过了那城石桥，从白云观后远看西山的时候，两个人不知不觉地对视了一回，各做了一种会心的微笑，又同发了一声赞叹。
The second problem arises. Where to go? When we rode over the stone bridge and looked at the western mountain from the back of Baiyun Temple, the two of us looked at each other unknowingly, each smiled knowingly, and exclaimed at the same time.
我们走出了白云观，因为时候还早，所以又跑上前面天宁寺的塔下去了一趟。寺里有兵驻扎在那里，不准我们进去，他去交涉了一番，也终于不行。所以在回来的路上
We walked out of Baiyun Temple. Because it was still early, we ran up to the pagoda of Tianning Temple in front. There were soldiers stationed in the temple and we were not allowed to enter. He went to negotiate with us, but he finally couldn't. So on the way back,
他又切齿地骂了一阵。当时我初到北京，朋友很少，见了一班同学，又只是心虚胆怯，恐怕我的穷壮和浅学被他们看出，所以到学校后的1个礼拜之中，竟不敢和同学攀谈一句话。
he gnashed his teeth and cursed for a while. When I first arrived in Beijing, I had very few friends. When I met ordinary classmates, I felt guilty and timid, fearing that my poverty and lack of knowledge would be noticed by them, so for a week after arriving at school, I did not dare to say a word to my classmates.
但是对于他，我心里却很感着几分亲热，因为他的座位是在我的前一排，他的一举一动，我都默默地在那里留心地看着，所以对于他的那一种谦恭的样子。
But for him, I felt a little affectionate in my heart, because he was sitting in the row in front of me, and I watched every move he made silently, so I felt very kind to him. A humble look.
即和我一样的那种沉默怕羞的态度，心里却早起了共鸣。当他告诉我不回家去过年的时候，我已经看出了他对我的好意，心里着实的过意不去。现在又听了他这话。
Even though he has the same silent and shy attitude as me, his heart has already resonated with him. When he told me that he would not go home for the new year, I had already seen his kindness towards me, and I felt really sorry, and now I heard what he said again.
更加觉得对他不起了，所以就对他说，在琉璃厂正中的那条大道上，朝南迎着日光走了几步，他就笑着问我说，在他家里过了1个年，住了9天，我所看出来的事实。
I felt even more sorry for him, so I said to him. On the avenue in the middle of Lolakang, walking a few steps towards the south facing the sunlight, he smiled and asked me, After living in his home for a year and 9 days, I saw the facts.
有2件很使我为他伤心，第一是婚姻的不如意，第二是他家里的贫穷。同班的同学，北方人大抵是回家去过年的，只有疲而无归的我和其他的2、3个南方人。
There were 2 things that made me sad for him. The first was the unsatisfactory marriage, and the second was the poverty in his family. Among my classmates, most of the Northerners went home to celebrate the new year. Only me and 2 or 3 other Southerners were the only ones who were poor and homeless.
脸上只是一天一天的哭泣下去，眼看的同学们一个一个的兴高采烈的整理行窃，心里美在撒桑家的苦累。同房间的他因为看得我这一种状况，也似乎不忍别去。
His face just became duller day by day. Seeing the classmates happily packing their belongings one by one, I felt the bitter tears of mourning in my heart. He who was in the same room seemed unable to bear to leave because he saw my condition.
所以考完的那一天中午，他就同我说：“可是有一点，我时常在私心害怕，就是中学里时常有的那一种同学中的风说。他的香虽则很清秀，然而2道眉毛很浓，嘴唇极厚。”
So at noon on the day after the exam, he said to me, "But there is one thing that I am often selfishly afraid of, which is the kind of gossip among classmates that often occurs in middle school. Although his appearance is very delicate, his eyebrows are very thick and his lips are extremely thick."
一张不甚白皙的长方脸，无论何人看起来，总是一位有男性美的青年。万一有风说起来的时候，我这身材矮小的南方人，当然要居于不利的地位。但是这私心的恐惧终没有实现出来。
With a rectangular face that is not very fair, no matter who he looks like, he is always a young man with masculine beauty. If the wind comes up, I, a short Southerner, will of course be at a disadvantage. But this selfish fear was never realized.
一则因为大学生究竟比中学生知识高一点，二则大约也是因为他的勤勉的行为和凛不可犯的威风可以压服众人的缘故。又走了一阵，车子到了他家的门口，下车之后。
One is because college students are more knowledgeable than middle school students, and the other is probably because his diligent behavior and inviolable dignity can convince everyone. After walking for a while, the car arrived at the door of his house and got off.
我的脚也盘坐的麻了。走进他的家里去一看，里边却宽敞得很。他的老父和母亲喜欢得了不得。我们在一盏煤油灯下吃完了晚饭，他的媳妇也出来为我在一张暖炕上铺起被褥来。
My legs were numb from sitting cross-legged. When I walked into his home and took a look, it was very spacious inside. His father and mother liked him very much. We finished dinner under a kerosene lamp, and his wife came out to spread a quilt for me on a heated Kong.
说起他的媳妇，本来是生长在他家里的童养媳，是于去年刚合婚的。2只脚缠得很小，香虽则不美，但在乡下也不算很坏。不过衣服的样子太古，从看惯了都市人士的我们看来。
Speaking of his wife, she was originally a child bride who grew up in his family. She just got married last year. Her feet were tangled very tightly, and although her appearance was not beautiful, it wasn't that bad in the countryside. But the clothes look very old-fashioned, from the perspective of us who are used to seeing urban people.
他那件青布的棉袄和紧扎着脚的红棉裤实在太难看了。这一晚，因为日间在驴车上摇摆了半天，我觉得有点倦了，所以吃完晚饭之后，一早就上炕去睡了。
Her green cotton-padded jacket and red cotton trousers that hugged her feet were really ugly. That night, I felt a little tired from swinging on the donkey cart for a long time during the day, so after dinner, I went to sleep on the Kong early in the morning.
他在里间房里和他父母谈了些什么，和他媳妇在什么时候上炕，我却没有知道。 北方的农家大约都是一样的，终岁勤劳所得的结果还不够供政府的瞌睡。他家里虽则有几十亩地。
I didn't know what he talked about with his parents in the back room or when he went to bed with his wife. Farmers in the north are all the same. They work hard all year round, but the results they earn are not enough to pay the government's heavy taxes. Although his family has dozens of acres of land.
然而，这几十亩地的出息，除了赋税而外，他老父母的饮食和媳妇的服饰还是供给不了的。他是独养儿子，父亲今年50多了。他前后左右的农家的儿子，年纪和他相上下的。
However, the income from these dozens of acres of land, apart from taxes, could not provide enough food for his parents and clothing for his wife and children. He is an only son, and his father is over 50 this year. The sons of farmers around him were about the same age as him.
都能上地里去工作，帮助家计，而他一个人在学校里念书，非但不能帮他父亲，并且时时还要向家里去支取零用钱来买书购物。到此，我才看出了他在学校里所以要这样俭省的原因。
They can go to work in the fields and help the family, but he is studying alone in school. Not only can he not help his father, but he also has to withdraw pocket money from home to buy books and shopping. Only then did I see the reason why he had to cut back so much in school.
唯其如此，我和他同病相怜，更加觉得他的人格的高尚。北京的气候，一年中以这一个时期为最好，天气不寒不热，大风期还没有到来。静闭的长空反映着远山的浓翠。
Only because of this, I feel sympathy for him and I feel that his personality is noble even more. The climate in Beijing is best during this period of the year. The weather is neither cold nor hot, and the windy period has not yet arrived. The clear blue sky reflects the lush green of the distant mountains.
好像是大海波平时的景象。况且这一天午后，刚当前夜小雨之余，路上微尘不起，两旁的树叶还未落尽的杨槐，榆树的枝头青翠欲滴，大有手下清和的意思。到了正月初4，
It seems to be a normal scene in the sea. Moreover, in the afternoon of this day, after the light rain the night before, there was not a trace of dust on the road. The leaves of the acacia and elm trees on both sides had not yet fallen off, and they were green and green, which symbolized the peacefulness of the first summer. It's the 4th day of the first lunar month.
旧年的雪也融化了，他在家里日日和那童养媳相对，也似乎十分的不快，所以我就劝他早日回京，回到学校里去。到了放假后的第3天，他也垂头丧气地急起来了。那一天早晨
The snow from last year has also melted, and he seemed very unhappy when he was facing the child bride at home every day, so I advised him to return to Beijing as soon as possible and go back to school. On the 3rd day after the holiday, he became dejected and anxious. That morning,
天气特别的冷，我们开了眼，谈着话，一直睡到10点多钟才起床。饿着肚在房里看了一回杂志，他忽而对我说，出城的时候罗尔跑得很快，所以在白云观里走了一阵出来，太阳还是很高。
The weather was extremely cold, so we opened our eyes, talked, and slept until about 10 o'clock before getting up. I was hungry and reading a magazine in my room, and he suddenly said to me, When we left the city, the mules were running very fast, so after walking in Baiyun Temple for a while, the sun was still very high.
他告诉我说，出了西便门，野田里的黍稷都已收割起了，农夫在那里耕锄播种的地方也有，但是大半的地上都还清清楚楚的空在那里。冬天的短日阴森森的晚了。
He told me. After leaving Zibianman, the millet in the fields had been harvested, and there were areas where farmers were plowing and sowing, but most of the ground was still clearly empty. The short days of winter are eerie and late.
驴车里摇动虽则很厉害，但我已经昏昏的睡着。到了他摇我醒来的时候，我同做梦似的，不晓得身子在什么地方。张开眼睛来一看，只觉得车棚里黑得怕人。他笑着说
Although the donkey cart was shaking violently, I fell asleep. When he shook me awake, I felt as if I was in a dream and didn't know where I was. When I opened my eyes and took a look, I felt that it was extremely dark inside the car hood. He smiled and said,
但他无论如何总不肯一个人回去，从10点半钟讲起，一直讲到中午吃饭的时候止，他总要我和他一道才肯回去。他的脾气是很古怪，平时沉默寡言，凡事一说出口，却不肯改过口来。
But he refused to go back alone no matter what. He started talking at 10:30 and continued until lunchtime. He always wanted me to come with him before he would go back. He has a very weird temper. He is usually taciturn and refuses to change his words once he says something.
我和他相处半年，深知他有这一种执拗不弯的习气，所以到后来就终究答应了他，和他一道上他那里去过年。从这一回之后，我们俩就谈起天来了。2个月之后，
I had been with him for half a year, and I knew very well that he had this stubborn and unyielding habit, so I finally agreed to go with him to spend the new year at his place. From this time on, the two of us started talking. 2 months later.
因为和他在图书室里老是在一张桌上看书的原因，所以交情尤其觉得亲密。有一天礼拜6，天气特别的好，前夜下的雨把清晨压住，晚秋的太阳晒得和暖可人。
Because we always read at the same table in the library, our friendship felt particularly close. One Saturday, the weather was particularly nice. The rain the night before suppressed the light dust, and the late autumn sun was warm and pleasant.
又加以午后1点钟教育时，先生请假，吃了中饭之后，2个人在阅报室里遇见了，便不约而同地说出了一句话来。2人说说走走，到西便门附近的时候，已经是快2点了。顾好了骡子。
At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the husband asked for leave. After lunch, the two met in the newspaper reading room, and they said the same thing in unison, The two of them talked and walked around. When they arrived near Zibianman, it was almost 2 o'clock. A mule has been hired.
骑向白云观去的路上，身上披满了黄金的日光，肺部饱吸着西山的爽气。我们2人觉得做皇帝也没有这样的快乐。一般新进学校的同学都是趾高气扬的青年，只有他貌很柔和。
Riding on the road to Bayun Temple, our bodies were covered with golden sunlight, and our lungs were filled with the refreshing breath of the western mountains. The two of us felt that being emperors would not bring such happiness. Among the new classmates who entered the school, they were all arrogant young people. He was the only one with a soft appearance.
人很谦逊，穿着一件青竹布的大褂，上课的第1天就很勤恳地拿了一支铅笔和一册笔记簿，在那里记录先生所说的话。骡儿多得很，一出城门就有，我就怕你不会骑呀。雅如这小孩。
He was very humble and wore a green bamboo coat. On the first day of class, he diligently took a pencil and a notebook and recorded what he said there. There are a lot of mules, and there are them as soon as you leave the city gate. I'm afraid you don't know how to ride them. This kid Yaru.
一定很有出息，你一定培植他出来。若要钱用，我尽可以为你出力。这白云观是道士们汇聚的地方，清朝慈禧太后也时常来此宿歇。每年正月自初1起到18日。
He must be very promising, and you must cultivate him. If you want money, I will do my best to help you. This Baiyun temple is where Taoist priests gather. Empress Dowager Cixi of the Qing dynasty often came here to rest. The first lunar month of every year starts from the first day of the lunar month and ends on the 18th day of the lunar month.
北京的妇女们由爷子来此地烧香持马的路上满都挤着。那时候桥洞底下还有老道坐着，终日不言不语，也不吃东西，说是得道的。老人堂里更坐着一排白发的道士。
Women from Beijing come here to burn incense and ride horses, and the road is crowded. At that time, there was an old Taoist sitting under the bridge, saying nothing and not eating all day long, saying that he had attained enlightenment. There was a row of white-haired Taoist priests sitting in the old man's hall.
身上写明几百岁几百岁，骗取女人们的金钱不少。这一种妖言惑众的行为实在应该禁止的，而北京当局者的太太小姐们还要前来膜拜施舍，以夸他们的阔绰，你说可气不可气？
He had hundreds of years written on his body and defrauded women of a lot of money. This kind of behavior that confuses the public should really be banned, but the wives of the Beijing authorities still come to worship and give alms to praise their generosity. Do you think it is outrageous or not?
这些狗东西，我总得杀他们干净。我们百姓的儿女田庐都被他们侵占尽了，总有一天报他们的仇，真好极了。李军，我们走吧，你到我们乡下去过年好不好？李军，你会骑骡儿不会？李军
I have to kill these bitches. Our people's children, fields and houses have all been occupied by them. One day I will take revenge on them. That's great. Li Jun, let's go. Can you go to our countryside to celebrate the new year? Li Jun, can you ride a mule? Li Jun.
你醒醒吧！你瞧，前面不是有几点灯火看见了吗？那儿就是殷家集下。我骑倒是会骑的。年假期内，我也不打算回去，好在这儿多读一点书。但考试完后的2天，图书室也闭门了。
Wake up. Look, didn't you see a few lights in front? That's where the Ian family gathers. I know how to ride. I don't plan to go back during the annual vacation, so I can read more here. But 2 days after the exam, the library was also closed.
同房间的同学只剩了我和他的2个人，又加以寝室内和自修室里火炉也没有，电灯也似乎灭了光，冷灰灰的蛰伏在那里，看书终究看不进去。若去看戏游玩呢，我们又没有这些钱。
The only 2 classmates left in the same room were me and him. In addition, there were no stoves in the dormitory and study room, and the lights seemed to be out. They were dormant there in a cold and gray state, and it was impossible to read. If we want to go to a game, we don't have the money.
上街去走走呢，冰寒的大风灰沙里，看见的又都是些残年的集锦和来往忙碌的行人。天气真好极了，上哪儿去散散步吧？北京也有骡子吗？让我们去骑骑试试。你去吧，家里又近。
I went for a walk on the street. In the cold windy gray sand, all I saw were scenes of dying people and busy pedestrians coming and going. The weather is so nice, let's go for a walk. Are there mules in Beijing? Let's go and try riding them. Go ahead. Home is close.
回家去又可以享受夫妇的天伦之乐，为什么不回去呢？陈家的老头既然这样的重视他，对于他父亲提出的借款问题，当然是百无一据的。所以我想他们家里欠陈家的款。
Why not go back when you can enjoy family happiness as a couple? Since the old man of the Chen family values him so much, he will certainly not refuse the loan raised by his father. so I think their family owes money to the Chen family.
一定也是不在少数。那一天，正月初5的那一天，他父亲向陈家去借了驴子，送我们进城来。我在路上因为没有话讲，就对他说：“可惜陈家的慧英没有读书，她实在是聪明得很。”
There must be quite a few. That day, the 5th day of the first lunar month, his father borrowed a donkey cart and donkey from the Chen family to take us into the city. On the way, because I had nothing to say, I said to him, It's a pity that Huiying of the Chen family didn't study. She is really smart.
他起初听了我这一句话，脸上忽而红了一红，后来觉得我讲这话时并没有恶意含着，他就叹了一口气说：“哎，天下的恨事正多得很哩。”我看他的神气。
At first, when he heard what I said, his face suddenly turned red. Later, he felt that I didn't mean it maliciously when I said it, so he sighed and said, Alas! There are so many hateful things in the world. I looked at his demeanor.
似乎他不大愿意我说这些女孩的事情，所以我也就默默地不想了。那一天到了学校之后，同学们都还没有回来，我和他2个人逛逛场店，听听戏。
It seemed that he didn't want me to talk about these girls, so I kept silent. After arriving at school that day, the classmates had not returned yet, so he and I walked around the factory and listened to the opera.
也就猫猫虎虎将一个寒假过了过去。开学之后，又是刻板的生活，上课下课，吃饭睡觉，一直到了暑假。暑假中，我因为想家想得心切，就和他别去，回南边的家里来住了2个月。
In other words, Mayamahuhu has just passed the winter vacation. After school started, it was a routine life again, with classes in and out of class, eating and sleeping, until summer vacation. During the summer vacation, because I missed home so much, I left him and went back to my home in the south for 2 months.
上车的时候，他送我到车站上来，说了许多互相勉励的说话，要我到家之后每天写一封信给他，报告南边的风物。而我自家呢，说想于暑假中去当2个月家庭教师，好弄一点零用。
When we got on the train, he walked me to the station, talked a lot of words of encouragement to each other, and asked me to write him a letter every day after I got home, reporting on the scenery in the south. As for my family, I said that I would like to work as a tutor for 2 months during the summer vacation so that I can make some pocket money.
买一点书籍。我到南边之后，虽则不天天写信，但1个月中间也总计要和他通5、6封信。我从信中的消息知道他暑假中并不回家去，仍住在北京一家姓黄的人家教书。
Buy some books. After I arrived in the south, although I didn't write letters every day, I still exchanged 5 or 6 letters with him in the middle of a month. From the information in the letter, I learned that he did not go home during the summer vacation, still lived in Beijing with a family named Huang to teach.
每月也可得20块钱薪水。到阳历8月底边，他写信来催我回京，并且说他于前星期6回到殷家集去了一次。陈家的慧英还在问起我的消息呢，因为他提起了慧英。
You can also get a monthly salary of 20 yuan. At the end of August in the Gregorian calendar, he wrote a letter urging me to return to Beijing. He also said that he had returned to the Yinjiaji on the previous Saturday, and Huiying of the Chen family was still asking for news about me. Because he mentioned Huiying.
我倒想起当日在殷家集过年的事情来了。慧英的貌并不美，不过皮肤的细白实在是北方女子中间所少见的。一双大眼睛，看人的时候使人要惧怕起来。
I remembered what happened that day at the Yinjia gathering to celebrate the new year. Huiying is not beautiful, but her fair skin is rare among northern women. A pair of big eyes makes people fearful when they look at them.
因为他的眼睛似乎能洞见一切的样子。身材不矮不高，一张团团的面使人一见就觉得他是一个忠厚的人。但是人很能干，自他后母死后，一切家计都操在他的手里。他的家里
Because her eyes seem to see everything. She is neither short nor tall, and her round face makes people think she is a loyal person at first sight. But she is very capable, and since her stepmother died, all the family affairs have been in her hands. Her home.
洒扫得很干净。西面的一间厢房是他的起坐室，一切账簿文件都搁在这一间厢房里。我和朱君于过年前后的几天中老去座谈的，也是在这间房里。他父亲喜欢喝点酒。
Sweep it very clean. A wing to the west was her sitting room, and all the account books and documents were placed in this wing. It was also in this room that Zhu Jun and I sat and talked in the days before and after the Chinese New Year. Her father likes to drink some wine.
所以正月里的几天，他老在外头。我和朱军上他家里去的时候，不是和他的几个弟弟说笑话、谈故事，就和他讲些北京学校里的杂事。朱军对他严谨沉默，和对我们同学一样。
So during the first few days of the first month, he was always outside. When Zhu Jun and I went to her house, we would either tell jokes or tell stories with her younger brothers, or we would talk to her about trivial matters in Beijing schools. Zhu Jun was strict and silent towards her, just like he was towards our classmates.
他对朱君亦没有什么特别的亲热的表示。只有一天，正月初4的晚上，吃过晚饭之后，朱君忽而从家中走了出去。我和他父亲谈了些杂天，抽了一点空，也顺便走了出去，上前面陈家去。
She didn't show any special affection towards Zhu Jun. Only one day, on the evening of the 4th day of the first lunar month, after dinner, Zhu Jun suddenly walked out of his home. I chatted with his father for a while, took some time, and walked out to go to Chen's house in front of him.
以为朱君一定在他那里坐着，然而到了那厢房里，和他的小兄弟谈了几句话之后，问他们朱君来过了没有，他们都摇摇头说没有来过。问他们的姐姐呢，他们回答说病着，睡觉了。
I thought Zhu Jun must be sitting there with her. However, when she got to the wing, she talked with her little brothers for a few words and asked them, "Has Zhu Jun been here?" They all shook their heads and said, "No." Asked there, "Where's my sister?" They replied, "I'm sick and sleeping."
我回到朱家来，正想上炕去睡的时候，从前面门里朱君却很快地走了进来。在煤油灯底下，我虽看不清他的脸色，然而从他和我说话的生气及他那双红肿的眼睛上看来。
When I returned to Zhu's house, just when I was about to go to bed on the Kong, Zhu Jun walked in quickly from the front door. Under the kerosene lamp, although I couldn't see his face clearly, I could tell from the tone of his voice when he spoke to me and his red and swollen eyes.
似乎他刚上什么地方去痛哭了一场似的。我接到了他催我回京的信后，一时联想到了这些细事，心里倒觉得有点好笑，就自言自语地说了一句：“老朱，你大约也掉在恋爱里了吧？”
It was as if he had just gone somewhere and had a good cry. After I received his letter urging me to return to Beijing, I thought of these details for a moment, and felt a little funny in my heart, so I said to myself, "Lao Zhu, you are probably in love too, right?"
阳历9月初，我到了北京，朱君早已回到学校里来，床位犯案等事情，他早已为我弄好，弄得和他在一块。暑假考的成绩也已经发表了，他列在第2，我却在他的底下3名的第5。
At the beginning of September in the Gregorian calendar, I arrived in Beijing. Zhu Jun had already returned to school. He had already arranged things such as bed, meals, etc. for me, so I could stay with him. The results of the summer exam have also been released. He was ranked second, but I was ranked fifth, 3 places below him.
所以自修室也合在一块儿。开学之后，一切都和往年一样，我们的生活也是刻板式的很平稳的过去了1个多月。北京的天气，新考入来的学生和我们一班的同学以及其他的一切。
So the study rooms are also combined. After school started, everything was the same as in previous years, and our lives went smoothly for more than a month. The weather in Beijing, the newly admitted students, the classmates in our first class, and everything else.
都是同上学期一样的，没有什么变化。可是朱军的性格却比从前有点不同起来了。平常本来是沉默的他，入了阳历10月以后，更是闷声不响了。本来他用钱是很节省的。
Everything is the same as last semester, but Zhu Jun's character is a little different than before. He was usually silent, but after entering the 10th month of the solar calendar, he became even more silent. Originally, he was very economical with money.
但是新学期开始之后，他老拖了我上酒店去喝酒去，拼命的喝几杯之后，他就放声骂社会制度的不良，骂经济分配的不均，骂军阀，骂官僚，末了他尤其攻击北方农民阶级的愚昧。
But after the new semester started, he always dragged me to the hotel to drink. After drinking a few drinks desperately, he loudly criticized the bad social system, the uneven economic distribution, the warlords, and the bureaucrats. Finally, he especially attacked the ignorance of the northern peasant class.
无微不至，我看了他这一种悲愤，心里也着实为他所动。可是到后来，只好以顺天守命的老生常谈来劝他。本来是勤勉的他，这一学期来更加用功了。晚上熄灯铃打了之后
Every detail is taken care of. I saw his sadness and indignation, and I was really moved by him, but in the end I had to persuade him with the cliché of obeying fate and obeying fate. He was originally diligent, but he worked even harder this semester. After the lights-out bell rang at night,
他还是一个人在自修室里点着洋蜡，在看英文的艾伦凯、贝贝尔、虚蒂那儿等人的书。我也曾劝过他好几次，教他及时休养休养，保重身体。他却昂然地对我说：“像这样的世界上。”
He was still lighting candles alone in the study room, reading English books by Ellen K., Bebel, Sudner, and others. I have also advised him several times, teaching him to recuperate in time and take care of his body. But he said to me proudly, "In a world like this."
像这样的社会里，我们偷生着有什么用处？什么叫保重身体？你先去睡吧。礼拜6的下午和礼拜天的早晨，我们本来是每礼拜约定上郊外去走走的，但他自从入了阳历10月以后，
In a society like this, what's the use of living an ignoble existence? What does it mean to take care of yourself? You go to bed first. On Saturday afternoons and Sunday mornings, we originally agreed to go for a walk in the suburbs every week, but since he entered the 10th month of the Gregorian calendar,
不推脱说是书没有看完，就说是身体不好，总一个人留在寝室里不出去。实际上，我看他的身体也一天一天的瘦下去了，2道很浓的眉毛，投下了2层阴影，他的眼窝陷落得很深。
Don't excuse yourself and say it's because you haven't finished reading the book. Just say it's because your health is not good and you always stay alone in the dormitory and don't go out. In fact, I see that his body is losing weight day by day. 2 thick eyebrows cast 2 layers of shadow, and his eye sockets were sunken deeply.
看起来实在有点怕人， 而他自家却还在起早落夜地读那些提倡改革社会的书。我注意看他，觉得他的饭量也渐渐地减下去了。有一天，寒风吹得很冷，天空中遮满了灰暗的雪。
He seems to be a little afraid of people, but he himself is still reading books that advocate social reform from morning to night. I watched him carefully and felt that his appetite was gradually decreasing. One day the wind blew very cold and the sky was covered with gray snow.
仿佛要下大雪的早晨，门房忽而到我们的寝室里来，说有一位女客在那里找朱先生。那时候，朱军已经出去上操场上去散步看书去了。我走到操场上，寻见了他，告诉了他以后。
On a morning when it seemed like it was going to snow heavily, the concierge suddenly came to our dormitory and said that there was a female guest who was looking for Mr. Zhu there. At that time, Zhu Jun had already gone out to the playground to take a walk and read a book. I walked to the playground, found him, and told him later.
他脸上忽然变得一点血色也没有，瞪了两眼，同呆子似的，尽管问我说：“他来了吗？他真来了吗？”我倒被他害了一跳，认真地对他说：“谁来晃你？你跑出去看看就对了。他出去了半日。”
His face suddenly became devoid of any color. He glared twice, and asked me like an idiot, Is she here? Is she really here? I was shocked by him and said to him seriously, Whoever lies to you, just run out and take a look. He went out for half a day.
到上课的时候，也不进教室里来。等到午后1点多钟，我在下堂上自修课去的路上，却遇见了他。他的脸色更灰白了，比早晨我对他说话的时候还要阴郁，锁紧了的一双浓厚的眉毛。
When it was time for class, he didn't come into the classroom. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I met him on the way to my self-study class in the next class. His face was grayer and gloomier than when I spoke to him in the morning, and his thick eyebrows were furrowed.
阴影扩大了开来，他的全脸部上都罩着一层死色。我遇见了他，问他早晨来的是谁，他却微微地露了一脸苦笑说：“是慧英，他是上京来买货物的，现在和他爸爸住在打磨厂高升店。”
The shadow widened, and his entire face was covered with a dead look. I met him and asked him who came in the morning, but he smiled slightly and said, It's Huiying. She came to Beijing to buy goods, and now she lives with her father in the Gaoxing store of the polishing factory.
你打算去看他吗？我们晚上一同去吧，去和他们听戏去。听了他这一番话，我心里倒喜欢得很，因为陈家的老头的话，他是很要听的。所以我想吃过晚饭之后，和他同上高升店去。
Are you going to see her? Let's go together tonight. Go and listen to a play with them. After hearing what he said, I liked it very much, because the old man of the Chen family really wanted to listen to what he said. So I wanted to go to Gaoxing's shop with him after dinner.
一则可以看看半年多不见的慧英，二则可以托陈家的老头劝劝朱军，劝他少用些功。吃过晚饭，风刮得很大，我和他2个人不得不坐洋车上打磨厂去。到高升店去一看。
Firstly, you can see Huiying, who has not been seen for more than half a year, and secondly, you can ask the old man of the Chen family to persuade Zhu Jun to use less energy. After dinner, the wind blew so hard that he and I had to take a foreign truck to the polishing factory. Go to Gaoxing's store to have a look.
他们父女2人正在吃晚饭，陈老头还在喝白干，桌上一个羊肉火锅烧得满屋里都是火锅的香味。电灯光为火锅的热气所包住，照得房里朦朦胧胧。慧英着了一件黑布的长袍。
The father and daughter were having dinner, and old man Chen was still drinking bygone. A mutton hot pot was burning on the table, filling the room with the aroma of the hot pot. The electric light was enveloped by the heat of the hot pot, illuminating the room dimly. Huiying wore a black cloth robe.
立起来让我们坐下喝酒的时候，我觉得它的香却比在殷家集的时候美得多了。陈老头一定要我们坐下去喝酒，我们不得已就坐下去喝了几杯，一边喝一边谈。
When she stood up for us to sit down and drink, I felt that her appearance was much more beautiful than when she was at the Yin family gathering. Old man Chen insisted that we sit down and drink, so we had no choice but to sit down and have a few drinks. Drink and talk.
我就把朱军近来太用功的事情说了一遍。陈老头听了我的话，果然对朱军说：“亚如，你在大学里成绩也不算不好，何必再这样呢？听说你考在第2名，也已经可以了。”
I told him that Zhu Jun had been working too hard recently. After hearing what I said, old man Chen said to Zhu Jun, "Yaru, your grades in college were not bad, so why do you do this again? I heard that you got second place in the exam, so that's good enough."
你难道还想夺第1名吗？总之是身体要紧。你的家里全都在盼望你在大学里毕业后赚钱去养家。万一身体不好，你就是学问再好一点也没有用处。朱军听了这些话，尽是闷声不语。
Do you still want to win first place? In short, it's your body that matters. Your family is all looking forward to you earning money to support your family after graduating from college. If you are not in good health, it will be useless no matter how knowledgeable you are. Zhu Jun was speechless after hearing these words.
一杯一杯的在抚着头喝酒，我也因为喝了一点酒，头早昏痛了，所以看不出他的表情来。一面回过头来看看慧英，似乎也抚着了头，在那里落眼泪。这一天晚上，因为谈天谈的时节长了。
Drinking cup after cup with head bent. I also had a headache due to drinking a little wine, so I couldn't see his expression. Looking back at Huiying, she seemed to have her head bowed and shed tears. That night, we talked for a long time.
戏终于没有去听。我们坐洋车回校里的时候，自修的钟头却已经过了。第2天，陈家的妇女已经回家去了，我们也就恢复了平时的刻板生活。朱军的用功、沉默、牢骚抑郁的态度。
Finally, I didn't listen to the play. When we took the foreign car back to school, the hour for self-study had already passed. The next day, the Chen family's father and daughter had gone home, and we returned to our usual routine. Zhu Jun's hard work, silence, and complaining and depressed attitude.
也仍旧和前头一样，并不因陈家老头的劝告而减轻些。时间一天一天的过去，又是1年将近的冬天到了。北风接着吹了几天，早晚的寒冷骤然增加了起来。年假考的前1个星期，
It is still the same as before, and it is not relieved by the advice of the old man of the Chen family. Time passes day by day, and winter is coming to an end again. The north wind continued to blow for a few days, and the coldness in the morning and evening suddenly increased. 1 week before the annual vacation exam.
大家都紧张起来了。朱军也因为这一学期里看课外的书看了太多，把学校里的课本丢开的原因，接连有3夜不睡，温习了3夜功课。正将考试的前1天早晨，朱军忽而一早就起了床。
Everyone became nervous. Zhu Jun also stayed up for 3 nights in a row and reviewed his homework because he had read too many extracurricular books this semester and threw away his school textbooks. The morning before the exam, Zhu Jun suddenly got up early.
袜子也不穿，蓬头垢面地跑了出去。跑到了门房里，他拉住了门房， 要他把那一个人交出来。门房莫名其妙，问他所说的那一个人是谁，他只是拉住了门房吵闹。
He didn't even put on his socks and ran out in an unkempt state. When he ran to the concierge, he grabbed the concierge and asked him to hand over the man. The concierge was confused and asked him who the person he was talking about was, but he just stopped the concierge and started making noise.
却不肯说出那一个人的姓名来。吵的声音大了，我们都出去看，一看是朱军在和门房吵闹，我就加了进去。这时候我一看朱军的神色，自家也害了一跳。他的眼睛是血胀的红红的。
But he refused to name that person. The noise got louder, so we all went out to take a look. When we saw that it was Zhu Jun making a noise with the concierge, I stepped in. At this time, when I saw Zhu Jun's expression, I was also shocked. His eyes were red with blood.
两道眉毛直竖在那里，脸上是一种没有光泽的青灰色，额上颈项上长满了许多青筋。他一看见我们，就露了两列雪白的牙齿，同哭也似的笑着说：“好好，你们都来了。”
The two eyebrows stood straight up, his face was a dull blue-gray color, and his forehead and neck were covered with many blue veins. As soon as he saw us, he showed 2 rows of snow-white teeth, smiled as if weeping together and said, "Okay, you are all here.
你们把这一个小军阀看守着，让我去拿出手枪来枪毙他。”说着，他就把门房一推，推在我和另外2个同学的身上，我们都不防他的，被他这么一推，4个人就一块的跌倒在地上。
You keep this little warlord under guard and let me take out my pistol and shoot him. As he said that, he pushed the concierge on top of me and 2 other classmates. We were not on guard against him, and the 4 of us fell to the ground together after he pushed us like this.
他却哈哈的笑了几声，就一直的跑了进去。我们看了他这一种行动，大家都晓得他是精神错乱了，就商量叫校医把他看守在养病室里，一边去通知学校当局。
But he laughed a few times and ran straight in. After seeing his behavior, we all knew that he was insane, so we discussed asking the school guards to keep him in the infirmary while we notified the school authorities.
请学校里快去请医生来替他医治。他一个人坐在养病室里不耐烦，硬要出来和校医打骂，并且只看守他的校医是小军阀，骂着说：“混蛋，像你这样的一个小小的军阀。”
Please ask the school to ask a doctor to treat him quickly. Sitting alone in the infirmary, he became impatient and insisted on coming out to fight with the school janitor. He also referred to the school guard who was guarding him as a petty warlord and cursed. "You bastard, a little warlord like you.
也敢强娶人家的闺女吗？快拿手枪来，快拿手枪来！校医来看他的病，也被他打了几下，并且把校医的一副眼镜也扯下来打碎了。我站在门口，含泪的叫了几声：“朱军，朱军！”
Do you dare to forcefully marry someone else's daughter? Come on, bring the pistol, come on, bring the pistol. The school doctor came to see his illness and was beaten several times by him. He also tore off a pair of the school doctor's glasses and broke them. I stood at the door and cried several times with tears in my eyes, Zhu Jun. Zhu Jun.
你连我都认不清了吗？他光着眼睛对我看了一忽，就又哈哈哈哈的笑着说：“你这小王八，你是来骗钱的吧？”说着，他又打上我的身来，我们不得已就只好将养病室的门锁上。
Can't you even recognize me? With his eyes bare, he looked at me for a moment, and then he laughed and said, "You little bastard, are you here to swindle money?" As he said that, he hit me again, and we had no choice but to lock the door of the infirmary.
一边差人上他家里去报信，叫他的父母出来看护他的病。到了将晚的时候，他父亲来了，同来的是陈家的老头。我当夜就和他们陪朱军出去，在一家公寓里先租了一间房间住着。
On the one hand, he sent people to his home to report the news and asked his parents to come out to take care of his illness. Towards evening, his father came, and with him was the old man of the Chen family. I went out with them that night and rented a room in an apartment.
朱军的病愈来愈凶了，我们3个人因为想制止他的暴行，终于一晚没有睡觉。第二天早晨，我一早就回学校去考试，到了午后再上公寓里去看他的时候，
Zhu Jun's illness became more and more severe. The three of us finally stayed up all night because we wanted to stop his violence. The next morning, I went back to school early to take the exam, and in the afternoon, I went to the apartment to see him.
直到他们已经另外租订了一间小屋，把朱军捆缚起来了。我在学校里考试考了3天，正到考完的那一日早晨一早就接到了一个急信，说朱军已经不行了，急待我上那儿去看看他。
Knowing that they had rented another small house, Zhu Jun was tied up. I took the exam in school for 3 days. On the day I finished the exam, I received an urgent letter early in the morning, saying that Zhu Jun was no longer alive and wanted me to go there and see him.
我到了那里去一看，只见黑漆漆的一间小屋里，他同鬼也似的还被附在一张板床上。房里的空气晦臭的不堪，在这黑臭的空气里，只听见微微的喘气声和腹泻的声音。
When I got there, I took a look and saw that he was tied to a plank bed like a ghost in a small room in Heichichi. The air in the room was extremely foul and smelly, and in the black and smelly air, only the sounds of slight breathing and diarrhea could be heard.
我在门口静立了一呼，实在是耐不住了，便放高了声音，朱军，朱军的叫了2声。坐在他脚后的他那老妇马上就举起手来，阻止住我的发声。朱军听了我的唤声，把头转过来看我的时候，
I stood silently at the door for a while. I couldn't bear it anymore, so I raised my voice and shouted, Zhu Jun, and Zhu Jun twice. His old father, who was sitting behind his feet, immediately raised his hand to stop me from speaking. When Zhu Jun heard my call, he turned his head to look at me.
我只看见了一个枯黑的铜骷髅似的头和很黑很黑的2颗眼睛。我踏进了那间小房，审视了他一回，看见他的手脚还是绑着，头却软软的斜靠在枕头上面，脚后头坐在他父亲背后的。
I only saw a black skull-like head and 2 very black eyes. I stepped into the small room and took a look at him. I saw that his hands and feet were still tied, but his head was leaning softly on the pillow, sitting behind his father's feet.
还有一位那朱军的媳妇，眼睛哭得红肿，呆呆地缩着头，在那里看守着这将死的他的男人。我向前后一看，眼泪忽而涌了出来，走上他的枕头边上，俯下身去，轻轻地问了他一句话：“朱军。”
There was also Zhu Jun's daughter-in-law, her eyes red and swollen from crying, her head shrunk blankly, guarding her dying man. I looked forward and back, and tears suddenly welled up in my eyes. I walked up to his pillow, leaned down, and asked him softly, Zhu Jun.
你还认得我吗？底下就说不下去了。他又转过头来对我看了一眼，脸上一点表情也没有，但由我的泪眼看过去，好像他的眼角上也在流出眼泪来的样子。我走进他父亲的身边。
Do you still recognize me? He couldn't continue talking. He turned his head and looked at me again. His face had no expression at all, but looking through my teary eyes, it seemed that tears were flowing out of the corners of his eyes. I approached his father.
问陈老头哪里去了。他父亲说，他们会应要于今天出嫁给一位军官，所以他早就回去料理喜事去了。我又问朱军服的是什么药，他父亲只摇摇头，说我也不晓得。不过他服了药后
asked where old man Chen had gone. His father said, Huiying is going to marry an officer today, so he has already gone back to arrange the wedding. I asked Zhu Jun again what kind of medicine he was taking, and his father just shook his head and said, I don't know either. But after he took the medicine,
却谢到如今，现在是好像已经不行了。我心里想，这一定是服药服错了，否则3天之内他何以会变得这样的呢？我正想说话的时候，却又听见了一阵腹泻的声音。
But it has continued till now, and now it seems that it is no longer possible. I thought to myself, this must be the wrong medicine. Otherwise, why would he become like this within 3 days? When I was about to speak, I heard another sound of diarrhea.
朱军的头在枕上摇了几摇，喉头咯咯地响起来了。我的毛发耸竖了起来，同时他父亲、他媳妇也站起来，赶上他的枕头边上去。我看见他的头往上抽了几抽，喉咙头咯落落响了几声。
Zhu Jun's head shook a few times on the pillow, and there was a gurgling sound in his throat. My hair stood up in fear. At the same time, his father and his wife also stood up and rushed to his pillow. I saw his head twitch upward a few times, and his throat made a few noises.
微微抽动了1刻钟的样子，一切的动静就停止了。他的媳妇放声哭了起来，他的父亲也因急地吃了，倒只是不发声地呆站在那里。我却忍耐不住了，也低下头去在他耳边，朱军，朱军。
After twitching slightly for a quarter of an hour, all movement stopped. His daughter-in-law burst into tears, and his father was so anxious that he just stood there silently. But I couldn't bear it any longer, so I lowered my head and whispered in his ear, Zhu Jun. Zhu Jun.
的绝叫了2、3声。第2天早晨，天又下起微雪来了。我和朱军的父亲和他的媳妇在一辆大车上，一清早就送朱军的棺材出城去。这时候，城内外的居民还没有起床，长街上清冷得很。
He screamed 2 or 3 times. The next morning, it started to snow again. Zhu Jun's father, his wife, and I took Zhu Jun's coffin out of the city in a big car early in the morning. At this time, residents inside and outside the city had not yet gotten up, and the long street was very cold.
一辆大车，前面载着朱军的灵书，后面坐着我们3人，慢慢地在雪里转走。雪片积在前面照棺木的红毡上，我和朱军的父亲却包在一条破棉被里，避着背后吹来的北风。街上的行人很少。
A large car, carrying Zhu Jun's spiritual hub in the front, and the 3 of us sitting in the back, slowly turned away in the snow. Snowflakes accumulated on the red felt covering the coffin in front, but Zhu Jun's father and I were wrapped in a tattered quilt to avoid the north wind blowing from behind. There are very few pedestrians on the street.
朱军的媳妇悠悠在哭着的声音，觉得更加令人伤感。大车走出永定门的时候，黄灰色的太阳出来了，雪片也似乎少了一点。我想起了去年冬假里和朱军一道上他家去的光景。
The sound of Zhu Jun's daughter-in-law crying was even more sad. When the cart walked out of Yongding Gate, the yellow-gray sun came out, and the snowflakes seemed to be less. I remembered the time I went to Zhu Jun's house with him during last winter vacation.
就不知不觉地向前面的灵书叫了2声，忽而暗忍不住的哗的一声放声哭了起来。1927年7月16日，原载1927年7月20日，教育杂志月刊第19卷第7号。
Unknowingly, he called Ling Shu in front twice, and suddenly he couldn't help but burst into tears. July 16, 1927. Originally published in Education Magazine, Volume 19, Number 7, July 20, 1927.
教育文一栏发表实题名考试。怀乡病者。一、当日光与夜阴接触的时候，在茫茫的荒野中间，投向着了混沌宽广的天空，一步一步地走去，既不知道他自家是什么。
Education, Literature, and Art column, published with the title Examination. Nostalgia Sick. 1. When the sun comes into contact with the night shadow, in the middle of the vast wilderness, I turn my head towards the chaotic and broad sky. Step by step he walked away without knowing what his own home was.
又不知道他应该做什么，也不知道他是向什么地方去的，只觉得他的两脚不得不一步一步地放出去，这就是于志夫目下的心理状态。在半醒半觉的意识里，
He didn't know what he should do or where he was going. He just felt that his feet had to be released step by step. This was Yu Zhifu's current mental state. In a half-awake consciousness.
他只朦朦胧胧地知道世界从此就要黑暗下去了，这荒野的干燥的土地就要渐渐地变成带水的沼泽了，他的两脚的行动就要一刻一刻地不自由起来了。
He only vaguely knew that the world would become dark from now on, that the dry land in the wilderness would gradually turn into a swamp with water, and that his feet would not be able to move freely moment by moment.
但是他也没有改变方向的意思，还是头朝着了幽暗的天空，一步一步地走去。阴历9月25前3点钟，东方未白的时候，志夫身体一边发抖，一边在一盏乌灰灰的阳灯光影里。
But he had no intention of changing direction. He still turned his head toward the dark sky and walked step by step. At 3 o'clock before noon on the 20th day of the 9th month of the lunar calendar, when the east was not yet white, the hostage's body was trembling while he was in the shadow of a dark gray lamp.
从被窝里起来，穿他那半新不旧的棉袍。院子里有几声悉索悉索的落叶声传来，大约是棵海棠树在那里凋谢了。他的寝室后的厨房里有一个奇人的厨子和厨子的侄儿。
He got up from the bed and put on his old cotton robe. There were a few rustling sounds of falling leaves coming from the yard, probably because a crabapple tree had withered there. In the kitchen behind his dormitory was a bannerman's cook and the cook's nephew.
便是他哥哥家里的车夫，一声两声在那里谈话。在这深夜的静寂里，他觉得他们的话声很大，但是他却听不出什么话来。志夫出到院子里来一看，觉得这北方故都里的残夜的月明。
It was the coachman of his brother's family, talking there once or twice. In the silence of the night, he felt that their words were loud, but he could not hear anything. The hostage went out to the yard to take a look and felt that the moon was shining brightly in the remaining night in the old northern capital.
也带着些亡国的哀调，因为这幽暗的天空里悬着的那下弦的半月，光线好像在空中冻住了。他吃了一碗炒饭，拿了笔墨，轻轻地开了门，坐了哥哥的车走出胡同口的时候。
It also carries some mournful tune of national subjugation. Because of the waning half-moon hanging in the dark sky, the light seemed to be frozen in the sky. He ate a bowl of fried rice, took a pen and ink, opened the door gently, got into his brother's car and walked out of the alley.
觉得只有他一个人此刻还醒着开了眼，浮在王城的人海中间。在冷灰湿的街灯里穿过了几条街巷，走上豫东桥的时候，忽有几声哀寂的喇叭声，同梦中醒来的小孩的哭声似的。
It felt like he was the only one still awake and floating in the middle of the crowd in the royal city at this moment. After walking through several streets and alleys under the cold gray streetlights, and walking onto the Yuqiao Bridge, there were suddenly a few mournful trumpet sounds, like the cries of a child waking up from a dream.
传到他的两只冰冷的耳朵里来。他朝转头来看看西南角上那同一块冰似的月亮，又仰起头来，看看那发喇叭声的城墙里的灯光，觉得一位惨伤的情怀，同冰水似的泼满了他的全身。
Came to his 2 cold ears. He turned his head to look at the same ice-like moon in the southwest corner, then raised his head to look at the lights in the city wall that sounded the trumpet, and felt that the miserable feelings were like ice water poured over it. His whole body.
门外是往植物园去的要路，顺了这一条路走下了斜板，往右手一转便是植物园的正门。他走到植物园正门的一段路上，遇着了许多青年的男女，穿了花绿的衣裳，拖了柔白肥胖的脚。
Outside the door is the main road to the botanical garden. Follow this road and go down the slope. Turn to the right and you will find the main entrance of the botanical garden. He walked to the main entrance of the botanical garden and met many young men and women, wearing colorful clothes and dragging their soft, white and fat feet.
好像是游倦了似的，想趁着天还未黑的时候走回家去。这些青年男女的容貌不实，究竟是美是丑？若他在半年前头遇着他们，是一定要看个仔细的，但是今天他却头也不愿意抬起来。
It seemed that he was tired of traveling and wanted to walk home while it was still dark. I don't know whether the appearance of these young men and women is beautiful or ugly. If he had met them 6 months ago, he would have looked carefully, but today he was unwilling to raise his head.
他只记得路上有一个17、18岁的女学生，好像对他同伴说：“那少年颊上浮起了2道红晕，呼吸里带着些薄酒的微醺，好像是在什么地方买了醉来的样子。”女孩的腮边。
He only remembered a 17 or 18-year-old female student on the road, who seemed to say to her companion. There were 2 blushes on the young man's cheeks, and his breath was slightly tipsy, as if he had gotten drunk somewhere. Girl's cheek.
虽则有一点桃红的血气，然而因为他那妩媚的长眉和那高尖的鼻梁的缘故，终觉得有一层凄冷的阴影投在他那同大理石似的脸上。
Although there was a bit of pink blood, because of her charming long eyebrows and the high bridge of her nose, she finally felt that there was a cold shadow cast on her marble-like face.
他们两人默默无言地静了一会，就好像是水里的双鱼，慢慢地在轻盈透彻的月光里游泳。这是制服少年梦里的生涯，计算起来已经是10年前的事情了。她后来嫁了他的一位同学。
The 2 of them were silent for a while, like Pisces in the water, slowly swimming in the clear moonlight. This is the dream life of a young hostage boy, and it already happened 10 years ago. She later married one of his classmates.
制夫4年前回国的时候，在一天清静的秋天的午后，于故乡的市上，只看见了他一次，只看见了他的一个怀孕的侧身。3. 这是数年前制夫在北京考留学生考试时候的景象。
When the hostage returned to China 4 years ago, he only saw her once on a quiet autumn afternoon in the market of his hometown, and only saw her pregnant side. 3. This was the scene a few years ago when my hostage was taking the exam for international students in Beijing.
头场考完之后，新闻上忽报了一件奇事，说留学生何必考呢？这一次应该考取的人，在未考之先早由部里指定了，可怜那些外省来考的人，还在那里梦作杨翰林杨学士呢。
After the first exam, a strange thing was suddenly reported in the news. Why do international students need to take the exam? The people who should take the exam this time were already designated by the ministry before taking the exam. I pity those who came to take the exam from other provinces. People are still dreaming of becoming a foreign Hanlon and a foreign bachelor.
这又是几年前头的一幕悲喜剧的回忆。4. 走来走去，走了一阵，智夫觉得有些倦了。这岛国的首都的夜景，觉得也有些萧条起来了。仰起头来，看看两面的街灯。
This is another tragic and comic memory of a scene a few years ago. 4. After walking around for a while, the hostage felt a little tired. The night view of this island nation's capital seems a bit depressing. Raise your head and look at the street lights on both sides.
都是不能进去休息的地方，他不得已就仍旧寻了最近的路走回寓舍来。走到植物园门口的时候，有一块用红绿色写成的招牌，忽然从一盏100烛的电灯光里射进了他的眼帘。
They were all places where he couldn't rest, so he had no choice but to find the nearest way back to his apartment. When he reached the entrance of the botanical garden, a signboard written in red and green suddenly shone into his eyes from an electric light of 100 candles.
拖了一双走倦了的脚，他就慢慢地走上了这家中国酒馆的楼。楼上一个客人也没有，叫订了一盘菜一壶酒，他就把2只手垫了头，在桌上睡了几分钟。酒菜拿来之后，他仰起头来一看。
Dragging his tired feet, he slowly walked up the stairs of this Chinese pub. There was no customer upstairs. After ordering a plate of food and a bottle of wine, he put his head on his hands and slept on the table for a few minutes. After the food and wine were brought, he raised his head and took a look.
才知道站在他面前的是一个16、17岁的中国女孩，一个圆形的面貌，眉目也还清秀。他问她是什么地方人，她说：“智夫知道他若把精神震刷一下，放一声求救的呼声。”
Only then did he realize that the person standing in front of him was a 16 or 17-year-old Chinese girl. He has a round face and pretty features. He asked her where she was from, and she said. The hostage knew that if he could refresh himself and let out a cry for help.
或者也还可以从这木下的状态里逃出来，但是他既无这样的毅力，也无这样的心愿。智夫在楼上糊糊涂涂断定了隔壁的挂钟，却是敲过5点之后，就慢慢地走下楼来。
Or he could escape from this current situation, but he had neither the perseverance nor the desire. The hostage was upstairs. He confusedly concluded that the wall clock next door had indeed struck 5 o'clock, and then slowly walked downstairs.
因为他的预设里是定在5点开晚饭的。若再进一步来讲一句现在流行的话，他目下的心理状态就同奥伯洛穆夫的麻木状态一样。若仔细一点来讲一个譬喻
Because dinner is scheduled to be served at 5 o'clock in his apartment. If we go one step further and talk about a now popular saying, his current mental state is the same as Oblomov's state of numbness. Let's take a closer look at an analogy.
他的状态就是在一条面上好像静止的江水里浮着的一只小小的孤船，那孤船上也没有舵弓，也没有风帆，尽是缓缓地随了江水面下的潮流在那里浮动的样子。
His state is that of a small lonely boat floating on a river that seems to be still. There was no helmsman or sail on the solitary boat. It just floated slowly along with the current under the water of the river.
红花的小碗里盛了半碗饭，他觉得好像要吃不完的样子，但是却好一口气就吃下去了。吃完了这半碗饭，他也不想再添，所以就上楼去拿了一顶黄黑的软帽，走出门外去。
There was half a bowl of rice in Honghua's small bowl. He felt as if he couldn't finish it, but he ate it in one breath. After finishing half the bowl of rice, he didn't want to add more, so he went upstairs to get a yellow and black soft hat and walked out.
他含了微笑，对智夫点了一点头，智夫就把他手里的酒杯给了他。智夫一杯一杯的，不知替他斟了几杯酒， 他忽然把杯子向桌上一丢，跳进了他的怀里。
She smiled and nodded to her hostage, who then gave her the wine glass in his hand. The hostess poured her glasses of wine 1 cup at a time. She suddenly threw the cup on the table and jumped into his arms.
用了2手紧紧地抱住了制夫的景象，他那小嘴竟咬上他的脸来。他一边这样地说，一边把他上下的衣裳在那里解。制夫呆呆地看了几分钟。
She hugged the hostage's neck tightly with both hands, and bit his face with her small mouth. As she said this, she untied her upper and lower clothes. The hostage stared blankly for several minutes.
忽觉得他的右颊与他的左颊的中间有一条冰冷的眼泪流下来了。到这时候他才知道他是醉了。他默默地替他把上下的衣裳扣好，把他安置在他坐的椅上之后，就走下楼来付账。
Suddenly she felt a line of cold tears flowing down between his right cheek and her left cheek. Only then did he realize that she was drunk. He silently buttoned her clothes up and down, placed her on the chair where he sat, and then walked downstairs to pay the bill.
走出这家菜馆的时候，他忽然想了一想。他一边替制夫斟酒，一边好像在那里讲什么话的样子。制夫口里好像在那里应答他，但是心里脑里却全不觉得。他讲完了话不再讲的时候
When he walked out of the restaurant, he suddenly thought, dash. While pouring wine for her hostage, she seemed to be talking. The hostage seemed to be answering her with his mouth, but he didn't feel it at all in his heart. When she finished speaking and stopped talking,
制夫反而被这无言的沉默惊了一下，所以就随便问他说。在这样的消沉状态中的于制夫朝着了窗，看看白云来往的残春的碧落，听听樱花小片无风飞坠的微声。
The hostage was shocked by the wordless silence, so he asked her casually. In such a depressed state, Yu Zhifu looked out the window, watching the white clouds coming and going in the blue sky of late spring, and listening to the small pieces of cherry blossoms and the soft sound of falling trees in the calm wind.
觉得眼面前起了一层纱帐，他的膝上忽而积了2点水滴。他站起来，想伸出手去把书架上的书拿一本出来翻阅，却又停住了，好像在做梦似的，呆呆的不知坐了多久。
He felt that a layer of gauze was forming in front of his eyes, and 2 drops of water suddenly accumulated on his knees. He stood up and wanted to reach out to take out a book from the bookshelf to read, but stopped again. As if in a dream, I sat there in a daze for I don't know how long.
他却听得隔壁的挂钟当当地响了5下，举起头来一看，他才知道他自家仍旧是呆呆地坐在他寄寓的这间小楼上，在一天清和手下的晚上，那钱塘江上的小县城。
But he heard the wall clock next door ringing 5 times. When he raised his head and took a look, he realized that he was still sitting blankly on the small building where he lived. On a clear and early summer evening, the small county town on the Qiantang River.
同欧洲中世纪各封建诸侯的城堡一样，带着了银灰的白色，躺在流霜似的月华影里，涌了半宫明月，浮着万叠银波，不声不响，在浓淡相间的两岸山中往东流去的。
Just like the castles of various feudal lords in the European Middle Ages, they are silvery white and lie in the shadow of the frost-like moonlight. The bright moon surged halfway up, and thousands of silver waves floated, silently, flowing eastward among the mountains on both sides of the bank, which were alternately dark and light.
是东汉一民垂钓的地方，披了一层薄雾，半寒半土，好像华清池里施浴的工人，在烟月中间浮动的是宋季移民痛哭的台榭。被这些前朝的遗迹包围住的这小县城的西北区里，
It was a place where Emin of the Eastern Han dynasty went fishing. Covered with a layer of mist, half swallowing and half vomiting. It looks like a palace guest trying to take a bath in the Huaqing pool. Floating in the middle of the misty moon is the pavilion where the survivors of the Song dynasty cried bitterly. In the northwest district of this small county surrounded by these relics of the previous dynasty.
有一对14、15岁的少年男女，沿了城河上石砌的长堤，慢慢地在柳荫底下闲步。大约已经是2更天气了，城里的人家都已沉在酣睡的中间，只有一座幽暗的古城。
A young man and woman of 14 or 15 years old walked slowly along the stone embankment on the city river under the shade of willows. It was almost the second watch, and everyone in the city was already asleep, leaving only a dark ancient city.
默默的好像在那里听他们俩的月下的痴谈。且慢且慢，那挂钟的确是响了5下吗？或者是不错的，因为太阳已经沉在西面植物园的树枝下了。2.
Silently, it seemed as if I was listening to their infatuated conversation under the moonlight. Wait a minute, did the wall clock really ring 5 times? Or maybe it was, because the sun was already sinking beneath the branches of the botanical gardens to the west. 2.
与一群摇头摆尾的先生进了东华门，在太和殿外的石器明堂里候点名的时候，制服又仰起头来看了一眼将明未明的青天，不知是什么缘故，他心里好像受了千万委屈的样子。
He entered the Donghua gate with a group of gentlemen who were shaking their heads and tailing. While waiting for roll call in the stone Mingtang outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the hostage raised his head again and glanced at the blue sky that was about to dawn. For some reason, he felt like he looked like he had suffered countless grievances.
摇了一摇头，叹了一口气，忽然打了几个冷静，制服恨不得马上把手里提着的笔墨丢了，跑上外国去研究制造炸弹去。这女孩不小，究竟怎么的？我真不喜欢她。热得厉害，热得厉害。
Shaking his head, sighing, and suddenly having a few cold convulsions, the hostage wanted to throw away the pen and ink he was holding and run away to a foreign country to study and make bombs. This girl doesn't know what's going on. I really don't like him. Is very hot, very hot.
想回自家屋里去。是上海。你喝酒吗？在沉着的夜气中间走了几步，他就把他忘记了。菜馆他也忘记了，今天的散步他也忘记了，他连自家的身体都忘记了。
wanted to go back to her house. Is Shanghai. Do you drink? After walking a few steps in the heavy night air, he forgot about her. He also forgot about the restaurant. He also forgot about today's walk. He even forgot about his own body.
他一个人只在黑暗中向前的慢慢走去，时间与空间的观念，世界上一切的存在，在他的脑里是完全消失了。1922年4月初2日午前5时，坐于东京之酒楼。
He just walked forward slowly in the darkness. The concepts of time and space, and everything in the world, completely disappeared in his mind. Painted in a restaurant in Tokyo at 5 o'clock in the afternoon on April 2, 1922.
原载1926年4月16日，创造月刊第1卷第2期。青烟，寂静的夏夜的空气里闲坐着的我，脑中不知有多少愁思在这里汹涌。
Originally published in Creation Monthly, Volume 1, Issue 2, April 16, 1926. Green smoke. As I sit idle in the quiet summer night air, I don't know how many sad thoughts are surging in my mind.
看看这桶绿水似的由蓝纱罩里透出来的电灯光，听听窗外从静安寺路上传过来的铜倦了似的汽车鸣声，我觉得自家又回到了青年忧郁病时代去的样子。
Looking at the electric light shining through the blue gauze that looks like green water, and listening to the tired sound of cars coming from Jing'an Temple Road outside the window, I feel like my family has returned to the days of youth depression.
我的比女人还不值钱的眼泪又映在我的颊上了。抬头起来，我便能见得那催人老去的日历，时间一天一天的过去了。但是我的事业，我的境遇，我的将来，哎呀，吃尽了千辛万苦。
My tears, which are worth less than women, are reflected on my cheeks again. When I look up, I can see the calendar that urges people to grow old. Time passes day by day, but my career, my situation, my future, have gone through a lot of hardships.
自家以为已有些物事被我把握住了，但是放开紧紧捏住的拳头来一看，我手里只有一溜青烟。那女人听了这句问语，就停住了脚，回答他说：“远处又有汽车的喇叭声响了。”
I thought I had something in my grasp, but when I let go of my tightly clenched fist, I saw that there was only a puff of smoke in my hand. After hearing this question, the woman stopped and answered him. Another car horn sounded in the distance.
这大约是西洋资本家的男女从淫乐的裸体跳舞场回家去的凯歌吧。啊呀，年纪要轻，颜容要美，更要有钱。虽是刚过了端午节，但像这样暑热的深夜里，睡也睡不着的。
This is probably the triumphant song of Western capitalist men and women returning home from a lascivious nude dance hall. You have to be young, have a beautiful face, and be rich. Although the Dragon Boat Festival has just passed, I can't sleep in such a hot late night.
我还是把电灯灭黑了，看窗外的景色吧。第二个人说。第三、第四个人都哈哈地笑了起来。这一群人过去了之后，江边上仍复归还到一刻前的寂静状态去了。
I'd better turn off the light and look at the scenery outside the window. The second person said. The third and fourth people all laughed. After this group of people passed by, the riverside returned to the state of silence it had been a moment ago.
窗外的空间只有错杂的屋脊和尖顶，受了几处瓦斯灯的远光，绝似电影的楼台，把它们的轮廓画在微茫的夜气里。四处都寂静了，我却听见微风吹动窗叶的声音。
The space outside the window only contains intricate roof ridges and spires, which are illuminated by the distant light of a few gas lamps, resembling movie balconies, and their outlines are drawn in the faint night air. Everything was quiet, but I heard the breeze blowing the window leaves.
好像是大自然在那里悠悠叹气的样子。窗外汽车声音渐渐地稀少下去了。苍茫路河的中间，我只听见我的笔尖在纸上划字的声音。探头到窗外去一看，
It seems like nature is sighing quietly there. The sound of cars outside the window gradually became less and less. In the vast world, I could only hear the sound of my pen writing on the paper. Put your head out the window and take a look.
我只看见一湾黝黑的夏夜天空，淡映着几颗残星。我搁下了笔，在我这桶火柴箱一样的房间里走了几步，只觉得一味凄凉寂寞的感觉浸透了我的全身。
I only saw a dark curve of summer night sky, with a few remaining stars faintly reflected. I put down my pen and walked a few steps in my matchbox-like room. I felt a sense of desolation and loneliness permeate my whole body.
我也不知道这忧郁究竟是从什么地方来的。江边上除了几声懒懒的犬吠声外，没有半点生物的动静。隔江岸上有几家人家和几处树林，静静地躺在同霜华似的月光里。
I don't know where this melancholy comes from. Except for a few lazy barkings of dogs, there was no movement of any living thing on the river bank. On the opposite bank of the river, there were several families in several woods, lying quietly in the frost-like moonlight.
树林外更有一抹青山，如梦如烟地浮在那里。此时 F 城的南门江边上，人家已经睡尽了。 江边一带的房屋都披了残月，倒影在流动的江波里。虽是手下的晚上，但到了这深夜。
There is a touch of green hills outside the woods, floating there like a dream like smoke. At this time, everyone on the riverside at the south gate of F City was already asleep. The houses along the river are all covered with the waning moon, reflecting in the flowing river waves. Although it is the night of the first summer, it is late at night.
江上也有些微寒意。有几个比较了解我性格的朋友说，有几个在有钱的人意下寄生着的新闻记者说，有几个为前面那样的新闻记者做奴仆的人说，月亮将要下山去了。
There is also a slight chill on the river. A few friends who know my character well said. A few journalists who were parasitic under the wings of wealthy people said. A few people who worked as slaves for journalists like the ones before said. The moon is going to set.
我的弟兄说，我无论在什么时候，就假使我正抱了一个肥白的裸体妇女，在酣饮的时候罢，听到这一句话就会痛哭起来。但是你若再问一声，你的忧郁的根源是在此了吗？
My brother said. Whenever I hear this sentence, even if I am hugging a fat naked woman and drinking heavily, I will burst into tears. But if you ask again, your melancholy? Is the root cause here?
我定要张大了泪眼，对你摇几摇头说，不是，不是。国家亡了有什么？亡国诗人 Santievich 不是轰轰烈烈地做了一世人吗？
I will definitely open my tearful eyes, shake my head at you and say, no, no. What does it matter if the country dies? Didn't Sienkiewicz, the poet of the subjugated country, make a grand career for the rest of his life?
流寓在租界上的我的同胞，不是个个都很安闲的吗？国家亡了有什么？外国人来管理我们，不是更好吗？陆界南的王师北定中原日，家祭无忘告乃翁的两句好诗。
Aren't all my compatriots living in the concession very comfortable? What will happen if the country dies? Wouldn't it be better for foreigners to manage us? Lu Jiannan's two good poems, Wang Shibei sets the day for the Central Plains, and he never forgets to tell Nai Wang about family sacrifices.
不是因国亡了才做得出来的吗？少年的血气干萎无疑的目下的我，哪里还有同从前那么的爱国热忱？我已经不是 chauvinist 了，我只求能够真的如他们所说。
Wasn't it possible to do it because the country was destroyed? Now that my young blood has dried up, I still don't have the same patriotic enthusiasm as before. I am no longer a chauvinist. I just want it to be true as they say.
使我的忧郁是假做的，那么就是被他们骂得再厉害一点，或者竟把我所有的几本旧书和几块不知从何处来的每日买面包的钱给了他们，也是愿意的。我只求我所发的是牢骚。
If my depression is fake, then even if they scold me even more harshly, or even give them a few old books I own and a few dollars of daily bread money I don't know where to buy, I will still be willing to do so. I just want what I say to be complaints.
那么我就是连现在正打算点火熄的这只 Fluck 给了他们都可以，因为发牢骚的人总有一点自负，但是现在觉得自家的精神肉体萎靡的同风的影子一样的我。
Well, I can even give them the falaka I am planning to light on fire, because people who complain are always a little conceited, but now I feel that my body and mind are as exhausted as the shadow of the wind.
还有一点什么可以自负呢？我从窗口回到了座位里，把电灯拈开，对镜子看了几分钟，觉得这清瘦的容貌终究不是食肉之相。在这样无可奈何的时候，还是吸吸烟。
What else can you be proud of? I returned to my seat from the window, turned on the light, and looked in the mirror for a few minutes. I felt that this thin appearance was not carnivorous after all. In such a helpless time, I still smoke.
倒可以把自家的思想统一起来。我擦了一支火柴，把一支 Falaka 点上了，深深地吸了一口。我仍复把这口烟完全吐上了电灯的绿纱罩子。绿纱罩的周围。
In order to unify my thoughts, I struck a match and lit a falaka. After taking a deep breath, I exhaled the cigarette completely onto the green gauze cover of the electric lamp. Surrounded by green veil.
同夏天的深山雨后似的，起了一层淡紫的云雾。呆呆地对这层云雾凝视着，我的身子好像是缩小了，投诚在这淡紫的云雾中间。这层清淡的云雾一飘一扬地荡了开去。
Just like after a rain in the deep mountains in summer, a layer of lavender clouds appeared. Staring blankly at this layer of clouds, my body seemed to shrink and sit in the middle of this lavender cloud. This layer of light clouds and mist drifted away.
我的身体便化而为二，一个缩小的身子在这层雾里飘荡，一个原身仍坐在电灯的绿光下，远远地守望着那青烟里的我。已经是薄暮的时候了，天空的周围承受着落日的余晖。
My body then split into two, a shrunken body floating in the mist, and the original body still sitting under the green light of the electric light, watching me from afar in the green smoke. It was already dusk. The sky is surrounded by the afterglow of the setting sun.
四边有一圈银红的彩带，像天心一步步变成了明蓝的颜色。8分满的明月悠悠淡淡地挂在东半边的空中。几刻钟过去了，本来是淡白的月亮放起光来，月光下流着一条曲折的大江。
There is a circle of silver-red ribbons on the four sides, and Xiang Tianxin gradually turns into a bright blue color. The 8-point full moon hangs leisurely and faintly in the eastern half of the sky. A few minutes passed, and the originally pale moon began to shine. A meandering river flows under the moonlight.
江的两岸有郁茂的树林，空旷的沙渚，夹在树林沙渚中间，各自离开1里2里，更有几处疏疏密密的村落。村落的外边环抱着一群层叠的青山。当江流去处，山岗一折做弓形。
There are lush woods and empty sandy beaches on both sides of the river. Sandwiched in the middle of the woods and sand, each one is a mile or two away, and there are several densely populated villages. The village is surrounded by a group of cascading green hills. Where the river bends, the hills also fold into bow shapes.
白水的弓弦和青山的弓背中间聚居了几百家人家，便是 F 县县治所在之地。与透明的清水相似的月光，平均地洒遍了这县城。江流、青山、树林和离县城1-2里路的村落。黄昏的影子。
Between the bowstrings of white water and the bowbacks of green mountains, hundreds of families live together, which is where the county seat of F County is located. The moonlight, which is similar to transparent water, spreads evenly over the county, rivers, green mountains, woods, and villages 1 or 2 miles away from the county. Dusk shadows.
各处都可以看得出来了。平时非常寂静的这 F 县城里，今晚上却带着些跃动的生气，家家的灯火点得比平时格外的辉煌，街上来往的行人也比平时格外的嘈杂。今晚的月亮
It can be seen everywhere. F County, which is usually very quiet, is full of life tonight. The lights in every house are brighter than usual, and the people walking on the street are noisier than usual. The moon tonight.
几乎要被小巧的人工比得羞涩起来了。这一天是旧历的5月初10，正是 F 县城里每年演戏型元帅会的日子。在月光下，他虽辨不清他穿的衣服如何，但他脸上的表情是很憔悴。
It almost makes me feel shy compared to the small artificial one. This day is the 10th day of the 5th lunar month in the lunar calendar, and it is the day of the annual acting marshal meeting in F County. Although he couldn't tell what kind of clothes she was wearing under the moonlight, the expression on her face was very haggard.
他的话声是很凄楚的，他的问语又轻了一段，带起颤声来了。停了一会，有一群从戏场里回来的人破了静寂，走过这南门的江上。一个人朝着江面说
Her words were very sad, and his questions became softer and trembling. After a pause, a group of people returning from the theater broke the silence and walked across the river at the south gate. A man said towards the river.
但是我若有这样的 myriad mind， 我早成了 Shakespeare 了。他最后的一句话讲得很优，并且还没有讲完，就往后的跑了。
But if I had such a myriad mind, would have become Shakespeare long ago. His last sentence was very quiet, and before he finished speaking, he ran away.
那女人在月光里呆看了一会他的背影，眼见的他的影子一步一步地小了下去，同时又远远地听见了一声他的暗气的声音，他的脸上也滚了2行眼泪出来。
The woman stared at his back in the moonlight for a while, and saw his shadow getting smaller step by step. At the same time, she heard his secret cry from a distance, and 2 lines of tears rolled down her face. Come out.
他慢慢地走到了南城街的中心，停住了，足向左右看了一看，就从一条被月光照得灰白的巷里走了进去。街上虽则热闹，但这条狭巷里仍是冷冷清清。向南的转了一个弯。
He slowly walked to the center of Nanching Street, stopped, looked left and right, and walked in from an alley that was gray and white under the moonlight. Although the street is lively, this narrow alley is still deserted. Turned a corner to the south.
走到一家大墙门的前头，他迟疑了一会，便走过去了。走过了2、3步，他又回了转来，向门里偷眼一看，他看见正厅中间桌上有一盏洋灯点在那里，明亮的洋灯光射到上手臂上。
Arriving in front of a large gate, he hesitated for a while and then walked over. After walking 2 or 3 steps, he turned around again. Peeking in the door, he saw a foreign lamp burning on the table in the middle of the main hall. A bright fluorescent light shines on the upper wall.
照出一张钟馗图和几幅蜡笺的字对来。此外，厅上空空寂寂，没有人影。他在门口走来走去的走了几遍，眼睛里放出了2道精润的黑光，好像是要哭不出来的样子。
A picture of Zhong Kuei and several pairs of characters on wax paper came out. The rest of the hall was empty and there was no one around. He walked back and forth at the door several times, with 2 crystal black lights emitting from his eyes, as if he was about to cry.
最后他走转来过这墙门口的时候，里面却走出了一个与他年纪相仿的女人来。因为他走在他与洋灯的中间，所以他只看见他的蓬蓬的头发映在洋灯的光线里。他急忙走过了3、5步。
Finally, when he walked around and passed the door of the wall, a woman about his age walked out. Because she walked between him and the lantern, he only saw her fluffy hair reflected in the light of the lantern. He hurriedly walked 3 or 5 steps.
就站住了。那女人走出了墙门，走上和他相反的方向去。他仍复走转来，追到了那女人的背后。那女人听见了他的脚步声，忽而把头朝了转来。
Just stopped. The woman walked out of the wall door and walked in the opposite direction to him. He walked around again and caught up with the woman. The woman suddenly turned her head when she heard his footsteps.
他在灰白的月光里对他一看，就好像触了电似的呆住了。那女人朝转来，对他微微看了一眼，仍复向前的走去。 他就赶上一步，轻轻地问那女人说：“世俗所说的成功，与我原似浮云。”
When he looked at her in the gray moonlight, he was stunned as if he had been electrocuted. The woman turned around and glanced at him slightly, then walked forward again. He caught up and asked the woman softly, "What the world calls success is like a cloud to me."
无聊的时候，偶尔写下来的几篇概念式的小说，虽则受人攻击，我心里倒也没有什么难过，物质上的困迫，只叫我自家能咬紧牙齿，忍耐一下，也没有些微关系。但是自从我生出之后，
I occasionally wrote a few conceptual novels when I was bored. Although I was attacked by others, I didn't feel sad at all. The material difficulties only taught me to grit my teeth and be patient, and it didn't matter. But since I was born,
直到如今20余年的中间，我自家播的种、栽的花，哪里有一枝是鲜艳的？哪里一枝曾经结过果来？啊呀！若说人的生活可以涂抹了改作的时候，我的第二次的生涯。
In the past 20 years or so, among the seeds and flowers I have planted at home, how can any of the flowers be bright? Where has any branch ever bore fruit? Ah, if a person's life can be erased and changed, my second life will be.
绝不愿意把它弄得同过去的20年间的生活一样的。我从小若学做木匠，到今日至少也已有1、2间房屋造成了。无聊的时候，跑到这所我所手造的房屋边上去看看我的寂寥。
I never wanted to be the same as my life in the past 20 years. I learned to be a carpenter when I was a child, and by now I have built at least 1 or 2 houses. When I'm bored, I go to the house I built with my own hands to see how lonely I am.
一定能够清简。我从小若学做裁缝，不消说，现在定能把青罗袖缎剪开来，缝成好好的衫子了。无聊的时候，把我自家剪裁、自家缝纫的鲜丽的衫裙打开来一看，我的郁闷也定能消杀下去。
It can definitely be mitigated. If I had learned to be a tailor since I was a child, it goes without saying that I would be able to cut up light embroidered satin and sew it into fine shirts. When I am bored, if I open up the delicate blouses and dresses that I cut and sew at home, my depression will definitely be relieved.
但是无一技之长的我，从前还自家骗自家，老把古今中外文人所做成的杰作拿出来自慰。现在梦醒之后，看了这些名家的作品，只是愧奈，所以目下连饮鸩也不能止我的渴了。
But I have no talent for any art. I used to lie to myself and comfort myself by taking out the masterpieces of ancient and modern Chinese and foreign literati. Now, after waking up from the dream, I feel ashamed after reading the works of these famous artists, so now I can't even drink poison. It can't quench my thirst.
叫我还有什么法子来填补这胸中的空虚呢？一个年纪大约40左右的清瘦的男子，当这黄昏时候，拖了一双走倦了的足，慢慢地进了 F 县城的东门，踏着自家的影子。
What else can I do to fill the emptiness in my chest? A thin man, about 40 years old, slowly dragged his tired feet into the east gate of F County at dusk, walking in the shadow of his own house. 一步一步地夹在长街上行人中间向西走来，他的青黄的脸上露着一副惶恐的形容，额上眼下已经有几条皱纹了，嘴边上乱生在那里的一丛无杂的短胡。Step by step, he walked westward among the pedestrians on the long street. His green and yellow face showed a look of fear, and there were already a few wrinkles on his forehead and under his eyes. A short, tangled beard grew randomly around his mouth. 和身上穿着的一件龌龊的半旧竹布大衫，证明他是一个落魄的人。他的背脊趋向前面，一双同死于世的眼睛尽在向前面和左旁右旁偷看，好像是怕人认识他的样子。 And the dirty, old bamboo cloth shirt he was wearing proved that he was a down-and-out person. His back was bent forward, and his eyes, like dead fish, were peeking ahead and to the left and right. He seemed to be afraid of people knowing him.
也好像是在那里寻知己的人的样子。他今天早晨从 H 省城动身，一直走了90里路，这时候才走到他念年不见的故乡 F 城里。那么瑜伽班上哪里去了呢？
It seems like someone is looking for a confidant there. He set out from the provincial capital of H this morning and walked 90 miles until he reached his hometown of F, which he had not seen for 20 years. Then where did the U family move to?
那么瑜伽就是你一个人住在这里吗？你死鬼不要来寻着我，我家里还有老婆儿子要养的哩。我的男人出去了20多年，不知道在什么地方，所以我也不能上北京去，也不能上天津去。
So are you the only one living here in the U family? Don't come looking for me, you drowned man. I still have a wife and son to raise at home. My man has been away for more than 20 years and I don't know where he is, so I can't go to Beijing or Tianjin.
现在在这里帮陆家烧饭。嫂嫂这一家是姓于的人家吗？婆婆去年故了。好冷下，我的毛发都耸竖起来了。不要有逆死鬼在这里讨替身哩。大爷在北京，二爷在天津。哦，谢谢。哦，哎。
Now I am helping the Liu family cook here. Is my sister-in-law's family named you? My mother-in-law passed away last year. It's so cold and frightening that my hair is standing on end. I don't want a drowned ghost looking for a substitute here. The eldest uncle is in Beijing, and the second uncle is in Tianjin. Oh. Thank you. Oh. AI.
我是三房里的。哎，从前是姓于的，现在卖给了陆家了。哎。 可怜的你，正生在这个时候，正生在中国闹得这样的时候，难怪你每天只是郁郁的，跑上北又弄不好，跑上南又弄不好。
I live in the third room. AI. It used to be named you, but now it is sold to the Liu family. Oh, poor you, you are born at this time, when China is making such troubles. No wonder you are just depressed every day. You can't do it well when you run north, and you can't do it well when you run south.
你的忧郁是应该的，你早生10年也好，迟生10年也好。你问瑜伽干什么？你是瑜伽的嫂嫂吗？你们的忧郁全是做作，全是无病呻吟，是丑态。你们所感得的是 Tosca。
Your melancholy is justifiable, whether you were born 10 years earlier or 10 years later. Why are you asking the Yu family? Are you the Yu family's sister-in-law? Your melancholy is all artificial, all pointless moaning, and ugly. What you feel is Tosca.
是现在中国人都感得的。你们在发牢骚，你们因为没有人来使用你们，在发牢骚。他们的老太太呢？Phantom。月亮已经下山了。 江边上的液气忽而变成了灰色。
This is what everyone in China feels now. You are complaining because no one is using you. Where is their old lady? A phantom. The moon has set, and the night air on the riverside suddenly turned gray.
天上的星宿一颗颗放起光来，反映在江心里。 这时候，南门的江边上又闪出了一个瘦长的人影，慢慢的在离水不过1、2尺的水际徘徊。因为这人影的行动很慢，所以他的出现。
The stars in the sky shine one by one, reflecting in Jiangxian. At this time, another slender figure flashed out from the riverside at the south gate, slowly lingering on the water's edge, only a foot or two away from the water. Because this figure moves very slowly, it appears.
并不能破坏江边上的静寂的空气。但是几分钟后，这人影忽而投入了江心，江波激动了，江边上的沉寂也被破了。江上的星光摇动了一下，好像似天空掉下来的样子。
It cannot destroy the quiet air on the riverside. But a few minutes later, the figure suddenly jumped into the middle of the river. Jiang Bo was excited, and the silence on the riverside was broken. The stars on the river shook a bit, as if they were falling from the sky.
江波一圆一圆地扩大开来，映在江波里的星光也随而一摇一摇地动了几动。人参入水的声音和江上静夜里生出来的反响与江波的圆圈消灭的时候，
The river waves widened in circles, and the starlight reflected in the river waves also swayed a few times. The sound of a person entering the water, the reverberation of the quiet night on the river, and the time when the circle of the river waves disappears.
灰色的江上仍富有死灭的寂静支配着，去天明的时候正还远离。Applaud， 我呆呆地对着了电灯的绿光，一支把我今晚刚买的这一包烟卷差不多吸完了。
The gray river is still dominated by the silence of death, and the dawn is still far away. Epilogue. I stared blankly at the green light of the electric light, smoking almost all the pack of cigarettes I just bought tonight.
远远的鸡鸣声和不知从何外来的汽笛声断断续续地传到我的耳膜上来，我的脑筋就联想到天明上去。可不是吗？你看，那窗外的屋瓦不是一行一行的看得清楚了吗？啊！
The distant crowing of cocks and the whistle coming from nowhere reached my eardrums intermittently, and my mind was reminded of the dawn. Isn't it? Look. Can't you clearly see the roof tiles outside the window line by line? Ah.
这明蓝的天色，是黎明期了。啊呀！但是我又在窗下听见了许多洗便桶的声音，这是一种象征。这是一种象征，我们中国的所谓黎明者，便是绘着的手势戏的开场呀。
This bright blue sky. It's dawn time. Ah, but I heard a lot of toilet cleaning sounds under the window. This is a symbol, this is a symbol. Our so-called dawners in China are the beginning of a dirty hand gesture drama.
1923年旧历5月10日午前4时。原载1923年6月30日，创造周报第8号。离散之前，户外的萧索的秋雨愈下愈大了，沿漏的低声好像送葬者的眼泪。
4 o'clock before noon on May 10th of the lunar calendar in 1923. Originally published in Creation Weekly No. 8, June 30th, 1923. Before the separation. 1. The melancholy autumn rain outside is getting heavier and heavier. The dripping sound from the eaves is like the tears of a mourner.
尽在哒啦哒啦的壁上的挂钟在一刻前虽已经敲了9下，但这间1楼1底的屋内的空气还同黎明一样黝黑的闷人。时有一阵凉风吹来，后面窗外的一株梧桐树被风摇撼。
All in a click. Although the clock on the wall had struck 9 times a moment ago, the air in the room on the first floor and the bottom was still as dark and stuffy as dawn. From time to time, a cool breeze blew, a sycamore tree outside the window behind was swayed by the wind.
就淅淅沥沥地震下一阵之上积雨的水滴声来。本来是不大的楼下的前室里，因为中间乱堆了几只木箱子，愈加觉得狭小了。正当中的一张圆桌上也纵横排列了许多书籍。
There was a pattering sound of water drops accumulating on the branches. The front room downstairs, which was originally small, felt even more cramped because of a few wooden boxes piled randomly in the middle. There are also many books arranged vertically and horizontally on a round table in the middle.
破新闻纸之类，在那里等待主人的整理。叮铃铃，后面的门铃一响，一个27、28岁的非常消瘦的青年走到这乱堆着行装的前室里来了，跟在他后面的一个30内外的娘姨、女佣。
Broken newsprint and the like are there waiting for the owner to sort them out. Ding-ling-ling, the doorbell rang behind, and a very thin young man in his 20s or 70s came into the front room where luggage was piled up. Following him was a maid, in her 30s.
一面倒茶，一面对他说：“风加紧了，灰腻的玻璃窗上横飘了一阵雨过来。”制服对窗上看了一眼，叹了一口气，仍复在继续他的默想。彤彤彤彤的中间扶梯上响了一下。
While pouring tea, he said to him. The wind picked up, and a burst of rain drifted across the gray glass window. The hostage glanced at the window, sighed, and continued his meditation. There was a sound on the middle escalator.
两个穿日本衣服的小孩跑下来了，他们还没有走下扶梯，口中就用日本话高声叫着说。那青年对他含了悲寂的微笑，点了一点头，就把一件雨衣脱下来挂在壁上，且从木箱堆里。
Two children in Japanese clothes ran down. Before they even got off the escalator, they shouted loudly in Japanese. The young man gave her a sad smile, nodded, took off a raincoat, hung it on the wall, and took it from the pile of wooden boxes.
拿了一张可以折叠的椅子出来，放开坐了。娘姨回到后面厨房去之后，她呆呆地对那些木箱书籍看了一看，眼睛忽而红润了起来，轻轻地咔了一阵，她额上长出了一条青筋。
I took out a foldable chair and sat down. After his aunt returned to the kitchen at the back, he looked blankly at the wooden boxes of books, and his eyes suddenly turned red. There was a slight click, and a blue vein appeared on his forehead.
颊上涌现了2处红晕，从袋里拿出一块白手帕子来向嘴上开了一开，他又默默地坐了3、5分钟。最后他拿出一支纸烟来吸的时候，同时便面朝着2楼上叫了2声。
Two blushes appeared on her cheeks. He took out a white handkerchief from his bag and wiped it on his mouth. He sat in silence for another 3 to 5 minutes. Finally, when he took out a cigarette to smoke, he faced the second floor and shouted twice, dash.
智夫和海如的夫人用了日本话在谈这些话的时候，海如抱了小孩，尽瞪着2眼，在向户外的雨丝呆看。智夫又对邝夫人说，夫人眼看着户外的雨脚，也拖了长声说。说着
While the hostage and Hiru's wife were talking in Japanese, Hiru hugged the child and stared at the rain outside. The hostage said to Mrs. Kwong again. The lady looked at the rain outside and said in a long voice. Said.
他又咳了几声。第2天的早晨，秋雨晴了，雨后的天空更加蓝得可爱，修整的马路上被夜来的雨洗净了泥沙，虽则空中有呜呜的凉风吹着，地上却不飞起尘沙来。
He coughed a few more times. On the morning of the next day, the autumn rain cleared up, and the sky after the rain became even bluer and lovely. The dirt and sand on the repaired road were washed away by the night rain. Although there was a cool breeze blowing in the sky, it did not fly on the ground. The dust and sand are rising.
大约是午前10点钟光景，于志夫穿了一件下布长衫，在马路上走向邝海如的地方去吃饭去。因为他住的堆站里平时不煮饭，大家饿了就弄点麦食吃去。于志夫自小就教养惯的。
It was about 10 o'clock in the morning. Yujifu wore a long linen gown and walked on the road to Kwang Hiru's place to eat. Because the inn where he lived usually didn't cook, so when everyone was hungry, they would get some wheat to eat. Yujifu has been pampered since he was a child.
麦食怎么也吃不来。他的病大半是因为这有一顿无一顿的饮食上来的，所以他宁愿跑几里路，他坐电车的钱也没有了，上邝海茹那里去吃饭，并且邝宇增几日内就要走了，三人的聚首。
I can't eat any wheat food. Most of his illness was caused by the endless meals, so he would rather travel several miles. He had no money to take the tram, to go to Kwang Hairu's place to eat. Moreover, Kwang and Zheng will be leaving in a few days, so the three of them will gather together.
以后也不见得再有机会，因此于志夫更想时刻不离开他们。然而曾、邝、于三人为自家的生命计，都决定一同离开上海，动身已经有日期了。所以依他们为活而又无家可归的霍思静。
There may not be another chance in the future, so Yu Zhifu wants to never leave them. However, Zheng, Kwang, and Yu all decided to leave Shanghai together for the sake of their own lives. The departure date was already set. So Hua's Jing lived on them and was homeless.
在他们起行之前，便不得不上别处去找一间房子来养病。海茹说到这里，他的从日本带来的夫人手里抱了一个未满周岁的小孩，也走下了楼，参加入他们的谈话的团体之中。
Before they set off, they had to find a house elsewhere to recover. 3. When Hairu said this, his wife, who was brought from Japan, held a child under 1-year-old in her arms. I also walked downstairs and joined their conversation group.
他看见两个大小孩都挤在志夫身上，便厉声地向大一点的斥着说：“背屁，还不走开！”海茹穿了一件玄色的作业服，慢慢跟在他的两个小孩的后面。
When she saw the 2 older children crowding around the hostage, she yelled at the older one, "Baby, why don't you go away?" Hairu wore a black overalls and slowly followed his 2 children.
两个小孩走进了姓于的青年坐着的地方，就各跳上他的腿上去坐。一个小一点的弟弟用了不完全的日本话对姓于的说。海茹又问他说，志夫摇了一摇头，回答说
The 2 children approached where the young man named Yu was sitting, and each jumped on his lap to sit. The younger brother said to the young man named Yu in incomplete Japanese. Hairu asked him again. The hostage shook his head and replied.
海茹也在木箱堆里拿出一张椅子来，坐定之后就问姓于的说。正当他们被逼得无可奈何，想奔回故乡去的这时候，却来了一个他们的后辈霍思静。思静的家里一贫如洗。这一回
Hairu also took out a chair from the pile of wooden boxes. After sitting down, he asked the man named Yu. Just when they were forced to have no choice but to rush back to their hometown, one of their descendants, Hua Sijing, came. Sijing's family was impoverished. This time,
他自东京回国来过暑假。半月前暑假期满出来，在赴日本的时候，他把家里所有的财产全部卖了，只得了60块钱做东渡的旅费。一个卖不了的年老的寡母，他把她寄在亲戚家里。
He came back from Tokyo to spend his summer vacation. When he left for Japan after his summer vacation half a month ago, he sold all his family property and only had 60 yuan to pay for his trip eastward. An old widowed mother who could not be sold, he sent her to a relative's home.
偏是穷苦的人运气不好，思静到上海，他是于志夫的同乡，染了感冒，变成了肺间夹胆。他的60块钱的旅费，不消几日就用完了。曾、邝、于与他同病相怜。4.
Poor people are unlucky. When Si Jing went to Shanghai, he was Yu Zhifu's hometown. He caught a cold and became a lung disease. His 60 yuan travel expenses were all used up in a few days. Zheng, Kwang, and Yu felt sympathy for him, and 4.
5日前因他在医院里用费浩大，所以就请他上那间1楼1底的屋里去同住。曾、况、于都是在日本留学时候的先后的同学。3人的特性家境虽则各不相同，然而他们的好逸轻彩。
5 days ago, because he spent a lot of money in the hospital, he was invited to live in the room on the first floor and the first floor. Zheng, Quang, and you were all classmates when they studied in Japan. Although the characteristics and family backgrounds of the 3 people are different, they love righteousness more than wealth.
清新文艺的性质却彼此都是一样，因为他们所受的教育比别人深了一点，所以他们对于世故人情全部通晓。用了虚伪卑劣的手段，在社会上占得优胜的同时代者，他们都痛疾如仇。
The nature of being enamored with literature and art is the same for both of them, because they have received a little deeper education than others, so they have no understanding of the world and the ways of the world. They all hated their contemporaries who had used hypocritical and despicable means to gain an upper hand in society.
因此，他们所发的言论就不得不动辄受人的攻击。1、2年来，他们用了死力振臂狂呼，想挽回颓风于万一。然而社会上的势力真如草上之风，他们的拼命的奋斗的结果。
Therefore, their remarks have to be attacked at every turn. In the past 1 or 2 years, they have tried their best and shouted loudly to save the situation from the worst. However, the snobbery in society is really like the wind in the grass, the result of their desperate struggle.
不值得有钱有势的人一拳打。他们的杂志著作的发行者起初是因他们有些可取的地方，所以请他们来，但看到了他们的去路已经色尽，别无方法好想了，就也待他们苛刻起来。
Not worth a punch from a rich and powerful person. The publishers of their magazines and works initially invited them because they had some merits, but when they saw that their way out was blocked and had no other options, they became harsh on them.
起先是供他们以零用，供他们以衣食住的，后来用了釜底抽薪的法子，把零用去了，衣食去了，现在连住的地方也生问题了。原来这一位发行业者的故乡，大旱大水的荒了2年。
At first, they were provided with pocket money and food, clothing, and shelter. Later, they used the method of removing fuel from the bottom of the cauldron and gave away their pocket money and food and clothing. Now even the place to live has become a problem. It turns out that the hometown of this publisher was devastated by severe drought and floods for 2 years.
所以有一大批他的同乡来靠他为活。他平生是以孟尝君自命的人，自然要把曾、况、余的3人和他的同乡的许多农工小吏同排在食客之列，一视同仁地待遇他们。
So a large number of his fellow villagers came to make a living from him. He had always regarded himself as Lord Mengchang, so he naturally wanted Zheng, Quang, and Yu to be among the diners, as well as many farm workers and petty officials from his hometown, and treat them equally.
然而，一个书籍发行业的收入究竟有限，而荒年乡民的来投者漫无涯际，所以曾、况、余3人的供给就不得不一日一日地减缩下去。他们3人受了衣食住的节缩。
However, the income from a book publishing industry is limited after all, and the number of investors from the villagers in the lean years is endless. Therefore, the supply of Zheng, Quang, and Yu had to be reduced day by day. The 3 of them suffered from austerity in food, clothing, and housing.
身体都渐渐地衰弱起来了。到了无可奈何的现在，他们只好各往各的故乡搬。曾是湖南，况是四川，余是浙江。曾、况、余或4个人和况的夫人小孩们，在那间屋里吃了午膳之后，
His body gradually became weak. Now that they have no choice but to go to their respective hometowns. Once it was Hunan, Quang was Sichuan, then Zhejiang. Zheng, Kuang, Yu and Hua, as well as Kuang's wife and children, were in that room after lunch.
雨还是落个不住。于志夫因为见冷了，身上没有夹袄夹衣，所以就走出了那间1楼1底的屋，冒雨回到他住的那发行业者的堆栈里来，想睡到棉被里去取热。
The rain still keeps falling. Because it was getting colder, Yu Zhifu didn't have a coat or clothes on him, so he walked out of the room on the first floor and the bottom, braved the rain and went back to the publisher's warehouse where he lived, trying to sleep under the quilt. Go get some heat.
这堆栈正同难民的避难所一样，近来住满了那发行业者的同乡。于志夫因为怕与那许多人见面谈话，所以一到堆栈，就从书堆里悠脚悠手地摸上了楼，脱了雨衣，倒在被窝里睡了。
The inn, like a refuge for refugees, had recently been filled with the publisher's fellow countrymen. Because Yu Zhifu was afraid of meeting and talking to so many people, as soon as he arrived at the inn, he walked upstairs from the pile of books, took off his raincoat, and fell asleep under the quilt.
他的上床本只为躺在棉被里取热的缘故，所以虽躺在被里，也终不能睡着。眼睛看着了屋顶，耳朵听听窗外的秋雨，他的心里尽在一阵阵的酸上来。他的思想就飞来飞去的在空中飞舞。
He went to bed just to get warm under the quilt, so even though he lay under the quilt, he couldn't fall asleep. Looking at the roof and listening to the autumn rain outside the window, his heart felt sour. His thoughts were flying back and forth in the air.
把手里抱着的小孩交给了海如，他又对志夫说：“后门的门铃又响了。”大家的视线注视到从后面走到他们坐着的前室里来的户口去。
After handing the child in her arms to Hairu, she said to her husband. The doorbell at the back door rang again, and everyone's eyes turned to Huku, who came from the back and walked into the front room where they were sitting.
走进来的是一个穿洋服的面色黝黑的绅士和一个背脊略驼的近视眼的穿罗巴须亚的青年，后者的面色消瘦青黄，一望而知为病人。见他们两个进来了，海如就问说：
Walking in were a swarthy gentleman in a western suit and a short-sighted young man in trousers and a slightly stooped back. The latter's complexion was thin and sallow, and he could be easily identified as a patient at a glance. Seeing the two of them coming in, Hairu asked.
原来穿洋服的是曾纪生，穿罗巴须亚的是霍思静。霍思静是从家里出来，想到日本去的，但在上海染了病，把路费用完，寄住在曾纪生、邝海如的这间1楼1底的房子里。现在
It turns out that the person wearing the foreign suit is Zheng Jisheng, and the person wearing Lebaksugo is Hua Sijing. Hua Sijing left home and wanted to go to Japan, but he contracted an illness in Shanghai and spent all his travel expenses, so he stayed in a house with one floor and one floor that belonged to Zheng Jisheng and Kuang Hairu. Now,
邝两人受了压迫，不得不走了，所以寄住的霍思静也就不得不另寻房子搬家。于志夫虽在另外的一个地方住，但他的住处比曾、邝两人的还要可怜，并且他和曾、邝处于同一境遇之下。
Kuang and his wife were oppressed and had to leave, so Hua Sijing, who was living there, had to find another house to move. Although Yu Zhifu lived in another place, his residence was even more pitiful than that of Zheng and Kuang, and he was in the same situation as Zheng and Kuang.
这一次的被迫，他虽说病重要回家去养病，实际上他和曾、邝都有说不出的悲愤在内的。他咳了一阵，头脑倒空了一空，几秒钟后，他听见楼下有几个人在说。他听了这一句话。
This time he was forced to go home to recuperate despite being seriously ill. In fact, he, Zheng and Kuang both felt indescribable grief and indignation. 2. He coughed for a while and emptied his mind. After a few seconds, he heard several people downstairs saying, dash. He heard this sentence.
一个人的脸上红了起来。楼下讲话的几个发行业者的亲戚，好像以为他还没有回来，所以在那里直吐心腹。又谁知不幸的他，却巧听见了这几句私语。他想做掩耳盗铃之计。
One man's face turned red. Several relatives of publishers who were talking downstairs seemed to think that he had not returned yet, so they confided in him. Unexpectedly, he happened to hear these whispers. He wanted to deceive others.
想必去这一种公然的侮辱，只好装了自己是不在楼上的样子。可怜他现在喉咙头虽则痒得非常，却不得不死劲地忍住不咳出来了。忍了几分钟，一次一次的咳嗽都被他压了下去。
Wanting to avoid this blatant insult, I had to pretend that I wasn't upstairs. Unfortunately, his throat was very itchy, but he had to hold back from coughing. After enduring it for a few minutes, he suppressed every cough.
然而最后一阵咳嗽，无论如何是压不下去了，反而同防水堤溃决了一样，他的屡次被压下去的咳嗽一时发了出来。他大咳一场之后，面涨得通红，身体也觉得倦了，张着眼睛躺了一呼。
However, the last cough could not be suppressed no matter what. Instead, it was like a water embankment bursting. His cough, which had been suppressed many times, suddenly came out. After he coughed heavily, his face turned red and his body felt tired. He lay there for a moment with his eyes open.
他就沉沉地没入了睡乡。啊呀，这一次的入睡，他若是不再醒转来，那是何等的幸福呀！4，他们同时回答说。于是夫两手抱着两个小孩，举起头来回答说：“起行的日子已经决定之后。”
He fell into a deep sleep. Ah! How happy it would be if he never woke up again after falling asleep this time. 4. They all replied at the same time. Yujifu held 2 children in his arms and raised his head and replied, dash. After the departure date has been decided.
反而是想大家更在一块多住几日的呢。智夫，你究竟上北京去呢，还是回浙江？爸爸和妈妈要回到很远很远的地方去。海如，没有，他说上什么地方去的？楼上的那位于先生。
On the contrary, I want everyone to stay together for a few more days. Hostage, are you going to Beijing or going back to Zhejiang? Dad and Mother are going back to a place far, far away. Hairu. Kwang. No, where did he say he went? The one upstairs is located by Mr.
怎么还不走？他走了，我们也好宽敞些。我已经决定了回浙江去。思静是和季生一块儿出去的。季生若不上你那里去，大约是替思静去寻房子去了吧。我的同病者上哪里去了？
Why aren't you leaving yet? With him gone, we will have more space. Ani, I have decided to go back to Zhejiang. Si Jing went out with Ji Sheng. If Ji Sheng hadn't come to your place, he would probably have gone looking for a house for Si Jing. Where have my fellow sufferers gone?
我的养在故乡的小孩，现在你该长得大些了吧？我的寄住在岳家的女人，你不再恨我吗？真不愿意回到故乡去。但是这样的被人虐待，饿死在上海也是不值得的。寻着了。
My child raised in my hometown. It's time for you to grow older. My woman who lives in my in-laws' family, don't you hate me? I really don't want to go back to my hometown. But being mistreated and starving to death in Shanghai is not worth it. Found it. Found it.
寄生上你那里去了吗？啊呀，这个雨真使人不耐烦。起行的时候要天晴才好立。你们比不得我，这条路长得很呀。可怜的海如，你的儿子妻子如何的养呢？可怜的寄生，思静。
Did Ji Xing go to your place? Ah. This rain is really annoying. When we set off, it's better to have a clear sky. You are no match for me, this road is very long. Poor Hairu, how do you support your son and wife? Poor Ji Sheng and Si Jing.
你们连儿女妻子都没有。啊呀，兼有你们两种可怜的，仍复是我自己。全家都在秋风里，9月衣裳未剪裁，茫茫来日愁如海，寄与素荷快着边。啊呀，黄仲则当时还有一个碧秋帆。
You don't even have children or wives. Ah. I am the poor one who has both of you, but I am still myself. The whole family is in the autumn wind, and the clothes are not cut in September. The vast future is like a sea of sorrow, and the words are expressed and the whip is whipped quickly. Ah, Huang Zhongzi also had Bai Chufan at that time.
现在连半个碧秋帆也没有了。今日爱才非昔日，莫抛心力作词人。我去教书去吧。然而教书的时候也要卑鄙龌龊的去结成一党才行。我去拉车去吧。啊呀，这一双手。
Now not even half of Bai Chufan is gone. Today's love is not the same as it used to be. Don't throw away your efforts as a lyricist. I'll go teach. However, when teaching, you have to be despicable and dirty to form a party. I'll go pull the car. Ah, these hands.
这一双只剩了一层皮一层骨头的手，哪里还拉得动呢？香香香香香香香香矮下，可不是嘛？我们此后总是会少离多。你们到了四川，大概是不会再出来了。我的病经过冬天。
How can these hands, with only a layer of skin and bones left, be able to pull? Isn't it? From now on, we will always be separated more and less. Once you arrive in Sichuan, you probably won't come out again. My illness, after winter.
又不知要起如何的变化。北京糟的这个样子，变去也没有什么法子好想。我仍复决定了回浙江去。剩下的日子没有几日了，你也决定了吗？你倒还好，霍君的病比你更厉害哩。
I don't know what kind of changes are going to happen. Beijing is in such a bad state that there is no other way to go, so I decided to go back to Zhejiang. There are only a few days left. Have you decided? You're okay. Hua Jun's illness is more severe than yours.
曾军为他去寻房子去了，不晓得寻得着寻不着。你们寻着了房子没有？他出去的时候，我托他去找你同到此地来吃中饭的。他们在楼上整理行李。于伯伯，于伯伯。
Xing Jun went to look for a house for him, but he didn't know if he could find it or not. Have you found the house? When he went out, I asked him to find you who came here to have lunch with you. They are packing their luggage upstairs. Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu.
于志夫慢慢地走到了静安寺近边的矿曾同住的地方，看见后门口有一辆黄包车停着。志夫开进了后门，走上堂前去的时候，只见邝曾和邝夫人都呆呆地立在那里。
Yu Zhifu slowly walked to the place where Quang and Zheng lived near Jing'an Temple, and saw a rickshaw parked at the back door. The hostage drove through the back door and walked into the hall, only to see Quang, Zheng, and Mrs. Quang standing there blankly.
两个小孩也不声不响地立在他们妈妈的边上。制服闯进了这一幕静默的剧里，与他们招呼了一招呼，也默默地呆住了。过了几分钟，楼上扑通扑通的霍思静提了一个藤筐走了下来。
The two children stood beside their mother silently. The hostage broke into this silent scene to greet them, and was silently stunned. After a few minutes, Haas came downstairs carrying a rattan basket.
他走到了四人立着的地方，把藤筐摆了一摆，灰灰颓颓的对况曾等三人说：“对不起，搅扰了你们许多天数，你们上船的时候我再来送。分散之前，我们还要聚谈几回吧。”
He walked to the place where the four people were standing, placed the rattan basket, and said to Kwang, Zheng, and the other three in a dejected tone, I'm sorry for bothering you for so many days. I'll see you off when you get on the ship. We'll have to talk a few more times before we disperse.
说着，把他的那双近视眼更瞅了一瞅，回转来向制服说：“你总还没有走吧？”制服含含糊糊地回答说：“我什么时候都可以走的。大家走完了，我一个人还住在上海干什么？”
As he spoke, he took a closer look at his short-sighted eyes, turned back to the hostage and said, You haven't left yet. The hostage replied vaguely, I can leave at any time. After everyone has left, why am I still living in Shanghai alone?
大约送他们上船之后，我就回去的。制服说着，用脸相况，曾一指。霍思静说了一声失敬，就抚了手，慢慢地走上后门边的黄包车上。邝夫人因为下了眼泪，所以不送出去。
I'll go back after I send them to the boat. The hostage pointed at Kwang and Zheng with his face. Hua Sijing said, disrespect, bowed his head and slowly walked onto the rickshaw by the back door. Mrs. Kwang shed tears because, so don't send it out.
其余的三人和小孩子都送他的车子出马路，到看不见了，方才回来。回来之后，四人无言地坐了一呼，海如才悠悠地对制服说：“一个去了。呀，等我们上船之后。”
The other three people and the child all sent his car out of the road and did not return until they were out of sight. After returning, the four of them sat in silence for a while, and Hai Rutsai quietly said to her husband, One is gone. Wait until we get on the boat.
只剩了你从上海乘火车回家去，你不怕孤寂的吗？还是你先走的好吧，我们人数多一点，好送你上车。制服很沉郁地回答说：“谁先走，谁送谁倒没有什么问题，只是我们2年来的奋斗。”
You are left to take the train home from Shanghai. Aren't you afraid of being lonely? You'd better go first. We have more people so we can get you on the bus. The hostage replied very gloomily, It doesn't matter who goes first and who sees off whom. It's just our struggle in the past 2 years.
却将等于0了。呀，想起来真好像在这里做梦。我们初季刊周报的时候，与现在一比，是何等的悬别。这一期季刊的稿子，趁他们还没有复印，去拿回来吧。邝海如又悠悠地回答说
But it will be equal to 0. Thinking about it, it really feels like I'm dreaming here. What a huge difference between when we first published a quarterly magazine and now. Go get the manuscript for this quarterly magazine before they have copied it. Kwang Hairu replied quietly.
我也在这样的想，周报上如何的登一个启事呢？还要登什么启事？停了就算了。制服愤愤地说。海如又接续说，不登启事，怕人家不晓得我们的苦楚，要说我们有头无尾。
I was also thinking about this. How could I publish an announcement in the weekly newspaper? If you want to post any notices, just stop. the hostage said angrily. Hai Ru continued, if we don't publish the notice, we are afraid that people will not know our suffering and say that we have a beginning but no end.
制服索性自暴自弃地说，人家知道我们的苦楚，有什么用处？还在想出来弄季刊周报的复活吗？只有曾纪生听了这些话，却默默地不作一声，尽在那里摸脸上的裸粒。
The hostess simply gave up on himself and said, What's the use of people knowing our suffering? Are we still trying to revive the quarterly magazine? Only Xing Jisheng listened to these words, but remained silent and just touched the scrofula on his face.
吃过午饭之后，他们又各说了许多空话，到后来大家出了眼泪才止。这一晚，制服终究没有回到那同牢狱似的堆栈里去睡。曾况动身上船的前一日，天气阴闷。
After lunch, they each talked a lot of empty words, until everyone finally burst into tears. That night, the hostage did not return to sleep in the prison-like inn. 5. The day before Zhang and Kuang set out to board the ship, the weather was gloomy.
好像要下雨的样子。在静安寺近边的那间1楼1底的房子里，于午前11时就装了一桌鱼肉的贡菜，摆在那张圆桌上。上手尸位里叠着几册丛书季刊、一捆周报和日刊纸。
It looks like it's going to rain. In the house with one floor and one floor near Jing'an Temple, at 11 o'clock before noon, a table of fish and meat dishes was installed and placed on the round table. In the upper body's place were stacked several volumes of quarterly periodicals and a bundle of weekly and daily newspapers.
下面点着一双足金的巨竹、曾、况、于或四人，喝酒各喝得微醉，在那里展拜。海如拜将下去，叩了几个响头，大声地说：“师神请来受享，我们因为意志不坚，不能以生命为牺牲。”
A pair of huge candles weighing a full kilogram were lit below. Zheng, Kuang, Yu, and Hua, all slightly tipsy from drinking, were worshipping there. Hai Ru bowed down, kowtowed a few times, and said loudly, Dash. The god of poetry has invited us to be feasted on, but because our will is weak, we cannot sacrifice our lives.
所以想各逃回各的故乡去保全身躯。但是艺术之神们呀，我们为你们而受的迫害也不少了。我们绝没有厌弃你们的心思。世人都指斥我们是不要紧的，我们只要求你们能了解我们。
So each wanted to escape back to his hometown to save his body. But gods of art, we have suffered a lot of persecution on your behalf. We have no intention of rejecting you. It doesn't matter if everyone in the world criticizes us, we just ask that you understand us.
能为我们说一句话，说他们对于艺术却是忠实的。我们几个意志薄弱者，明天就要劳燕东西的分散了，再会不知还是在这地球之上呢，还是在死神之国。我们的共同的工作。
Can you say something for us, saying, they are loyal to art? Those of us who are weak-willed will have to work hard to disperse things tomorrow. I wonder if we will still be on this earth again? Or in the land of death? Our common work.
对我们物质上虽没有丝毫的补益，但是精神上却把我们锻炼的同古代邪教徒那样的坚韧了。我们今天在离散之前，打算以我们自家的手把我们自家的工作来付之一炬。
Although it has not benefited us materially at all, it has made us mentally as tough as ancient cultists. Before we were separated today, we planned to burn our own work with our own hands.
免得他年被不学无术的暴君来蹂躏。这几句话，因为他说的时候非常严肃，弄得大家欲哭不能，欲笑不可。他们四人拜完之后，一大堆的丛书、季刊、周报、日刊都在天井里烧毁了。
lest he be ravaged by an unlearned tyrant. These few words, because he was very serious when he said them, made everyone want to cry and laugh. After the four of them paid their respects, a lot of quarterly, weekly, and daily magazines were burned in the courtyard.
有几片纸灰飞上了空中，直达到屋檐上去。在火堆的四面默默站着的他们四个，只听见霍霍的火焰在那里。1923年9月。
A few pieces of paper dust flew into the air and reached the eaves. The four of them stood silently on all sides of the fire, only hearing the roaring flames. September 1923.
原载1926年1月10日，东方杂志半月刊地面3卷第1号。宝殿上，一天晴朗的春天的午后，我因为天气太好，坐在家里觉得闷不过，吃过了较迟的午饭。
Originally published in Volume 23, Number 1, of the bi-monthly Oriental Magazine, on January 10, 1926. Bo Dian. Superior. One sunny spring afternoon, because the weather was so good, I felt bored sitting at home, so I had a late lunch.
带了几个零用钱，就跑出外面去逛去。北京的晴空颜色的确与南方的苍穹不同。在南方无论如何晴快的日子，天上总有一缕薄薄的茜云飞着，并且天空的蓝色。
I brought some pocket money and ran outside to go shopping. The clear sky in Beijing is indeed different in color from the sky in the south. No matter how sunny the day is in the south, there is always a thin cloud flying in the sky, and the sky is blue.
总带着一道很淡很淡的白味。北京的晴空却不是如此，天色一闭到底，你站在地上对天注视一会，身上好像能生出2翼翅膀来，就要一扬一摆地飞上空中去的样子。
It always has a very light white taste. The clear sky in Beijing is not like this. The sky turns blue to the end. If you stand on the ground and stare at the sky for a while, you will feel like you can sprout 2 wings and fly up into the sky.
这可是单指不起风的时候而讲，若一起风，则人在天空下眼睛都睁不开，更说不到晴空的颜色如何了。那一天的午后，空气非常澄清，天色真清得可怜。
This only refers to the time when there is no wind. If there is a wind, people will not be able to open their eyes under the sky, let alone the color of the clear sky. In the afternoon of that day, the air was very clear and the sky was pitifully blue. This only refers to the time when there is no wind. If there is a wind, people will not be able to open their eyes under the sky, let alone the color of the clear sky. In the afternoon of that day, the air was very clear and the sky was pitifully blue.
我在街上夹在那些快乐的北京人士中间，披了一身和暖的阳光，不知不觉竟走到了前门外最热闹的一条街上，踏进了一家卖灯笼的店里，买了几张奇妙的小画。
I was sandwiched among those happy Beijingers on the street, covered in the warm sunshine, and unknowingly walked to the busiest street outside Tiananmen. I stepped into a shop selling lanterns and bought some wonderful little paintings.
重新回上大街缓步的时候，我忽而听出了一阵中国戏园特有的那种原始的锣鼓声音来，我的2只脚就受了这声音的牵引，自然而然地踏了进去。听戏听到了第3出。
As I walked slowly back onto the street, I suddenly heard the primitive sound of gongs and drums unique to Chinese theaters. My 2 feet were attracted by the sound and stepped in naturally. I listened to the 3rd play.
外面忽而起了呜呜的大风，戏园的屋顶也有些儿摇动。戏散之后，推来让去的走出戏园，扑面就来了一阵风沙。我眼睛闭了一忽，走上大街来雇车，车夫都要我7脚6脚大洋。
Suddenly there was a strong wind outside, and the roof of the theater was shaking a little. After the play ended, as I walked out of the theater, I was hit by a gust of wind and sand. I closed my eyes for a moment and walked onto the street to hire a cab. The driver asked me for 76 cents.
不肯按照规矩折价。那时候天虽则还没有黑，但因为风沙飞满在空中，所以沉沉的大地上已经现出了黄昏前的极影。店家的电灯也都已上火，大街上汽车、马车、洋车挤塞在一处。
Refused to discount according to the rules. Although it was not yet dark at that time, because the wind and sand were flying in the sky, the heavy earth already showed the emergency scene before dusk. The lights in the stores were all on fire, and cars, carriages, and foreign cars were crowded together on the street.
一种车铃声、叫唤声，并不知从何处来的许多杂音，尽在那里奏错乱的交响乐。大约是因为夜宴的时刻逼近，车上的男子定是去赴宴会，其装的女子想来是去陪席的。一则因为大风。
A kind of car bell ringing, and many noises coming from nowhere, all playing a chaotic symphony. Probably because the night banquet was approaching, the man in the car must be going to the banquet, and the woman in strange clothes must be there to accompany him. One was because of the strong wind.
二则因为正是一天中间北京人是最繁忙的时刻，所以我雇车竟顾不着，一直地走到了前门大街。为了上举的两种原因，洋车夫强索昂价原是常有的事情，我因零用钱花完。
Secondly, because it was the busiest time of the day for people in Beijing, I couldn't hire a car and walked all the way to Tiananmen Street. For two reasons, it was common for the rickshaw driver to charge a high price, but I ran out of pocket money.
袋里只有40-50枚铜子，不能应他们的要求，所以就下了决心，想一直走到西单牌楼，再雇车回家。走下了正阳桥边的步道，被一辆南行的汽车喷满了一身灰土，我的决心又动摇起来。
There were only 40 or 50 coppers in the bag, so I couldn't comply with their request, so I made up my mind to go all the way to Shidong Archway and then hire a car to go home. After walking down the footpath beside the Xingyang Bridge, I was sprayed with dust by a southbound car. My determination was shaken again.
含含糊糊地向道旁停着的一辆洋车问了一句：“哎，40枚拉巡捕厅儿胡同拉不拉？”那车夫竟恭恭敬敬地向我点了点头，说：“那8岁的孩子看我心里发了恼，就走上门口。”
I asked vaguely to a foreign car parked by the road, "Hey, 40 yuan, can you pull it in the alley of the patrol hall?" The driver actually nodded to me respectfully and said, "Dash." The 8-year-old child, seeing that I was getting angry, walked up to the door.
把一扇破门关上了，咔嗒一响，屋里忽而暗了起来。他的哭着的母亲好像也为这变化所惊动，一时止住哭声，擎起眼来看他的孩子和离门不远呆立着的我。我乘此机会就劝他说。
A broken door was closed. As soon as Cadden sounded, the room suddenly became dark. His crying mother seemed to be alarmed by this change. She stopped crying for a moment and raised her eyes to look at her child and the child standing blankly not far from the door. I took this opportunity to persuade her.
这样的一路讲，一路被他拉到我寄住的寓舍门口的时候，天已经快黑了。下车之后，我数铜子给他，他却和我说起客气话来。他一边拿出了一条黑黝黝的手巾来擦头上身上的汗。
We talked like this all the way, and by the time he pulled me to the door of the apartment where I was staying, it was almost dark. After getting off the bus, I counted the coins to him, but he spoke kind words to me. He took out a dark hand towel to wipe the sweat from his head and body.
一边笑着说，说完他又哭了。我听了这一段话，心里愈觉得难受，呆呆地立了一呼， 只好把刚才的那张钞票收起，一边对他说：“你别哭了吧，他是我的朋友，那纸糊的洋车。”
While smiling and saying. After saying that, she cried again. After hearing this, I felt more and more uncomfortable. I stood there blankly for a moment, and had no choice but to put away the banknote and said to her, "Stop crying. He is my friend, that paperless foreign car."
我明天一定去买了来，和你一块去烧到他的坟前去。被他这样的一说，我倒觉得难为情了，所以虽只应该给他40枚铜子的。
I will definitely buy it tomorrow and burn it at his grave with you. I felt embarrassed when he said this, so I should only give him 40 coppers.
而到这时候，却不得不把尽我所有的48枚铜子都给了他。他道了谢，拉着空车在灰黑的道上向西边他的家里走去。我呆呆地目送了他一程，心里却在空想他的家庭。他走回家去。
But at this time, I had to give him all the 48 coppers I had. He thanked me and pulled the empty cart towards his home in the west on the gray and black road. I watched him blankly for a while, but in my heart I was daydreaming about his family. He walked home.
他的女人必定远远的闻声就跑出来接他，把车斗里的铜子拿出，将车交还了车行。他回到自己屋里来，打一盆水洗手脸，吸几口烟，就可在阳灯下和他的妻子享受很健康的夜膳。
His woman must have heard the sound from a distance and ran out to pick him up. After taking out the coins from the car body and returning the car to the dealer, he returned to his room to get a basin of water to wash his hands and face, took a few puffs of cigarette, and then enjoyed a healthy night with his wife under the foreign lamp. Meal.
若他有兴致，大约还要喝1-2个铜子的白干。喝了微醉，讲些东西南北的废话，他就可以抱了他的女人小孩，钻进被去酣睡。这种酣睡，大约是他们劳动阶级的唯一的享乐。
If he is in the mood, he will probably drink 1 or 2 copper coins of bygone. After getting slightly drunk and talking nonsense about east, west, north and south, he could hug his woman and child, get into bed and fall asleep soundly. This kind of deep sleep is probably the only enjoyment for their working class.
自从这一回后，我和他的洋车竟有了缘分，接连地坐了他好几次。他和我也渐渐地熟起来了。第二天的早晨，我刚起床，正在那里刷牙漱口的时候，听见门外有人打门。出去一看。
Since this time, his car and I have developed a bond, and we have ridden in it several times. He and I gradually became familiar with each other. Middle. The next morning, I just got up and was brushing my teeth and rinsing my mouth when I heard someone knocking on the door. Go out and have a look.
就看见他拉着车站在门口。他问了我一声好，手向车斗里一摸，就把那个表拿出来，问我说：“空想到了此地，我的伤感病又发了。”看热闹的人看了他那小脸上的严肃的表情。
I saw him pulling Jean at the door. He said hello to me, put his hand into the bed of the car, took out the watch, and asked me. As soon as I thought of this place, my sentimental illness started again. The onlookers saw the serious expression on his little face.
和他那小手的滑稽的样子，有几个笑着走了，只有2个以手巾擦着眼泪的老妇人还站在那里。我看看周围的人数少了，就也踏了进去，问他说：“我说完了话，忽而在沉沉的静寂中。”
With a funny look on his little hands, a few of them left with a smile. Only 2 old women, wiping their tears with handkerchiefs, were still standing there. I saw that there were fewer people around, so I stepped in and asked her. After I finished speaking, I was suddenly enveloped in deep silence.
从炕沿上听出了几声暗气的声音来。 这时候我若袋里有钱，一定要全部拿出来给他，请他息怒。但是我身边一摸，却摸不着一个铜银的货币，呆呆地站着，心里打算了一会。
From the edge of the Kong, I heard several secret weeping sounds. If I have money in my pocket at this time, I must give it all to him to ask him to calm down. But when I touched it, I couldn't find a copper or silver currency. I stood there blankly, thinking about it for a while.
我觉得终究没有方法好想。正在这恼的时候，我里边小挂袋里叽叽响着的一个银表的针布声，忽而敲动了我的耳膜。我知道，若在此时当面把这银表拿出来给他，他是一定不肯受的。
I feel like there is no way to think about it after all. When I was getting upset, the sound of a silver watch chirping from my inner coat pocket suddenly struck my eardrums. I knew that if I took out this silver watch to him in person at this time, he would definitely not accept it.
迟疑了一会，我想出了一个主意，趁他不注意的时候，悄悄地把表拿了出来，和他讲这些慰劝他的话。一边我走上前去了一步，顺手把表搁在一张半破的桌上。
After hesitating for a while, I came up with an idea. When he was not paying attention, I quietly took out the watch. While saying some words of comfort to him, I took a step forward and put the watch aside. On a half-broken table.
随后又和他交换了几句言语，我就走出来了。我出到了门外，走进胡同，心里感得的一种沉闷，比午后上城外去的时候更甚了。我只恨我自家太无能力，太没有勇气。我仰天看看。
After exchanging a few words with him, I walked out. I walked out the door and walked into the alley. I felt more depressed than when I went out of town in the afternoon. I only hate that my own family is too incompetent and lacks courage. I looked up at the sky.
在深沉的天空里，只看出了几颗星来。我在门口灰暗的空气里呆呆地立了一会，忽而想起了自家的身世，就不知不觉地心酸起来。红润的眼睛被我所依赖的主人看见，是不大好的。
In the deep sky, only a few stars were visible. I stood blankly in the gray air at the door for a while. Suddenly I thought of my own life experience, and I felt sad unknowingly. It was not good for my master who relied on me to see my red eyes.
因此，我就复从门口走了下来，远远地跟那洋车走了一段，跟他转了弯，看那车夫进了胡同拐角上的一间破旧的矮屋，我又走上平泽门大街去跑了一程，等天黑了，才走回家来吃晚饭。
So I walked down from the door and followed the foreign car for a while. After turning a corner with it, I watched the coachman enter a dilapidated low house at the corner of the alley. I walked up Pingsman Street for a run, and then walked home to have dinner when it got dark.
我听了这一段话，心里虽则也为他难受，但口上只好安慰他说。我听了，脸上红了一红，马上就说：平泽门外有一道城河，河道虽比不上朝阳门外的运河那么宽，但春秋雨季。
After hearing this, I felt sad for him in my heart, but I could only comfort him and said. My face turned red after hearing this. Immediately say. Outside Ping's Gate, there is a city river. Although the river is not as wide as the canal outside Chaoyang Gate, it is still full of spring and autumn rain.
绿水粼粼，也仅可以扶着锦帆乘风南下。两岸的垂杨古道，倒影入河水中间，也大有版主随堤的风味。河边细地长成一片绿芜，晚来时候，老有闲人在那里钓鹰放马。太阳将落未落之际，
The green water is sparkling, and you can float your brocade sails and ride the wind southward. The ancient Chueyang Road on both sides of the bank is reflected in the middle of the river, and it also has the flavor of Banju Suedi. The land beside the river has grown into a patch of green. In the evening, there are always idle people there tending hawks and letting their horses go. The sun is about to set.
站在这城河中间的渡船上，往北望去，看得出西直门的城楼似烟似雾的，融化成金碧的颜色，飘扬在两岸垂杨夹着的河水高头。春秋佳日，向晚的时候，你若一个人上城河边上来走走。
Standing on the ferry in the middle of the city river, looking to the north, one can see the Zizeman Gate Tower, which looks like smoke and mist, melting into a golden color, floating high on the river between the weeping poplars on both sides. On a beautiful day in spring and autumn, when it gets late, if you go up to the city and walk by the river alone.
好像是在看后期印象派的风景画，几乎能使你忘记是身在红尘10丈的北京城外。西山数不尽的珠峰，又如笑如眠，带着紫苍的暮色，竟躺在绿荫起伏的春野西边。你若叫它一声，
It feels like you are looking at a post-impressionist landscape painting, which almost makes you forget that you are outside the bustling city of Beijing. The countless peaks in the western mountains are like smiling and sleeping, with purple twilight, lying quietly in the west of the undulating spring fields, if you call them.
好像是这些远山都能慢慢地走上你身边来的样子。西直门外有几处养鹅鸭的庄园，所以每天午后，城河里老有一对一对的白鹅在那里游泳。夕阳最后的残照。
It seems like these distant mountains can slowly come to you. There are several manors that raise geese and ducks outside Zizeman, so every afternoon, there are always pairs of white geese swimming in the city river. The last rays of the setting sun.
从杨柳荫中透出一两条光线来，射在这些浮动的白鹅背上时，愈能显得这幅风景的活泼鲜灵，别饶风致。我一个人渺烟一身，寄住在人海的皇城里，中心郁郁，老感着无聊，无聊之极。
One or two rays of light shine through the shade of the willows, and when they fall on the backs of these floating white geese, the scenery becomes more lively, fresh, and unique. I am a small person, living in the imperial city surrounded by people, feeling depressed and bored all the time. Extremely boring.
不是从城的西北跑往城南，上戏园茶楼、畅聊酒馆，去夹在许多快乐的同类中间，忘却我自家的存在，和他们一样的学习醉生梦死，便独自一个跑出平泽门外，去享受这本地的风光。
Instead of running from the northwest to the south of the city, going to theaters, tea houses, and prostitutes' taverns, to be sandwiched among many happy people of the same kind, forget about my own existence, and study like them, and just run out of Ping's Gate alone. Go enjoy this local scenery.
玉泉山的幽静，大觉寺的深邃，并不是对我没有魔力。不过一年有359日穷的我，断没有余钱去领略他们的高尚的清静。5月中旬的有一天午后，我又无端感着了一种悲愤。
The tranquility of Yuchuan Mountain and the profundity of Dezhu Temple do not have no magic power for me, but as I am poor 359 days a year, I have no money left to appreciate their noble and beautiful scenery. One afternoon in mid-May, I felt a sense of sadness and anger again for no reason.
本想上城南的快乐地方去寻些安慰的，但袋里连几个车钱也没有了，所以只好走出平泽门外，去坐在杨柳荫中，尽量地呼吸呼吸西山的爽气。我守着西天的颜色，从浓蓝变成了淡紫。
I wanted to go to the happy place in the south of the city to find some comfort, but I didn't even have a few fares in my bag, so I had to walk out of Ping's Gate and sit in the shade of the willows, breathing in the refreshing air of the western mountains as much as possible. I watched the color of the western sky change from rich blue to lavender.
一会儿，天的四周围又染得深红了，远远的法国教会堂的屋顶 和许多绿树梢头，刹那间反射了一阵赤者的残光，又一会儿空气就变得澄苍净肃，视野内召唤我注意的物体。
Suddenly, the surrounding sky was dyed deep red again. The roof of the French church and the tops of many green trees in the distance reflected a burst of red ochre afterglow. Then the air became clear and solemn. An object within my field of vision that calls my attention.
什么也没有了，四周的雾影渐渐散乱起来，我也感着了一种日暮的悲哀，无意识地滴了几滴眼泪，就慢慢的，真是非常缓慢，好像在梦里游行似的走回家来。进平泽门往南一拐。
Nothing left. The surrounding objects gradually became scattered, and I also felt a kind of sadness at sunset. I shed a few tears unconsciously, and slowly, really slowly, as if I was parading in a dream, I walked home. Enter Pingsman and turn south.
就是南顺城街，南顺城街路东的第一条胡同便是巡捕厅胡同。我走到胡同的西口，正要进胡同的时候，忽而从角上的一间破屋里露出几声大声来，这声音我觉得熟得很。
It is Nanshunching Street. The first alley east of Nanshunching Street is Patrol Hall Alley. I walked to the west entrance of the alley, and when I was about to enter the alley, several loud noises suddenly came from a broken house at the corner. This voice sounds very familiar to me.
稍微用了一点心力，回想了一想，我马上就记起那个身材瘦长、脸色黝黑、常拉我上城南去的车夫来。我站住静听了一会，听得他好像在和人拌嘴。我坐过他许多次数的车。
After a little effort and reflection, I immediately remembered the lanky, dark-faced coachman who often pulled me up to the south of the city. I stood and listened quietly for a while, and it sounded like he was quarreling with someone. I have ridden in his car many times.
他的脾气是很好的，所以听到他在和人拌嘴，心里倒很觉得奇怪。看他的样子，好像有50多岁的光景，但他自己说今年只有42岁。他平常非常沉默寡言，不过你和他说话的时候
He has a good temper, so I felt strange when I heard him quarreling with others. He looked like he was in his 50s, but he said he was only 42 years old. He is usually very taciturn, but when you talk to him,
他却总来回答你一句两句。他身材本来很高，但是不晓是因为社会的压迫呢，还是因为他天生的病症，背脊却是弯的，看去好像不十分高。他脸上浮着一种谨慎的劳动者特有的表情。
But he always comes to answer you with a sentence or two. He was originally very tall, but whether it was due to social oppression or an innate disease, his back was curved and he did not appear to be very tall. There was an expression typical of a cautious worker on his face.
我怎么也形容不出来，他好像是在默想他的被社会虐待的存在是应该的样子，又好像在这沉默的人苦中间，在表示他的无限的反抗和不断的挣扎的样子。总之
I can't describe it. He seems to be meditating on what his existence of being abused by society should be like, and it seems that in this silent suffering, he is expressing his infinite resistance and constant struggle. In short,
他那一种沉默忍受的态度，使人家见了便能生出无限的感慨来。况且是和他社会的地位相去无几，而受的虐待又比他更甚的我，平常坐他的车和他谈话的时候，
his silent and patient attitude makes people feel infinite emotion when they see him. Besides, my social status is almost the same as his, and I have suffered worse abuse than him. I usually ride in his car and talk to him.
总要感着一种抑郁不平的气横上心来，而这种抑郁不平之气，他也无处去发泄，我也无处去发泄，只好默默地闷受着，即使闷受不过，最多亦只能向天长啸一声。
I always feel a kind of depression and injustice that comes over my heart, and he has nowhere to vent this depression and injustice, and I have nowhere to vent it, so I have to suffer silently. Even if I can't bear it, at most, it can only roar to the sky.
有一天，我在前门外喝醉了酒，往一家相识的人家去合衣睡了半夜，醒来的时候已经是下弦月上升的时刻了。我从韩家潭雇车雇到西单牌楼，在西单牌楼换车的时候，又遇见了他。
One day I got drunk outside the front door, went to an acquaintance's house, slept in my clothes for half the night, and when I woke up, it was already the last quarter of the moon. I hired a car from Hanjiaten to Shidon Archway, and when I was changing cars at Shidon Archway, I met him again.
半夜酒醒，从灰白死寂，除了一乘两乘汽车飞过，搅起一阵灰来。此外别无动静的长街上，慢慢被拖回家来。这种悲哀的情调已经够我消受的了，况又遇着了他。
I woke up in the middle of the night and was slowly dragged home from the long street, which was gray and dead, except for 1 or 2 cars flying by and stirring up a cloud of dust. This sad mood was enough for me to bear, and now I met him again.
一路上听了他许多不堪再听的话，他说这个年头真叫人生存不得。他说洋车价涨了1个2个铜子，而煤米油盐都要个涨1倍。他说洋车出租的东家真会挑剔，一根骨子弯了一点。
Along the way, I heard many unbearable words from him. He said that it's really hard to survive these days. He said that the price of foreign cars has increased by 1 or 2 coppers, while coal, rice, oil, and salt have all doubled. He said that the owners of foreign car rentals are really picky and have a bent bone.
一个小钉不见了，就要赔许多钱。他说他一天到晚拉车，拉来的几个钱还不够供洋车租主的狡诈，皮带破了，弓子弯了的时候更不必说了。他说他的女人不会治家，老要白花钱。
If a small nail is missing, you will have to pay a lot of money. He said that he was pulling rickshaws all day long, and the few dollars he brought in were not enough to pay for the renters of the foreign rickshaws, not to mention when the belts were torn and the bows were bent. He said that his woman didn't know how to run the house and was always spending money in vain.
他说他的大小孩今年8岁，二小孩今年3岁了。我默默地坐在车上，看看天上惨淡的星月，经过了几条灰黑静寂的狭巷，细听着他的一条条的诉说，觉得这些苦楚。
He said that his eldest child is 8 years old and his second child is 3 years old. I sat in the car silently, looking at the pale stars and moon in the sky, passing through several gray and silent narrow alleys, listening carefully to his words one by one, and feeling these pains.
都不是他一个人的苦楚。我真想跳下车来，同他抱头痛哭一场，但是我这在身上的一件竹布长衫，和盘在脑里的一堆教育的绳举，把我的真率的情感缚住了。自从那一晚以后，
None of his suffering is his alone. I really wanted to jump out of the car, hug him and cry, but the bamboo cloth gown I was wearing and the ropes of education coiled in my mind tied up my sincere emotions. Since that night,
我心里就存了一种怕与他相见的思想，所以和他不见了半个多月。这一天日暮，我自平泽门走回家来，听了他在和人吵闹的声音，心里竟起了一种自责的心思。
I was afraid of meeting him, so I didn't see him for more than half a month. At dusk that day, I was walking home from Pingsman. When I heard the sound of him making noise with others, I felt a sense of self-blame in my heart.
好像是不应该躲避开这个可怜的朋友，至半月之久的样子。我竟听了一呼，才知道他吵闹的对手是他的女人。一时心情被他的悲惨的声音所挑动，我竟不待回思。
It seemed that he should not avoid this poor friend for half a month. I listened quietly for a while and realized that his noisy opponent was his woman. For a moment, my mood was aroused by his tragic voice, and I didn't even wait to think about it.
一脚就踏进了他住的那所破屋。他的住层只有一间小屋，小屋的一半却被一个大炕占据了去。在外边天色虽还没有十分暗黑，但在他那矮小的屋内却早已黑影沉沉，辨不出物体来了。
He stepped into the dilapidated house where he lived. There was only one hut on his floor, and half of the hut was occupied by a big Kong. Although the sky was not very dark outside, inside his small house, it was already so dark that it was impossible to distinguish objects.
他一手插在腰里，一手指着炕上缩成一堆坐在那里的一个妇人，一声两声的在那里数骂。两个小孩爬在炕的里边。我一进去时，只见他自家一个站着的背影。
He put one hand in his waist and pointed with the other to a woman huddled on the Kong. She was sitting there, cursing several times. Two children crawled inside the Kong. When I entered, I saw only his standing back.
他的女人和小孩都看不出来。后来招呼了他，向他手指着的地方看去，才看出了一个女人，又站了一忽。我的眼睛在黑暗里惊惯了，重复看出了他的两个小孩。我进去叫了他一声。
Neither his women nor his children can see it. After I greeted him, I looked where he was pointing and saw a woman. After standing still for a while, my eyes were used to being in the dark and I saw his two children again and again. I went in and called him.
问他为什么要这样的动气，他就把手一指，指着炕沿上的那女人说。他说了这一句，又哭起来了。我没有办法，就从袋里拿出了皮包，取了一张5块钱的钞票递给他说。他听了这话。
When asked why he was so angry, he pointed at the woman on the edge of the Kong and said. She started crying again after saying this. I had no choice but to take out my wallet from my bag, took out a $5 bill and handed it to her and said, Dash. She heard this.
又止住了哭，啜泣着对我说。他听了这话，一边啜泣，一边断断续续地说。他举起肿红的眼睛来，对我看了一眼，点了一点头，仍复复倒头去，在哀哀地哭着。我想叫他不哭。
He stopped crying again and said to me with sobs. After hearing this, she sobbed and said intermittently. She raised her swollen eyes, glanced at me, nodded, and fell down again, crying sadly. I want to tell her not to cry.
但是看看她的情形，觉得是不可能的，所以只好默默地站着，眼睛看见她的瘦削的双肩一起一缩的在抽动。我这样的静立了3-5分钟，门外又忽而挤了许多人拢来看我。
But looking at her condition, I thought it was impossible, so I had to stand silently, my eyes seeing her thin shoulders twitching together. I stood like this quietly for 3 to 5 minutes, and suddenly many people crowded outside the door to look at me.
我觉得被他们看得不耐烦了，就走出了一步，对他们说：夏至以后，北京接连下了半个多月的雨。我因为一天晚上没有盖被睡觉，惹了一场很重的病，直到了2礼拜前才得起床。
I felt impatient with them, so I took a step forward and said to them. After the summer solstice, it rained in Beijing for more than half a month. I fell seriously ill because I slept without a quilt one night, and I didn't have to get out of bed until 2 weeks ago.
起床后第3天的午后，我看看九雨新霁，天气很好，就拿了一根手杖踏出门去。因为这是病后第一次的出门，所以出了门就走往西边，依旧想到我平时所爱的平泽门外的河边去闲行。
In the afternoon of the 3rd day after getting up, I looked at Jouxing and saw that the weather was very good, so I took a cane and stepped out. Because this was the first time I went out after getting sick, I walked to the west as soon as I got out. I still wanted to have a leisurely stroll by the river outside Ping's Gate, which I usually love.
走过那胡同角上的破屋的时候，我只看见门口立了一群人，在那里看热闹。屋内有人在低声啜泣，我以为那拉车的又在和他的女人吵闹了，所以也就走了过去，去看热闹。
When I walked past the shabby house at the corner of the alley, I only saw a group of people standing at the door, watching the fun. Someone in the room was sobbing softly. I thought the cart driver was quarreling with his woman again, so I walked over to watch the fun.
一边我心里却暗暗地想着，坐上了车，被他向北的拉去，那么大的风沙，竟打不上我的脸来。我知道那时候起的是南风了。我不坐洋车则已，若坐洋车的时候，总爱和洋车夫谈闲话。
On the other hand, I was secretly thinking. I got into the car and was pulled northward by him. The wind and sand were so strong that they couldn't hit my face. I knew that the wind was blowing from the south at that time. I don't ride in a foreign car, but when I do, I always like to chat with the driver.
想以我的言语来缓和他的劳动之苦，因为平时我们走路，若有一个朋友和我们闲谈着走，觉得不费力些。我从自己的这种经验着想，老是在实行浅薄的社会主义，一边高踞在车上。
I want to use my words to ease the pain of his labor, because when we usually walk, it would be less strenuous if we have a friend chatting with us. Based on my own experience, I always practice shallow socialism while sitting high in the car.
一边像前面和牛马一样在奔走的我的同胞攀谈些无头无尾的话。这一天，我本来不想开口的，但看看他的弯曲的背脊，听听他嘿嘿的急喘，终觉得心里难受，所以轻轻地对他说。
While talking to my compatriots who were running like oxen and horses in front of me, I started to talk without end. On this day, I didn't want to speak, but looking at his curved back and hearing his rapid breathing, I finally felt uncomfortable, so I said to him softly, Dash.
因为那时候我家里寄出来为我做医药费的钱还没有用完，皮包里还有几张5块钱的钞票收藏着在里。我踏进前去一看，破屋里并没有拉车的影子，只有他的女人坐在炕沿上哭。
Because at that time, the money sent by my family for my medical expenses had not been used up, and there were still a few 5-yuan bills hidden in my wallet. I stepped in and took a look. There was no sign of the cart in the shabby house. Only his woman was sitting on the edge of the kong, crying.
一个小一点的小孩坐在地上他母亲的脚跟前，也在陪着他哭。看了一会，我终摸不着头脑，不晓得他为什么要哭。和我一块站着的人，有的叽叽的在那里叹息。
A smaller child sat on the ground at his mother's feet, also crying with her. After watching it for a while, I finally couldn't figure out why she was crying. Some of the people standing with me were sighing.
有的也拿出手巾来在擦眼泪，说：“可怜啊，可怜啊！”我向一个立在我旁边的中年妇人问了一番，才知道她的男人前几天在南下洼的大水里淹死了。死了之后，她还不晓得。
Some people also took out handkerchiefs to wipe their tears and said, "What a pity, what a pity." I asked a middle-aged woman standing next to me and found out that her man had been in Nangxiawa a few days ago. Drowned in the flood. After she died, she still didn't know.
直到第二天的傍晚，由拉车的同伴认出了他的相貌，才跑回来告诉他，他和他的2个儿子得了此信，冒雨走上南横街南边的尸场去一看，就大哭了一阵。
It wasn't until the evening of the next day that the companion pulling the cart recognized his appearance and ran back to tell her. After receiving the letter, she and her 2 sons walked to the corpse field on the south side of Nanheng Street in the rain and cried for a while.
后来他自己也跳在附近的一个水池里自尽过一次，经他儿子的呼救，附近的居民费了许多气力才把他捞救上来。过了一天，由那地方的慈善家出了钱把他的男人埋葬完毕。
Later, she committed suicide by jumping into a nearby pool. After her son called for help, the nearby residents spent a lot of effort to rescue her. One day later, a philanthropist from that place paid for the burial of her man.
且给了他30斤面票、80吊童子，方送他回来。回来之后，他白天晚上只是哭，已经哭了好几天了。我听了这一番消息，看了这一场光景，心里只是难受。同1-2个月前头，半夜从前门回来。
He also gave her 30 caddies of face notes and 80 coins to send her back. After she came back, she just cried day and night. She had been crying for several days. After hearing this news and seeing this scene, I just felt uncomfortable. The same 2 months ago, I came back from the front door in the middle of the night.
坐在他男人的车上，听他的诉说时一样，觉得这些光景绝不是他一个人的。我忽而想起了我的可怜的女人，又想起了我的和那在地上哭的小孩一样大的儿女。
Sitting in her man's car and listening to his story, she felt that these situations were definitely not hers alone. I suddenly thought of my poor woman, and then of my children who were as old as the crying child on the ground.
也觉得眼睛里热起来、痒起来了。我心里正在难受，忽而从人丛里挤来了一个8、9岁的小孩，赤足袒胸地跑了进来。他小手里拿了几个童子，蹑手蹑脚地对他说：
I also felt that my eyes were getting hot and itchy. I was feeling uncomfortable when suddenly an 8 or 9-year-old child squeezed through the crowd and ran in barefoot and bare-chested. He took a few coppers in his little hand and tiptoed to her, dash.
又对2个小孩说了几句话，我就打开门走了出来。我从来没有办过丧事，所以寻来寻去，总寻不出一家名医铺来订那纸糊的洋车。后来直到4牌楼附近找定了一家，付了他钱。
After saying a few words to the 2 children, I opened the door and walked out. I have never organized a funeral, so I searched here and there, but I couldn't find a clothing store to order the paper car. Later, he found a house near the 4th archway and paid him.
要他赶紧为我糊一辆车。他连说了几声奇怪，把那表的来历说了一阵，见我坚不肯认，就也没有方法，收起了表，慢慢地拉着空车向东走了。2天之后，那纸洋车糊好了。
I want him to buy a car for me as soon as possible. He said something strange several times and talked about the origin of the watch for a while. Seeing that I refused to admit it, he had no choice but to put away the watch and slowly pulled the empty cart towards the east. Down. 2 days later, the paper car was glued.
恰巧天气也不下雨，我早早吃了午饭，就雇了4辆洋车，同他挤2个小孩一道去上他男人的坟。车过顺治门内大街的时候，
It happened that it wasn't raining either, so I had lunch early, hired 4 foreign cars, and went with her and the 2 children to visit her husband's grave. When the car passed through Champs-Élysées Street,
因为我前面的一乘人力车上只载着一辆纸糊的很美丽的洋车和2包锭子，大街上来往的红男绿女只是凝目的在看我和我后面车上的那个眼睛哭得红肿、衣服褴褛的中年妇人。
because the rickshaw in front of me only carried a beautiful foreign car made of paper and 2 packs of spindles. The men and women walking on the street just stared at me and the man in the car behind me. His eyes were red and swollen from crying, and his clothes were ragged. Middle-aged woman.
我被众人的目光鞭挞不过，心里起了一种不可抑遏的反抗和诅咒的毒念， 只想放大了喉咙，向着那些红男绿女和汽车中的贵人狠命地叫骂着说：“这虽然不多，你拿着用罢。”
I was whipped by everyone's gaze, and I had an uncontrollable desire to resist and curse. I just wanted to yell at those men and women and the nobles in the car with a loud voice. Although this is not much, just take it and use it.
这臭东西把我辛辛苦苦积下来的3块多钱一下子就花完了，去买了这些捆尸体的布来。说着，他用脚一踢，地上果然滚了一包白色的布出来。他一边向我问了些寒暄话。
This stinky thing cost me all the 3 yuan I had worked so hard to save in one go. I went and bought these cloths for binding corpses. As he spoke, he kicked it with his foot, and sure enough, a pack of white cloth rolled out on the ground. He asked me some pleasantries while saying so.
一边就蹙紧了眉头说：“这不是我的，我并没有掉表。老天爷不知怎么的，每天刮这么大的风。看养孩子要紧，你老是哭也不是道理。我若可以帮你的忙，我总没有不为你出力的。是啊。”
On one side, he frowned and said, Dash. This is not mine, I did not drop the watch. God, I don't know why the wind blows so hard every day. It's important to take care of your children. It doesn't make sense for you to cry all the time. If I can help you, I will always do my best for you. Yes.
我们拉车的也苦，你们坐车的老爷们也不快活。这样的大风天气，真是招怪下。我的心思，他们一点儿也不晓得。我要积这几块钱干什么？我不过想自家去买一辆旧车来拉。
We who pull the carts are also having a hard time, and you gentlemen who are riding in the carts are not happy either. Such windy weather is really scary. They have no idea what I'm thinking. What do I want to do with these few dollars? I just want to buy an old car for my own use.
可以免掉那车行的租钱呀。天气热了，我们穷人就是光着脊肋也有什么要紧？他却要去买这些白洋布来做衣服，你说可气不可气啊？我是巡捕厅胡同西口的车，我倒不忙。
You can waive the rental fee at the car dealership. The weather is hot. We poor people have nothing to do with our bare backs. What does it matter? But she was going to buy these white fabrics to make clothes. Are you angry or not? I'm driving from the west entrance of the patrol hall alley. I'm not busy.
你慢慢的走吧，你是哪儿的车？我们是不要钱用，只是他死的太可怜了。他活着的时候，老想自己买一辆车，但是这心愿终究没有达到。前天我
Just walk slowly. Where are you from? We don't need any money, just, he died. He died so pitifully. When he was alive, he always wanted to buy a car by himself, but this wish never came true. The day before yesterday
我到名义铺去订一辆纸糊的洋车，想捎给他。那一家掌柜的要我6块多钱，我没有定下来。你老爷心好，请你老爷去买一辆好的纸车来捎给他吧。我别的都不怪，我只。
I went to Ming's shop to order a paper car, which I wanted to burn for him. The shopkeeper wanted me to pay more than 6 yuan, but I didn't decide. Your master is kind-hearted. Please ask your master to buy a good paper car and burn it for him. I don't blame anything else, I only.
只怪他何以死得那么快，也不知他是自家成何的呢，还是？您带着吧，我们是街坊，还拿钱吗？就在那南顺城街的北口巡捕厅胡同的拐角上。 妈，你瞧，这是人家给我的。坐上吧，先生。
Just wonder why he died so quickly. I don't know if is he from Sinhi, or, you can just take it with you, we are neighbors, do we still need to get paid? It's at the north entrance of Nanshanqing Street, at the corner of the Patrol Hall Alley. Mom, look, someone gave this to me. Sit down, sir.
啊呀，可怜我2年来没有睡过一个整整的全夜。这倒还可以说是因病所致，但是我的远隔在3000里外的女人小孩，又为了什么不能和我在一处享乐吃苦呢？
Ah. Too bad I haven't had a full night's sleep in 2 years. It can be said that this is caused by illness, but why can't my woman and child, who are 3,000 miles away, not be able to enjoy and endure hardship with me?
难道我们是应该永远隔离的吗？难道这也是病吗？总之是我不好，是我没有能力养活妻子。哎呀，你这车夫，你这向我道谢、被我怜悯的车夫，我不如你下，我不如你。啊呀，先生，这是你的吧？
Should we be quarantined forever? Is this also a disease? In short, it's my fault, it's my inability to support my wife. Ah, you coachman who thanked me and took pity on me, I am not as scared as you, I am not as good as you. Ah. Sir, is this yours?
你昨晚上掉下的吧？做衣服倒也是要紧的，积几个钱是很容易的事情，你但需忍耐着，3、4块钱是不难再积起来的。你还认得我吗？你在哪儿住家下？你们看什么热闹？
Did you drop it last night? Making clothes is also important. It is very easy to save a few dollars. As long as you have to be patient, it is not difficult to save another 3 or 4 yuan. Do you still recognize me? Where do you live? What fun are you watching?
人家死了人在这里哭，你们有什么好看？今天若他们再因金钱而争吵，我却可以解决他们的问题。猪狗，畜生，你们看什么？我的朋友，这可怜的拉车者是为你们所逼死的呀！你们还看什么？
People are crying here after they die. What do you see? If they quarrel over money again today, I can solve their problem. Pigs and dogs. Brute. What are you looking at? My friends, this poor cart puller was forced to death because of you. What else are you watching?
1924年8月14日作于北京，原载1924年12月5日，太平洋第4卷第9号。11月初3。1. 自己因为和自己的女人同居的期间很短。
Written in Beijing on August 14, 1924. Originally published in Pacific, Volume 4, Issue 9, December 5, 1924. The third day of November. 1. Because the period of living with my own woman was very short.
所以每遇到心境有什么变更波动的时节，第一个想起来的总离不了他。想到人家的女人的时候，虽然也有，但是这大抵是以酒阑兴动或睡于梦足时为限，到了悲怀难遣。
So every time when my mood changes or fluctuates, the first thing that comes to my mind is her. Although there are times when I think of other people's women, it's usually when I'm in the mood for wine, or when I've had enough sleep and dreams, and it's hard to let go of my sadness.
寂寞的同棺材里的朽钉似的时候，第一个想起来的，总还是自家的女人，还是我的那个不能爱而又不得不爱的她。今天也是这样的呀，这样的天气，这样的大风天气。
When I feel as lonely as a rotten nail in a coffin, the first thing I think of is my own woman, the one I cannot love but have to love. It's the same today. Such weather, such windy weather.
又况在这一个时候，这一个黄昏时候，若是我的女人在我的边上，那么我所爱吃的几碗菜和我所爱喝的那一种酒，一定会不太冷也不太热的摆在我的面前。
What's more, at this time, this dusk, if my woman is by my side, then the bowls of food I like to eat and the kind of wine I like to drink will definitely be neither too cold nor too cold. Too hot is placed in front of me.
而他自家一定是因为晓得我不喜欢和他见面的原因，要躲往厨下去，一边他若知道我的烟又快完了，那么必要暗暗里托我所信用的年老的女底下人去买一罐我所爱惜的烟来。
And she must have wanted to hide in the kitchen because she knew why I didn't like to see her. On the other hand, if she knew that I was almost out of cigarettes, she would have secretly asked an old female servant I trusted to buy them. A can of the cigarettes I love to smoke.
不声不响地搁在我的手头，啊呀！这些琐碎的事情描写起来，就是写1000张原稿纸也写不完，即使写完了，对于现在的我又有什么补益？我不说了，不愿意再说了。总之现在我是四海一身。
Put it quietly in my hand, ah. To describe these trivial things, even if I write 1,000 pages of manuscript paper, I can't finish them. Even if I finish them, what benefit will they have to me now? I won't say it anymore, I don't want to say it anymore. In short, now I am one from all over the world.
落落寞寞，同枯燥的电杆一样，光泽泽的在寒风灰土里冷战。眼泪也没有，悲叹也没有，称心的事业，知己的朋友，一点儿也没有，没有，什么也没有，所有的就是一个空洞的心。
Lonely and lonely, like a dull electric pole, its luster shivered in the cold wind and dust. There are no tears, no laments, no satisfying career, no confidant friends, nothing at all, nothing, 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 all is an empty heart.
铜寒灰式的一个心，铜锣大鼓的雷鸣，胡琴弦子的斜调，清脆高亮的肉声和周围的一种欢乐场中特有的醉人的空气，平时对我非常有催眠魔力的这戏园里的一切，今天也不行了。
A heart as cold as ashes. The thunder of gongs and drums, the harmonious tune of the harp strings, the crisp and bright sounds of flesh, and the intoxicating air unique to a happy place all around. Everything in this theater that usually has a hypnotic power on me is no longer possible today.
我的感受性完全消退了。那时候我的寸心的荒废，实在是没有言语可以形容。正在那个时候，是到北京没有满1月的时候，有一天我因为苦闷的结果，一晚没有睡觉，如年的长夜。
My sensibility completely faded. There are really no words to describe the desolation I felt at that time. At that time, it was not even a month since I arrived in Beijing. One day, I didn't sleep all night because of depression. Like the long night of the year.
我守着时钟滴答的摆动，看见窗外一层一层的明亮起来了，几声很轻很轻的鸟雀声响了。我不等家里的底下人起来，就悄悄地开了门，跑到大街上去。路上一片浓霜夹雪。
I watched the ticking of the clock and saw the lights outside the window getting brighter one by one, and a few very light birds and magpies sounded. I didn't wait for the people at home to get up, so I quietly opened the door and ran to the street. There was thick frost and snow on the road.
到处都有一层薄冰冻着。呼一口气，面前就凝着一道白雾，两只耳朵和鼻尖好像是被许多细针在那里乱刺。平泽门大街上只铺着一道淡而无力的出阳，两旁的店铺都还没有开门。
There was a thin layer of ice everywhere. After exhaling, there was a white mist in front of him, and his ears and the tip of his nose seemed to be pricked randomly by many fine needles. Pingsman Street was paved with only a weak ray of sunshine, and the shops on both sides were not open yet.
来往的行人车马一个也没有。老远老远有一个人在那里行走，然而他究竟是向这一边来的呢，或是往那一边去的，却看不出来。我因为昨夜来的苦闷还盘踞在胸中，所以想出城去。
There were no pedestrians, carriages, or horses coming and going. Far, far away, there is a person walking there, but is he coming this way or going that way? But can't see it. Because the depression from last night was still lingering in my chest, I wanted to go out.
在没有人听见看见的地方，却好奇一场，因此顺脚就向西走向平泽门外。城外的几家店铺也还没有起来，冰冻的大道上，我只遇见了几乘独轮的车，从城外的国道上折向南去，走不多远。
I wanted to cry in a place where no one could hear or see me, so I walked west towards Ping's Gate. Several shops outside the city were not up yet, and I only encountered a few unicycles on the frozen road. Turn south from the National Highway outside the city and it won't be far.
我就发现我自家已经置身在高低不平的黄沙田里，田的前后散播着一堆堆的荒冢，坟地沙田的中间有几处也有树从叶子脱落的树干，在那里承受朝阳。地上的浓霜。
I found that my home was already in the rugged yellow sand field. In front and behind the field, there are piles of barren graves. In the middle of the Shaw tin of the cemetery, there are several tree trunks with fallen leaves, where they receive the morning sun. Thick frost on the ground.
一粒一粒反射着阳光，也有发放异样的光彩的。几棵春树叶子还没有脱尽的，时时也在把它们的病叶土脱下来。在早晨的寂静中，这几张落叶的微音听起来好像是大地在叹息。
Each grain reflects the sunlight, and some of them emit a strange brilliance. A few tune trees have not yet shed all their leaves, and they are constantly taking off their diseased leaves. In the silence of the morning, the faint sound of these fallen leaves sounds like the earth is sighing.
我在这些天然的野景里背了朝阳，尽向西南的曲径乱跑乱走。一片青天弯盖在我头上，好像在那里祝福，也好像在那里讥笑。这样枯寂的我，衣里应该完全化成一块化石。
In these natural wild scenes, I turned my back on the rising sun and turned towards the winding path to the southwest, running around and around. A piece of blue sky bends over my head, as if there is blessing, but also seems to be there to laugh. I, so withered and lonely, should logically turn into a fossil.
呜呜地塞死一切情感，然而有时又会和常人一样，和几年前的我一样，变得非常的感伤。2. 自从那一天以后，去年冬天竟日日有风沙潜雪。
I suddenly block out all emotions, but sometimes I become very sentimental just like ordinary people, just like me a few years ago. 2. Since that day, last winter there was wind, sand and light snow every day.
我虽屡次想再出城去找我那个不相识的女子，但终于没有机会做到。独坐在洋车上，向来往的人从里往北的奔跑，我的旧习的那一种反省病又自道自伤地发起来了。
Although I wanted to go out of the city many times to find the woman I didn't know, I finally didn't have the chance to do it. Sitting alone in a foreign car, running north among the crowds of people, my old habit of introspection started to show up again.
洋车走进西四牌楼的时候，风沙渐渐地大起来了，太阳的光线也变起颜色来了。午膳后，天上看得出来的那一层黄尘霞帉，大约就此要发生应验了吧。但是由它刮风也好，下雨也好。
When the foreign car approached the Shisi archway, the wind and sand gradually became stronger, and the sun's rays also changed color. The layer of yellow dust and clouds that can be seen in the sky after lunch is probably about to come true. But it doesn't matter if it's windy or rainy.
我仍负这样的抱了一个闷闷的心，跑回家去是不甘心的。我还是出平泽门去吧，上红毛沟去探探那个姑娘的消息看吧。切，枯坐在家里更是无聊，打完电话。
I still felt like this and ran home with a depressed heart. I was not willing to give in. I had better go out of Pingsman and go to Hongmega to find out about the girl. 7. Sitting at home, even more bored, I finished the phone call.
就跑出去想找一个地方好好的去快乐快乐。然而心灵的眼睛上已经戴上了黄灰色的眼镜的我，看出去世界上哪里还有一块不是黄灰色的呢？是今年的春初。
I ran out to find a place to be happy. However, in my spiritual eyes, I have put on yellow-gray glasses. Where can I see that there is nothing in the world that is not yellow-gray? It's the beginning of spring this year.
也是一天云淡风轻的日子，树木刚有一点嫩绿起来，不过叶子还没有长成，看去还是晚秋的景象。我因为有点微事，要去找农科大学里的一位朋友。早晨10点多钟，从平泽门口雇驴出去。
It was also a day with clear clouds and clear wind. The trees had just turned a little green, but the leaves had not yet grown, and it still looked like a late autumn scene. Because of some trivial matter, I had to go see a friend at the University of Agricultural Sciences. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, I hired a donkey from Ping's Gate.
走不上20分钟，赶驴的使我离开西行的大道，插入了一条向西南的小路。这时候太阳已高，我觉得身上的羊皮袍子有点热起来了，所以叫赶驴的牵住驴儿，想下驴来脱去一件衣服。
After walking for less than 20 minutes, the donkey driver made me leave the westbound road and fork into a southwest path. The sun was already high at this time, and I felt that the sheepskin robe on my body was getting a little warm, so I asked the driver to hold the donkey, and I wanted to get off the donkey and take off some clothes.
赶驴的向前面指着说。我躺在床上看了日历，想起了这篇小说，同时又记起了11月初3的我的生日。不消说，这时候我的心里比那小说的主人公还要郁闷，还要无聊。3.
The donkey driver pointed forward and said. I lay on the bed, looked at the calendar, and remembered this novel. At the same time, I remembered my birthday on the 3rd day of November. Needless to say, at this time, I was even more depressed and bored than the protagonist of the novel. 3.
我被他迷住了，站住后就走不开了。我看他把一小桶水从井架旁带回家去。我记得他将进门的时候，又朝转来看了我一眼，而他的脸上好像是带了一点微红。他从门里消失了以后，
I was fascinated by her and couldn't walk away after I stopped. I watched her take a small bucket of water home from the derrick. I remember that when she was about to enter the door, she turned to look at me again, and her face seemed to be a little red. After she disappeared from the door.
我在朝阳里呆立了许多时，因为西边来了一个农夫，我就回转脚尖，走到刚才的那个井架旁边，从路旁爬上高岸，将他刚才用过的那只吊桶放下了井去。我向井里一望。
I stood there in the morning sun for a long time, because a farmer came from the west, so I turned around and walked to the derrick just now, climbed up the high bank from the roadside, and lowered the bucket she had just used into the well. I looked into the well.
头一眼好像是看见她的容貌还反射在井里，在仔细看的时候，我才知道是一圈明蓝的天色。汲起了井水，先漱了口，我就把袋里的手绢拿出来擦碱。虽则是井水，但我也觉得凉得很。
At first glance, it seemed as if I saw her face reflected in the well. When I looked carefully, I realized it was a circle of bright blue sky. After I drew water from the well and rinsed my mouth, I took out the handkerchief in my bag and wiped my eyelids. Even though it was well water, I felt very cold.
等那西来的农夫从高岸下过去了，我就慢慢地走向他那间屋子的门口去。门里有一堵罩墙站着，所以看不见里边的动静。这一所房屋系坐北朝南的，沿了东边的墙往北走去。
After the farmer from the west passed under the high bank, I slowly walked towards the door of her room. There was a wall of light standing inside the door, so I couldn't see what was going on inside. This house faces south and goes north along the east wall.
墙上有2个玻璃窗，可以看得出来，这窗大约是东配房的窗，明净雅致得很。这时候太阳已经升高了一点，我看见我自家的影子，加了许多树林的树影，也倒射在墙上。
There are 2 glass windows on the wall. It can be seen that these windows are probably the windows of the east wing. They are very bright, clean, and elegant. By this time the sun had risen a little higher, and I saw the shadow of my own house, mixed with the shadows of many trees in the sparse forest, also reflected on the wall.
空中忽而起了一阵驯鸽的飞声，我才把我的迷梦解脱，慢慢地从屋后的一条斜低下去的小路走回到正道上来。这一天我究竟是什么时候回家的？从那里又跑上了什么地方等事情。
Suddenly there was a sound of tame pigeons flying in the air, and I was freed from my dream, and slowly walked back to the main road from a sloping path behind the house. What time did I go home that day, and where did I go from there to wait for things?
我现在想不起来了，爸。我航行前进，忽在我的前面发现了几家很优雅的白墙瓦屋。参差不齐的这些瓦屋的前后，有许多不识名的林木枯干横画在空中。这些房屋林木断岸沙丘。
I can't remember it now. 8. I was walking forward, and suddenly I saw a few elegant houses with white walls and tiles in front of me. In front and behind these uneven tile houses, there are many unknown dry trees, painted horizontally in the air. These houses are forested and have broken shores and sand dunes.
都受着朝阳的烘染，纵横错落地排列在那里，一无不当，好像是出于名画师的手笔。顺道走到了这几家瓦屋的前头，我在路旁高岸上，忽而又发现了一个在远处看不出来的景架。
They are all stained by the rising sun, and are arranged vertically and horizontally, with nothing out of place, as if they were the work of a famous painter. I walked along the way to the front of these tiled houses. On the high bank beside the road, I suddenly found a derrick that could not be seen in the distance.
在这井架旁立着汲水的是一个15、16岁的，衣服虽则没有城内的上流妇女那么华丽，却也很整洁时髦的女子。我走到高岸下她身旁的时候，不便抬起头来看她，直到过去了5、6步路。
Standing next to the derrick was a woman drawing water. She was a 15 or 16-year-old woman. Although her clothes were not as gorgeous as those of the upper-class women in the city, she was still very neat and fashionable. When I walked to her side at the foot of the high bank, I couldn't help but raise my head to look at her until I had passed 5 or 6 steps.
方才停住了脚，回头来看了个仔细。啊呀！朝阳里照出来的这时候的她的侧面，马杜恩娜、皮厄曲利斯、莫娜丽塞，我也不晓得叫她什么才好。一双眼睛，一双瞳仁很黑、眼毛很多的眼睛。
He stopped just now and looked back carefully. Ah! The profile of her as shown in the morning sun at this time, Marduenna, Beatricius, Menelicii, I don't know what to call her. A pair of eyes with very dark pupils and lots of hair.
在那里注视水桶，大约是因为听了我忽而停住了脚步的缘故吧。这一双黑晶晶的大眼竟回过来向我看了一眼， 肉色虽则很细白，然而它这一种细白。
Watch the bucket there. Maybe it was because I suddenly stopped after hearing that. This pair of big black eyes turned back to look at me. Although the flesh color is very fine and white, her kind of fine white.
并不是同城内的烟花深处的女人一样，毫不带着病的色彩。还有那一条鼻梁里，大约所谓希腊式的几个字，就是指这一类的鼻梁而讲的吧。从远处看去，并不十分的高凸。
It's not like the woman in the fireworks in the city, who doesn't look sick at all. And that bridge of nose. I guess the word Greek refers to this type of bridge of the nose, right? Seen from a distance, it doesn't look very prominent.
不过不晓怎么的，总觉得是棱棱一角，正配压他那一个略带长方的脸子。我虽没有福分看见他的微笑，然而他那一张嘴，尤其是上下唇的2条很明显的曲线，我想表现得最美的。
But for some reason, I always felt that it was sharp and sharp, which matched her slightly rectangular face. Although I was not lucky enough to see her smile, I wanted to make her mouth look the most beautiful, especially the 2 obvious curves of her upper and lower lips.
当在她的微笑的时候，头发是一把往后梳的，背后拖着的是一条辫子。衣服的材料想不起来了，然而大袖短衫的样子却是很时髦的，颜色的确是淡青色。我向她指着的地方一看，
When in her smile. Her hair was combed back, with a braid trailing behind her. I can't remember the material of the clothes, but the look of the long-sleeved blouse is very fashionable, and the color is indeed light cyan. I looked where he was pointing.
看出了一处高墩、树丛、树木和树丛里的几家人家。再注意一看，我就看出路西墩上东面的第一家就是那间白墙的瓦屋，就是那个女孩进去的地方。我仍复把头低了下去。
I saw a high hill, several clusters of trees, and several families in the bushes. After paying closer attention, I saw that the first house on the east side of the west pier was the white-tiled house, where the girl entered. I lowered my head again.
绕过汽车的后面，慢慢地走出了巷来。想到此地，我想叫车夫仍复拉我回前门去，率性去花他一晚的钱。太阳打斜了，空中浮罩着一层黄色的霞盖，老住北京的人。
He walked around the back of the car and slowly walked out of the alley. 5. Thinking of this, I wanted to ask the coachman to take me back to the front door and spend the night's money. The sun is setting, and a layer of yellow clouds is floating in the sky. People who have always lived in Beijing.
知道这是大风袭来的预兆。我若有兴致，袋里的钱却也够我在胡同里一宵的话费，但是这一种欢乐的魔醉力能不能敌得过我现在的懒性，却是一个问题。走到正阳桥上，雇好了洋车。
I know this is a sign of strong winds. If I were interested, the money in my bag would be enough to pay for a night in the alley. But whether the intoxicating power of this kind of joy can rival my current laziness is a question. We walked to Shenyang Bridge and hired a rickshaw.
跑回家来的路上，我对于今天的一日颇有依依不舍的神情，仿佛一回到家里就什么事情也完了似的。大约现在的一般绝无聊赖，年纪和我相上下的中年人都应该有这一种脾气。
On the way home, I felt quite reluctant to let go of today's day, as if everything would be over as soon as I got home. Probably the current group of middle-aged people who are absolutely boring and about the same age as me should have this kind of temper. 一天到晚4、6时中，总是自家内省的时候多，外展的时候少，自家责备自家的时候多，模仿那些伟人杰士的行为的时候少。愈是内省，愈觉得自家的无聊，愈是愤怒，而其结果。All day long, from 4 to 6 o'clock, we spend more time introspecting, less time externalizing, more time blaming ourselves, and less time imitating the behavior of those great men and women. The more introspective I am, the more bored I feel and the angrier I become, and the result is.
性格愈变得古怪，愈想干那种隐遁的生涯。我的这一种内省病和烟酒的嗜好一样，只是一天一天的深沉起来，近来弄得连咳嗽一声都怕被人家知道，就是路上叫洋车的时候。
The more eccentric his personality becomes, the more he wants to live a reclusive life. This introspective disease of mine is the same as my addiction to tobacco and alcohol, but it is getting deeper day by day. Recently, I am afraid that even a cough will be known to others, even when hailing a rickshaw on the road.
野生气放得很幽，在眼睛开闭了几次的中间，时光又匆匆地跑了速步。晚秋寥落的风情，又不知在什么时候换了个风雪迎途的残年极景。我今天早晨独睡在寒冷的棉花被里。
He also sounded very quiet. In the middle of opening and closing my eyes several times, time ran quickly again. The desolate scenery of late autumn, and I don't know when, changed to the scene of the last years of the wind and snow. This morning, I slept alone in a cold cotton quilt.
看看窗外的朝阳，听听峡巷里车轮碾冰冻泥路的声音，忽而想起了今夕是何年，我与岁月现在是怎么一个关系等事情来。不晓是幸呢，还是不幸？向床前的那个月份牌一看。
Looking at the rising sun outside the window and listening to the sound of wheels grinding on the frozen dirt road in the narrow alley, I suddenly thought of things such as, what year is it today? And, what is my relationship with time now? I don't know if it's lucky or unfortunate. Look at the month sign in front of the bed.
我忽发现了，今天是阴历的11月初3。28年前的昨天，像我这样的一个不生羽翼的两脚动物，的确是不存在在这苦恼的世上的。
I suddenly realized that today is the 3rd day of November in the lunar calendar. 28 years ago yesterday, a wingless biped like me did not exist in this troubled world.
而当时的这世间又的确比现在还要安泰快乐得多，究竟是幸呢，还是不幸？我忽想起了今天是我的诞生日子，汤琴那一响，把我的沉思的连续打断了。向台上一望。
And the world at that time was indeed much more peaceful and happy than it is now. Was it lucky or unfortunate? I suddenly remembered that today is my birthday. A loud bang interrupted my musings. Look towards the stage.
看见一个绿脸红须的人在那里乱跳乱舞，因为前后的情节接不上，看戏的兴趣较前更没有了。我就问看座的人要了帽子围脖，慢慢地走出场来，喝了一壶茶。
I saw a man with a green face and a red beard dancing around. Because the plots before and after were not connected, I was even less interested in watching the show than before, so I asked the audience for a hat and scarf, and slowly walked out of the theater. Had a pot of tea.
听了几句轻衣独唱的高音，我觉得自家的身体渐渐地和周围远隔了开来，又向四周环视了一遍，我索性自管自地沉入我的空想里去了。咔嗒砰的一响。
After listening to a few high notes of Tsing Yi's solo, I felt that my body was gradually becoming distant from the surroundings. After looking around again, I simply indulged in my own thoughts. There was a clicking sound.
洋车经过了一块高低不平的地方，我的身子竟从车座子里跳起来，跳得有1尺多高。去年秋天，我在上海想以文艺立身的计划失败之后，不得已承受了几位同学的好意。
The foreign car passed through an uneven area, and I jumped up from the car seat, more than a foot high. Last autumn, after my plan to establish a career in literature and art in Shanghai failed, I had no choice but to accept the kindness of several classmates.
勉强地逃到北京来，这正是杨槐榆树一天天的洒脱落叶，垂杨野草一天天的萎黄下去的10月中旬。那时候我于败退之余脱身远地，又逢了凋落的季节，苍茫四顾，一点希望也没有。
He reluctantly fled to Beijing. This is mid-October when the poplar and elm trees are shedding leaves day by day, the weeping poplars and weeds are turning yellow day by day. At that time, after I was defeated, I was far away, and the season of decline came again. Looking around in confusion, there is no hope at all.
一点生趣也没有。每天从学校里教书回来，若不生病，脚能跑路的时候，不跑上几位先辈的家里去闲谈，就跑出城外的山野去乱撞乱走。当时的我的心境实在是太杂乱了，太悲凉了。
There is no interest in life at all. When I come back from teaching in school every day, if I'm not sick and my feet are strong enough to walk, I won't go to the homes of several ancestors to chat, but I'll go out to the mountains outside the city and walk around randomly. My mood at that time was really too complicated and sad.
所以一天到晚，我一刻也静不下来，并且又因为长期失眠和在上海时的无节制的生活的结果，弄得感情非常脆弱，一受触波就会同女人似的盈盈落泪。
So all day long, I couldn't calm down for a moment. Moreover, due to long-term insomnia and the unrestrained life in Shanghai, my emotions are very fragile. When I am touched, I will shed tears like a woman.
记得有一次，当一天晚来浴雪的日暮，我在介绍我到北京来的 C 君家里吃晚饭，听了 C 夫人用着上海口音讲给我听的几句慰安我的话的时候，我竟呜呜地哭了起来。半个月前头，
I remember one time when it was snowing late one night, I was having dinner at Mr. C.'s house who introduced me to Beijing. When I listened to Mrs. C.'s words of comfort to me in a Shanghainese accent, I actually awed. He started crying. Half a month ago.
部的一个小学教员 A 君寄了一篇小说来给我，这篇小说的名称叫做《生日》，里边所描写的是一位21岁的多情多感的青年，当他诞生之日，他胸里的一腔郁闷。
Mr. A primary school teacher in Port1, sent me a novel. The title of this novel is Birthday. What is described in it is a 21-year-old passionate young man. When he was born, he felt depressed in his chest.
只觉得无处可泄，忧郁着这一天学校内全体放假，他既没有女友，同事中又没有和他谈话解闷的人，满怀了寂寞，他只好向街头去瞎走。无心中遇见了一位卖花的少女，她自家欺慰自家。
I just feel like there is nowhere to vent. On this day, the school was on holiday. He had no girlfriend, and no one among his colleagues could talk to him to relieve his boredom. Full of loneliness, he had no choice but to walk blindly on the streets. He accidentally met a girl selling flowers, and he comforted himself.
就想和这位少女谈几句知心的密话，而这位少女又哪里能够了解他，所以他只好闷闷地回来。12点钟打后，出了酒馆，依旧是闷闷地寻往戏园中去。
He just wanted to have a few intimate words with this girl, but there was no way this girl could understand him, so he had no choice but to come back depressed. After 12 o'clock, I left the tavern and headed to the theater in the same moody mood.
大街上狭巷里的车铃声、叫唤声和不能归类的杂沓的哄嚎声扑面的迎来。听说这一次战争时死了的人数总在5、6万人以上，为这战争的原因，虽不上战场上去牵连而死的人。
The sound of car bells and shouts in the streets and narrow alleys, as well as uncategorized noises, greeted us. I heard that during this war, the number of people who died was always more than 50,000 or 60,000. Because of the war, even though they did not go to the battlefield, the number of people who died was involved.
也有几千，而这前门外的一阔，太阳光的底下，凉风灰土的中间，熙来攘往的黄色人还是这样的多。尤其是惹人注意的是许多戴皮帽着灰色黄色制服的兵士。我在大街旁的步道上。
There are thousands of them, but outside the front door, under the sun, in the cool breeze and in the dust, there are still so many yellow people coming and going. What caught people's attention in particular were the many soldiers wearing fur hats and gray and yellow uniforms. I'm on the sidewalk next to the street.
擦了一擦眼睛，被车马人群推来攘去的越过了中街，便往东的寻上一家新开的戏园里去。出了前门，在大街上跑来跑去的跑了2遍，看见的除了许多戴皮帽大刀的军人以外。
After wiping my eyes, I was pushed across the middle street by the crowd of cars and horses, and then headed east to find a newly opened theater. After leaving the front door, I ran up and down the street twice and saw many soldiers wearing fur hats and swords.
嗡嗡来往的都是些同我一样毫无目的的两脚走兽。有一排在棺材前头吹打的行列，于繁忙短促的这午前1-2个钟头里，在汽车马车如龙如水的中间。
The buzzing people were all two-legged animals with no purpose like me. There was a procession of people playing music in front of the coffin, in the busy first hour or two of the afternoon, in the middle of the stream of cars and carriages.
竟同棺材一样的慢慢在那儿蠢动。这一种奇特的现象一时吸引了我的3分注意，然而停住了脚一看，也觉得平淡无味，不得已我就进了一家酒馆。俯了头想到此地。
It was moving there slowly like a coffin. This strange phenomenon attracted my attention for a moment, but when I stopped and took a look, I found it to be bland and boring, so I had no choice but to enter a tavern. I lowered my head and thought about this.
我已走进了门口，嗡嗡的一声，咔单的一响，我正要走下台阶来的时候，门前一辆黑漆的汽车里走下了一个人来。我先看见了一双狭长穿蓝绣花缎鞋的女脚，把头抬高了一点。
I have approached the door. There was a buzz and a click, and when I was about to walk down the steps, a person stepped out of a dark car in front of the door. I first saw a pair of narrow female feet wearing blue embroidered satin shoes, and raised my head a little higher.
我又看见了一件金团花锦丝缎淡红色的曼都斗篷，一口中女外套。若再把头抬高几分，马上就可以看出一个粉白的脸子来，但心里忽而想了一想，今天早晨千不该万不该。
I saw another golden brocade and light red mantle, a cloak. One bell. Women's coat. If you raise your head a little higher, you can immediately see a pink face, but I suddenly thought. This morning, I shouldn't have done anything.
总不该把那张日历来看一眼的，因为自从我记起我自家的生日以后，本来心上常常垂在那里的一块铅锤，忽而加了千百斤的重量。起床之后，漱完了口，吃完了早饭。
I shouldn't have looked at that calendar, because ever since I remembered my own birthday, the weight that usually hung there in my heart suddenly gained 1,000 pounds of weight. After getting up, I rinsed my mouth and had breakfast.
本来不得不马上就去学校上课的，然而心地像这样灰暗的时候，就是上讲堂去讲也讲不出什么来，所以只好打电话去请了假，买定了一个座，向我的周围及2层3层楼一望。
I had to go to school right away, but when my heart was so dark, I couldn't get anything out even if I went to class, so I had to call and ask for leave. I bought a seat and looked around me as well as the second and third floors.
紧挤着的男女，五颜六色的绣缎皮毛，一时使我辨不出哪一块是人的肉，哪一块是衣服的材料来。啊呀！我不知不觉的心里想了一下，中国人还是有钱的，富的人还是不少。
The men and women were tightly packed together, and the colorful embroidered satin fur made it difficult for me to tell which piece was human flesh and which piece was the material of clothing. Ah! I thought to myself unconsciously, Chinese people are still rich, and there are still many rich people.
大约内乱总还可以继续几年。不晓在什么地方听见过的一位俄国的革命家说，我们若想得着生命的安定，于皈依宗教、实行革命、痛饮酒精的3件事情中，总得捡1件干干。
The civil unrest can probably continue for a few more years. I don't know where I heard a Russian revolutionist say that if we want to gain stability in life, we must choose one of the 3 things of converting to religion, carrying out revolution, and drinking alcohol.
头上的2件我都已没有能力去干了，那么第3件对我最为适宜，并且忧闷不深的时候，我也常常用过这个手段，觉得很有效验。不过今天是不行了，怎么也不行了，我接连喝了几壶白酒。
I am no longer capable of doing the 2 things on my head, so the 3rd thing is most suitable for me. And when I wasn't deeply depressed, I often used this method and found it very effective. But today it didn't work. No matter what, I drank several bottles of white wine in succession.
却一点儿也不醉。4. 下车来再叫洋车，确实麻烦不过，所以我也没有方法，只好由他往西北的拉回家来。然而我的心里却很不平地在问：一只癞蛤蟆的诞生，不过是会说几句话的。
But not drunk at all. 4. It was troublesome to get off the car and call for a rickshaw, so I had no choice but to let him pull me back to the northwest. However, I felt very unhappy and asked, A toad is born only to be able to speak a few words.
一只猫狗的诞生，在世界历史上更不要提起，就是在自家的家谱上，能不能登载上去，也是说不定的一个小人物的诞生，究竟值得些什么？所以在过去的28年中间，没有知识的时候。
The birth of a cat or dog, not to mention in the history of the world, even if it can be listed on one's own family tree, it may also be the birth of a little person. What is it worth? So in the past 28 years, there was no knowledge.
不用说了，就是有知识以后，我在我自家的诞生日里，从来也没有发生过什么感想。那么今天何以会注意到自家的生日上去的呢？这却是有原因的。若把这世界当作个舞台。
Needless to say, even after I gained knowledge, I never had any thoughts on my own birthday. So why did you notice that your birthday went up today? There is a reason for this. If you treat this world as a stage.
那么这些来往的行人都是假装的幽梦，而这个半死半生的我，也少不得是一个登场的傀儡。若以所演的角色而论，那么自家的确是一个小丑的身份，为陪衬青衣花旦。
Then these pedestrians coming and going are all pretending to be Yu Meng, and this half-dead and half-alive me must be a puppet on the stage. In terms of the role he plays, he is indeed a clown. To accompany Qing Yi Hua Dan.
使他们的美妙的衣裳、粉白的脸子，与我相形之下，愈可见得出美来的小丑。为增加人家的美处而存在的小丑，啊呀！我的不遇，我的丑陋，正是人家的幸运，人家的美妙下。
Their beautiful clothes and pink faces make them look like clowns in comparison with me. The clown who exists to enhance the beauty of others, ah. My misfortune and ugliness are just other people's luck and beauty.
你这前生注定的小丑的身份哟，我想诅咒你， 然而诅咒你，就是诅咒我自己下。是啊，我这个漂流不定的身子，若以物件来比拟。
You are destined to be a clown in your previous life. I want to curse you, but to curse you is to curse myself. Yes. My wandering body can be compared to an object.
那么，我想在比中心点失掉了的半把剪刀相像的物件是没有了。是的，中间的那一个连花瓣没有的半把剪刀。这半把剪刀物件虽是物件，然而因为中心点已经失掉，用处是完全没有的。
Then I think there is no object similar to the half pair of scissors that is missing in the center. Yes, the half pair of scissors without the lotus petals in the middle. This half pair of scissors is an object, but because the center point has been lost, it is completely useless.
啊呀！若有一个人能告诉我说，你的其他的半把剪刀是在某处，你的中心点是在某地，那么我就是赴汤蹈火，也愿意去寻着它们来，和它们结合在一处。但是这中心点，这半把剪刀。
Ah. If someone could tell me, your other half pairs of scissors are somewhere, your center point is somewhere. Then even if I go through fire and water, I am willing to find them and be united with them. But this center point, this half pair of scissors.
大约是已经做了殉葬之物，已经不存在在这世上了吧？何以我寻了这许多年数，会一点消息也没有的呢？等一等，不对，这半把剪子的譬喻有点不妥，我好像是想讲爱情的样子。
It must have been used as a burial object and no longer exists in this world. Why have I been searching for so many years and yet there is no news at all? Wait a minute, no, this metaphor of half a pair of scissors is a bit inappropriate. I seem to be trying to talk about love.
难道我长到了这样的年纪，还能同5、6年前一样失恋呀、无恋呀、想恋呀的乱叫吗？不能的，自家是老了，不中用了。我是平泽门里儿的车，姓宋。哦，这地方叫红毛沟吗？哦呵。
Could it be that at this age, I can still be as lovelorn as I was 5 or 6 years ago? Wu Lian. I want to be in love. Barking? I can't, my family is old and useless, and I am Ping Zemenlier's car. The surname is Song. Oh, is this place called Hongmega? Oh.
又来了一只灵脉的活猪。哎，今天是我的生日，一天已有大半天过去了。有时我快乐的可能的地方，我总算都已去过。到了此刻，我胸中抱着的仍是一个空洞的心，灰土似的一个心。哦。
Here comes another live pig for retail sale. Hey, today is my birthday. Most of the day has passed. I have finally been to places where there is a possibility of making me happy. At this moment, I still hold an empty hole in my chest. Heart, a heart like dust. Oh.
还有什么可以去的地方没有？喂，我说你是哪儿的车下？啊呀，这里不少的中年的男女，这些人若说他们个个都是快乐的，我也不敢相信。其中大约也有和我一样的人在那里。
Is there anywhere else I can go? Hello. I said, where are you from? Ah. There are many middle-aged men and women here. If these people said that all of them are happy, I would not believe it. There are probably people like me out there.
他们围棋在人生的里头找不到安慰，所以才到这里来的呀。脸上的笑容，强装的媚态，哪里是真正的心的表白？若以外貌来论，那么有谁识得破我是人类中最不幸、最孤独的一个？
They can't find comfort in life, so they come here. The smile on the face, the forced flattery, where is the true confession? Judging from my appearance, who can tell that I am the most unfortunate and lonely human being?
若讲到衣服呢，那么我的这件棉袍也不能显示我的经济拮据的状态。我且慢慢的找吧，在这热闹场中找出一个和我一样的人来吧。啊呀，可怜身病轻如夜，扶上皆鞍马不知。老了，衰弱了。
If we talk about clothes, then my cotton robe cannot show my financial constraints. I'll look for it slowly. Find someone like me in this bustling place. Ah. The poor body is as light as a leaf, but I don't know how to support it on the golden pommel horse. Old and feeble.
消瘦了，就是以我这一个身体而论，也不配讲什么恋爱。算了吧，还是再回到前门胡同里去闹他一晚吧。谁保的风尘中就找不出一个知己来？谁敢说以金钱买来的不是恋爱？
Lost weight. Even with my body, I'm not qualified to talk about love. Forget it, I'll just go back to Tianmen Hutong and have it all night. Who can guarantee that I won't find a close friend in this world? Who dares to say that what is bought with money is not love?
前面是红毛沟，我要上那儿的一家人家去一去。你在红毛沟下来换衣服成不成？先生，我可不能拉。这是人家的车，4点钟要缴车的，拉你回前门可来不及了，先生。你再拉我回去。
Ahead is Hongmega. I want to go to a family's house there. Can you come down to Hongmega and change clothes? Gentlemen. I can't pull it. This is someone else's car. It's due at 4 o'clock. It's too late to pull you back to the front door, sir. Pull me back again.
拉我回前门去。今天的一天就此完了吗？这就算把我的生日度过了吗？6，东面的那一家姓什么？干什么的？是庄家，他家里是很有钱的。我微笑了，想再问下去，但觉得有点不好意思。
Pull me back to the front door. Is this the end of today? Does this count as spending my birthday? 6. What's the name of the family to the east? For what? It's the banker, and his family is very rich. I smiled and wanted to ask more, but I felt a little embarrassed.
所以就默默地骑驴走了过去。在那里下驴之后，我看见宋家门前的空地上有一只黑狗躺在阳光里，门内门外也没有什么动静。前面井架旁有2个农妇在那里汲水谈天。
So I rode the donkey over there silently. After getting off the donkey, I saw a black dog lying in the sunshine in the open space in front of Song's house. There was no movement inside or outside the door. Next to the derrick in front, 2 peasant women were drawing water and chatting.
在农科大学吃了午饭，到前后的野塘小土堆中去玩了一回，大约是3点多钟的时候，我只说想看看野景，故意车也不坐，驴也不骑，一个人慢慢地走回家来。过了钓鱼台以东。
I had lunch at the University of Agricultural Sciences and went to play in the small mounds of wild ponds in front and behind it. It was about 3 o'clock. I just said that I wanted to see the wild scenery, but I deliberately didn't sit in the car or ride the donkey. Walking home slowly alone. Passed by the east of Diaoyutai.
野田里有些农夫在那里工作。然而太阳光下所看得出来的还是黄色的沙田、坟堆和许多参差不齐的枯树与枯树的黑影。渐渐地走进红毛沟了，我心里忽而跳了起来。
There were some farmers working in the fields, but what could be seen in the sunlight were yellow sand fields, graveyards, and many uneven dead trees and their dark shadows. As we gradually approached Hongmega, my heart suddenly jumped. 从正路上爬上高岸，将过宋家门口的时候，
午前看见的那只黑狗向我迎吠了好几声。我谨谨慎慎地过了门口，又沿东墙往北走过第一个玻璃窗的时候，不知不觉地抬起头来看了一眼。
When I climbed up the high bank from the main road and was about to pass the door of Song's house, the black dog I saw before noon barked at me several times. I cautiously passed the door, and when I walked north along the east wall and past the first glass window, I unconsciously raised my head and took a look.
啊呀，这幸福的一瞬间，他果然从窗里也在对外面探看。可是他的眼睛遇见了我的时候，他那可爱的脸子就电光似的躲藏下去了。啊呀，这幸福的一瞬间，在这夕阳晚晚的日暮。
Ah, this happy moment. Sure enough, she was looking outside from the window. But when her eyes met mine, her cute face hid like lightning. Ah, this happy moment. In this twilight of the setting sun.
当这春意微蒙的时节，又是这四面无人的村野里，居然竟会第二次遇见我这梦里的青花，水中的明月。我想，当这时候，谁也应该艳羡我的吧。这一次以后，我为了种种事情。
In this season of spring, in this deserted village, how could I encounter the blue flowers in my dream and the bright moon in the water for the second time? I think everyone should be envious of me at this time. After this time, I did it for various things.
没有再去找他的机会，他并不知道我是何许人，当然也不会来找我。而年光如水，今年的一年又将暮了。风愈刮愈大了，一阵阵的沙石尽往车上扑来。斜阳的光线。
There was no chance to find her again. She didn't know who I was, and of course she wouldn't come looking for me. And time flies like water, and this year is coming to an end again. 9. The wind got stronger and stronger, and waves of sand and gravel rushed towards the car. The rays of the setting sun.
也为这些尘沙所障，带着了惨淡的黄色。我以为薄包住了口鼻，只想车夫拉得快一点，好早一点到平泽门，早一点出城上红毛沟去。好容易到了平泽门，城洞里的洋车驴马一只也没有。
It was also blocked by the dust and sand, giving it a miserable yellow color. I covered my mouth and nose with a scarf, hoping that the driver would pull faster so that I could get to Pingsman earlier and leave the city earlier to go up the Hongmega. After finally arriving at Pingsman, there was not a single foreign cart, donkey, or horse in the cave.
空中呜呜的爆吼声，一阵紧似一阵。沙石的乱飞，行人的稀少，天地的惨黄颜色，在惨黄的颜色里看得出来的模糊隐约的城廓行人，好像是已经到了世界末日的样子。我勉强地出了城门。
There were violent roars in the air, one after another. The flying sand and stones, the scarcity of pedestrians, the pale yellow color of the sky and the earth, and the blurry pedestrians on the city outline can be seen in the pale yellow color, as if the end of the world has arrived. I reluctantly left the city gate.
一面与大风决斗，一面向西前进了几步。走到城壕桥上，我觉得这红毛沟的探访终究是去不成了，不知不觉就迎着大风向西狂叫了好几声，嘴里眼里飞进了许多沙石。
While dueling with the strong wind, he took a few steps towards the west. When I walked to Qinghao Bridge, I felt that my visit to Hongmega would never be possible. Unknowingly, I screamed several times to the west in the strong wind, and a lot of sand and gravel flew into my mouth and eyes.
而今天自早晨以来，常感着的这一种不可形容的抑郁，好像是因此几声狂叫而减轻了几分。在桥上想进不能进，想退不愿退的立了一会，我觉得怎么也不能如此的折回家中。勇气。
Today, The indescribable melancholy that I have been feeling since morning seems to have been alleviated a bit by the few wild screams. I stood there for a while on the bridge, wanting to advance but not wanting to retreat, and I felt that I couldn't turn back home like this. Courage.
要勇气，放出勇气来。我又朝转了身子，把围脖重新紧紧地包住口鼻，奋勇地前进了几步。大风的方向转换了，本来是从北偏西的吹的，现在变成了西风，正对我的面上扑掠而来。
Be brave, have courage. I turned around again, wrapped my scarf tightly around my mouth and nose again, and took a few steps forward bravely. The direction of the strong wind changed. It was originally blowing from the northwest, and now it became a west wind, rushing towards my face.
太阳的余光也似乎消失尽了。城外的空气本来是混着黄沙的空气，一步步地变成了黝黑。走过经随路支线的铁轨的时候，匆促的冬日竟阴森的晚了。两旁稀落的人家屋里，
The remaining light of the sun also seemed to have disappeared. The air outside the city, which was originally mixed with yellow sand, turned dark step by step. When I walked past the railway track of the Jingshui Road branch line, it was so late in the rush of winter. Inside the sparse houses on both sides,
也有一处两处已经点上灯的，头上的呜呜的风势，周围的暗暗的沉环，行人不多的这条市外的长街和我自家的孤单的身体合成了一块，我好像是在地狱里游行。
there are also one or two places where lights have been lit. The howling wind above my head, the dark world around me, the long street outside the city with not many pedestrians, and my lonely body all merged together. I seem to be walking in hell.
背后几辆装货的马车来了，车轮每转一转，地上就发出一种很沉闷的声音来。我听见这样的闷音一次，胸前就震荡一次。等车逼近我的身旁的时候，我好像是躺在地下。
Several loaded carriages came from behind, and every time the wheels turned, a dull sound came from the ground. Every time I hear such a muffled sound, my chest trembles. When the car approached me, I seemed to be lying on the ground.
再受这些车马的斩磨，货车过去了，天也完全黑下来了。我又慢慢地逆风行了几百步，觉得风势也忽而小了下去。张开眼睛来一看，黑黝黝的天上竟有几点明星在那里摇动。
Being beaten by these carriages and horses. After the truck passed by, it became completely dark. I walked slowly against the wind for a few hundred steps, and felt that the wind suddenly decreased. Open your eyes and take a look. In the dark sky, there are actually a few stars shaking there.
我站住了脚，打开口鼻上的围脖，拿手绢出来，将脸上的灰沙和鼻涕擦了一擦。我觉得四围的情形忽而变了，空中的黄沙竟不留一点踪影，茫茫的天空中，西南角上。
I stood still, opened the scarf on my mouth and nose, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the dust and snot from my face. I felt that the situation around me suddenly changed. There is no trace of the yellow sand in the sky. In the vast sky, at the southwest corner,
还有指甲很细的一弯新月挂在那里。然而大风的余波还依然存在，一阵一阵，中间有几分钟间隔的冷风还在吹着。像这样的一阵风起，黑暗里的树叶悉索悉索地响一阵。
There is also a crescent moon hanging there like fingernail marks. However, the aftermath of the strong wind is still there, and the cold wind is still blowing with a few minutes interval in between. A gust of wind like this makes the leaves rustle in the darkness.
我的面前也有一层白茫茫的灰土起来，但是这些冷风，这些灰土并不像前几刻中的那么可怕了。是， 走到了9道庙前折入南行的小道，从我的左手的远空中。
There was also a layer of white dust in front of me, but the cold wind and the dust were not as scary as they had been a few quarters of an hour ago. 10. When I reached the Jiudao Temple and turned into the southbound path, I saw it in the distance on my left hand.
忽而传了一阵火车的车轮声和汽笛声过来，接着又来了一阵风，树木又震动了一次，又一阵萧萧落叶的声音。这一次风声车轮声过后，大地却完全静默了，周围断绝了活着的物事。
Suddenly there was a sound of train wheels and whistle. Then came another gust of wind, and the trees shook again, and there was another sound of falling leaves. This time, after the sound of wind and wheels, the earth was completely silent, and there was no living thing around.
高低凹凸的道路上，只剩了我一个人的轻轻的脚步声。暴风过后的沉寂和冬夜黄昏的黑暗，忽而在我的脑里吹进了一种恐怖的念头，两旁的牧田里，好像有人在那里爬出来的样子。
On the uneven road, the only sound left was my gentle footsteps. The silence after the storm and the darkness of winter night suddenly blew into my mind a terrifying thought. In the cemetery fields on both sides, it seemed like someone was crawling out there.
我举头一望，南边天际有几点明星，西南的淡月影里有许多枯枝横插在空间。我鼓励着自家的勇气，硬是一步一步地走向前去。但这时候，我心里实在已经有点后悔了起来。
I looked up and saw a few stars in the southern sky. In the shadow of the pale moon in the southwest, there were many dead branches crossing the space. I encouraged my courage and walked forward step by step. But at this time, I actually felt a little regretful.
到了红毛沟，从后边的小道走上了高墩，我看见宋家的东墙上的小窗已经下了木板的窗户，一点灯光也看不出来。在窗下凝神站住，我正想偷听屋内动静的时候，一阵犬吠声。
When I arrived at Hongmega, I walked up the back path to Gaodun. I saw the small window on the east wall of the Song family's house. The wooden board had been lowered, and no light could be seen at all. Standing attentively under the window, I was trying to eavesdrop on what was going on inside the house when I heard a dog barking.
忽而迎上了前来，同时有2、3只远近的家犬也在响应狂吠。我在墙下的黑影里不能久立，只好放大了胆子，一步步走向南面的犬吠声很多的方向，寻上高看下的正道上去。
Suddenly he came forward, and at the same time 2 or 3 domestic dogs from far and near were barking in response. I couldn't stand in the dark shadow under the wall for long, so I had to increase my courage and walk step by step towards the south where there were a lot of barking dogs, and found the right path under the high ridge.
在正道上徘徊了一回，待犬吠声杀了一点声势，我注意着向宋家门口望去，仍是看不出什么动静来。这时候月亮已经下山了，天上的繁星增了光辉，撑出在晴空里的远近的树枝。
I wandered on the main road for a while, and when the barking of the dogs had lost some of its momentum, I looked at the door of Song's house, but I still couldn't see any movement. By this time, the moon had already set, and the stars in the sky had increased their brightness, stretching out the branches far and near in the clear sky.
一束一束的都带起恶意来，尚未歇尽的凉风又加了势力吹向我的脸上。我打了几个冷噤，想哭又哭不出来，想跑又跑不了，只得向天呆看了一呼，慢慢的仍复寻了原路，走回寓所。
Each one was full of malice. The cool breeze that hadn't stopped yet became stronger and blew towards my face. I had several cold convulsions. I wanted to cry but couldn't. I wanted to run but couldn't. I had to stare blankly at the sky for a moment, then slowly found my way back to my apartment.
回到了我这孤冷的寓居，在一支阳烛光的底下，因为电线已经被风吹断，电灯灭了，一边吸烟一边写出来的就是这一篇东西。在这时候，我的落寞的情怀如何的在想念我的女人。
Back in my lonely apartment, under the light of a foreign candle, because the electric wire had been blown down by the wind and the light went out, I wrote this article while smoking. At this time, my lonely feelings miss my woman.
如何的在羡慕一个安稳的家庭生活，又如何的觉着人生的无聊，我想就是世界上想象力最强的人也揣摩不出来。啊呀，我还要说他干什么？1924年的诞生日，作于北京。
How do you envy a stable family life, and how do you feel that life is boring? I think even the most imaginative person in the world can't figure it out. What else do I want to say? Painted in Beijing on his birthday in 1924.
原载1924年12月13日、20日、27日记。1925年1月3日，现代评论周刊第1卷第1、2、3、4期。烟影。1. 每天想回去，但一则因为咳血咳得厉害。
Originally published on December 13, 2027, 1924 N. Issues 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the first volume of the weekly Modern Review, on January 3, 1925. Smoke Shadow. 1. I wanted to go back every day, but one day I was coughing badly because I was coughing up blood.
怕一动就要发生意外。二则因为几个稿费总不敷分配的原因，终于在上海的一间破落人家的前楼里住下了的文普，这一天午后又无情无绪地在秋阳和暖。
Afraid that an accident would happen if he moved. Secondly, due to several reasons that the royalties were not enough to allocate, Wenpu finally settled in the front building of a dilapidated house in Shanghai. Sun and warmth.
灰土低翔的康瑙托马路上是他的孤独的漫步。以季节而论，这时候晚秋早已过去，闰年的10月，若在北方，早该是冰冻天寒、朔风狂雪在横尸暴力的时候，而这江南一阔。
The dusty Kong now Tua took his lonely stroll on the road. In terms of seasons, late autumn has long passed by this time. If we were in the north in October of a leap year, it would have been a time of freezing temperatures and strong winds and snow, but this is the time in the south of the Yangtze River.
却依旧是秋光成媚，日暖风和，就是道旁的2排阿葛西亚，树叶也还没有脱尽。四面空地里的杂草，也不过颜色有点枯黄，别致的人家的篱落，还有几处青色，在那里迎送斜阳里。
But the autumn light is still beautiful. The sun is warm and the wind is gentle, and even the leaves of the 2 rows of acacias beside the road have not yet shed all their leaves. The weeds in the open space on all sides are just a little yellow in color, but there are still a few green spots on the fences of unique houses, where they greet the setting sun.
这系指去年刚搬出去住在北京的文普的女人说的，他们妯娌2个。从去年不见以后，相隔也差不多有1年了。文普听了他嫂嫂的这一问，忽而惊震了一下，因为他自从成大学被逐。
This refers to the Wenpu woman who just moved out to live in Beijing last year. The 2 sisters-in-law have been separated for almost a year since they disappeared last year. Wenpu was suddenly shocked when he heard his sister-in-law's question. Because he has been expelled from XX University.
逃到上海之后，足有2个多月，还没有接到他女人的一封信过。他想到了在北京的一家的开销和许久没有钱汇回去的事情，面上竟现出了一层惨淡的表情来。幸而他嫂嫂在厨下。
After escaping to Shanghai, it had been more than 2 months since he had received a letter from his woman. He thought about the expenses of his family in Beijing and the fact that he had no money to send back for a long time, and a miserable expression appeared on his face. Fortunately, his sister-in-law was in the kitchen.
看不出他的面色，所以停了一会，他才把国内战争剧烈、信息不通的事情说了。走下了楼，洗了手脸，还没有坐下，他母亲就问他这一回有没有钱带回来。他听了又笑了一笑，对他说
I couldn't see his expression, so after a pause, he told me about the fierce civil war and the lack of information. After walking downstairs and washing his hands and face, before sitting down, his mother asked him if he had any money to bring back this time. He smiled again and said to her.
话还没有说完，他的汽车却突突地飞奔了过去。文普呆呆地向西站住了脚，只见夕阳影里起了一层透明灰白的飞尘，汽车的响声渐渐地悠下去，汽车的影子也渐渐地小下去了。2.
Before he finished speaking, his car sped past. Wenpu stood blankly to the west, and saw a layer of transparent gray flying dust rising in the shadow of the setting sun. The sound of the car gradually became quieter, and the shadow of the car gradually became smaller. 2.
然而时间的痕迹终于看得出来，道路两旁的别墅前头的白杨绿竹，渐离尘世，渐渐增加起来的细地上的衰草斜阳，和路上来往的几个行人身上的服饰，无一点不再表现残秋的凋落。
However, the traces of time can finally be seen, the poplars and green bamboos in front of the villas on both sides of the road, the fading grass and the setting sun on the gradually increasing gaps in the city, and the clothing of the few pedestrians walking on the road. It expresses the decline of autumn.
文普慢慢地向西走去，转了几个弯，看看两旁新筑的别墅式的洋房渐渐稀少起来了，就想回转脚步，寻出原来的路来，走回家去。晚饭的时候，文普和他的母亲在阳灯下对酌。
Wenpu slowly walked westward, turned a few corners, and saw that the newly built villa-style houses on both sides were gradually becoming rarer, so he wanted to turn around, find the original road, and walk home. During dinner, Wenpu and his mother drank under the foreign lamp.
他替母亲斟上了几杯酒之后，他的脾气又发了。文普这时候酒也已经有点醉了，脸上的笑容渐渐地收敛了起来，脸色也有点青起来了。他额上的一条青筋胀了出来。
After he poured a few glasses of wine for his mother, she lost her temper again. Wenpu was already a little drunk at this time, and the smile on his face gradually faded, and his face turned a little green. A vein on his forehead swelled out.
两边脸上连着太阳窝的几条筋尽在那里抽动。他母亲还在继续他的述说，文普还只是含了微笑，一声也不响，低了头，拼命地在喝酒，一边看见他母亲的酒杯干了，他就替他斟上。
A few tendons on both sides of the face connected to the temples were twitching there. His mother continued her counting and said. Wenpu just smiled, said nothing, lowered his head, and drank hard. When he saw his mother's glass was empty, he filled it for her.
他一边喝一边讲的话更加多起来了。文普被他朋友一问，倒被问得脸上有点红热起来了，因为他这一次在成城大学教书，细受了2、3个被人收买了的学生的攻击。
As she drank, she talked even more, dash. When Wenpu was asked by his friend, his face turned a little red. Because he was teaching at XX University this time, the department was attacked by 2 or 3 students who had been bribed.
同逃也似的跑到上海来的。到上海之后，他本来想马上回到北京去，但是不凑巧，年年不息的内战又在津浦沿线勃发了，奸淫掳掠、放火杀人，在在皆是。那些匪不像匪，兵不像兵的东西。
It was as if he had fled to Shanghai. After arriving in Shanghai, he originally wanted to return to Beijing immediately, but unfortunately, the civil war that continued every year broke out along the Jinpu line again. Rape, robbery, arson, and murder are all commonplace. Those things where bandits don't look like bandits and soldiers don't look like soldiers.
恶毒成性，绝不肯放一个老百姓平安的行旅过路的。况平日里讲话不谨慎的文普，若冒了风笛往北进行，那这时候恐难免不为乱兵所杀戮。本来生死的问题，由文普眼里看来，
He is vicious by nature and will never let a common man travel safely. Kwang Wenpu, who usually speaks carelessly, if he takes the risk and goes north, he may not be able to avoid being killed by the rebels at this time. The original issue of life and death was seen through Wenpu's eyes.
原也算不得一回什么了不得的大事，但一样的死，他却希望死在一个美人的怀里，或者也应该于月白风清的中夜，死在波光溶雨的海上，被这些比禽兽还不如的中国军人来砍杀。
It was not a big deal at all. But for the same death, he hoped to die in the arms of a beautiful woman, or he should die on a bright moonlit night on a sea with gentle waves. They were hacked to death by these Chinese soldiers who were worse than animals.
他以为还不如被一条毒蛇来咬死的时候更光荣些，因此被他的在上海的几位穷朋友一劝，他也就猫猫虎虎地住下了。现在受了他半年余不见的老友的这一问，
He thought it would be more glorious to be bitten to death by a poisonous snake. Therefore, after being persuaded by several of his poor friends in Shanghai, he settled in the same place. Now he was asked this question by his old friend whom he hadn't seen for more than half a year.
提醒了他目下的进退两难的境况，且使他回想起了1个月前头几个凶恶的学生赶他的情形，他心里又觉得害羞，又觉得难过，所以只是默默地笑着，不回答一句话。他的朋友
It reminded him of his current dilemma and reminded him of the situation a month ago when several vicious students chased him away. He felt shy and sad at the same time, so he just smiled silently and did not answer a word. His friends
知道他的脾气，所以也不等他的回话，就匆促地继续问他说。文普脸上仍复是含了悲凉的微笑，在慢慢地跟着下了船的许多人走上码头，走回家去。文普的家本来就离船码头不远。
Knowing his temper, I continued to ask him hurriedly without waiting for his reply. Wenpu still had a sad smile on his face, and he slowly followed many people who got off the boat, walked to the pier, and walked home. Wenpu's home was not far from the ship pier.
他走到了家，从后门开了进去，只有他的一位被旧式婚姻所害，和他的哥哥永不同居的嫂嫂坐在厨房前的偏旁起坐室里做针线。文普的清瘦的面上同时现出了惊异和欣喜的神情。
He walked to the house and opened the back door. Only one of his sisters-in-law, who had been harmed by the old-style marriage and had never lived with his brother, was sitting in the sitting room in front of the kitchen doing needlework. A look of surprise and joy appeared on his plain and thin face at the same time.
含了一脸哭寂的微笑，急剧地问了一声。问后，他马上抢上前去，伸出手来去捏他朋友的一只套着皮手套的右手。文普的朋友本来是英国伦敦大学的毕业生，回国以后
With a withered smile on his face, he asked hastily. After asking, he immediately rushed forward, stretched out his hand and pinched his friend's right hand covered with leather gloves. Wenpu's friend was originally a graduate of the University of London in England. After returning to China, he
就在北京诚诚银行当会计主任。朋友的父亲也是民国以来许多总长中间的一个。在北京的时候， 文普常和他上胡同里去玩，因此二人的交情一时也很亲密。
I worked as an accounting director at Beijing Times Bank. My friend's father is also one of the many general leaders since the Republic of China. When he was in Beijing, Wen Pu often went to play with him in the alleys, so the friendship between the two became very close for a while.
不过，文普自出京上城以来，半年多和他还没有通过一封信。这一次忽然相逢，在夕阳将晚的途中，又在人世常迁的上海，照理文普应该是十分的喜悦。
However, Wen Pu had not exchanged a letter with him for more than half a year since he left the capital and went to XX City. This time we met suddenly, on the way to Sunset, and in Shanghai where people are constantly moving. Logically, Wen Pu should be very happy. Joy.
至少也应该和他在这十里洋场里大喝大闹的玩几天的，但是既贫且病的文普目下实在没有这样的兴致了。文普手里拿了烟盒，和他朋友一边谈话，一边走回汽车停着的地方去。
At least we should spend a few days having fun and drinking with him in this 10-mile foreign market, but Wen Pu, who is poor and sick, really has no such interest at the moment. Wen Pu took the cigarette case in his hand and walked back to where the car was parked while talking to his friend.
他的朋友因为午后有一位外国小姐找他去吃茶，所以于这时候一个人坐汽车出来的。外国小姐的住宅去此地也不远了。到了汽车旁边，他朋友又强要文普和他一块儿去。
His friend came out alone in a car because a foreign lady invited him to have tea in the afternoon. The residence of the foreign lady is not far from here. When they got to the car, his friend forced Wen Pu to go with him.
文普执意不肯，他的朋友也就上车向前开了。开了2步，他朋友又止住了车，回头来叫文普说。文普慢慢地走进寓所的时候，短促的冬日已将坠下山去了，西边的天上散满了红霞。
Wen Pu refused, so his friend got in the car and drove forward. After driving 2 steps, his friend stopped the car again, turned around and called Wen Pu and said. When Wen Pu slowly approached his apartment, the short winter day had already fallen down the mountain, and the sky to the west was filled with red clouds.
他寓所附近的街巷里也满挤着了些从学校里回家的小孩和许多从城书局里散出来的卖知识的工人。天空中起了寒风，从他的脚下吹起了些勃拉丹奴斯的败叶和几阵灰土来。
The streets and alleys near his apartment were also crowded with children returning home from school and many workers selling knowledge from XX bookstore. A cold wind rose in the sky, blowing up some fallen leaves of Paradanus and a few puffs of dust from under his feet.
文普的心里不知不觉地感着了一种日暮的悲哀，就在街上的寒风里站住了。过了一会，看见对面有酒店里上了电灯，他也就轻轻地摸上他租在那里的那间前楼来，想倒在床上。
Wen Pu unconsciously felt a kind of sadness at sunset in his heart, and he stood still in the cold wind on the street. After a while, he saw electric lights on in the oil and opposite, so he gently walked up to the front floor of the room he rented there and wanted to fall on the bed.
安息一下，可是四面散放在那里的许多破旧的书籍和远处不知何处飞来的一阵嘈杂的市声，使他不住地回忆到少年时候的他故里的景象上去。把怀中的铁表拿出来一看。
He wanted to take a rest, but the many shabby books scattered around and the noisy sound of the city coming from nowhere in the distance reminded him of the scene in his hometown when he was a boy. Take out the iron watch in your arms and take a look.
去6点钟，尚有3刻多钟，又于无意之中把他朋友留给他的银盒打开来看时，夹层里果然有50余元的纸币插在里头。他的平稳的脑里忽而波动起来了，不待第2次的思索，
It was still more than 3/4 of an hour before 6 o'clock, and when he unintentionally opened the silver box that his friend had left for him and looked at it, there were indeed more than 50 yuan worth of banknotes inserted in the mezzanine. His calm mind suddenly started to fluctuate. Don't wait for a second thought.
他就从床上站了起来，换了几件衣服，匆促下楼，一雇车就跑上沪宁火车站去赶乘杭州的夜快车去。文普强装的笑了半面，看看他母亲的神气不对，就沉默了下去。
He stood up from the bed, changed a few clothes, hurried downstairs, and as soon as he hired a car, he ran to the Shanghai-Nanjing railway station to catch the night express from Hangzhou. 3. Wenpu pretended to smile, but when he saw that his mother looked wrong, he fell silent.
文普在那间卧房里呆呆地坐在那里出神，不晓得惊了好久，他才听见楼下仿佛是他母亲回来的样子，嫂嫂在告诉他说。文普听见他提起了他的女人来。
Wenpu sat there blankly in that bedroom, lost in thought. After a long time, he heard his mother coming back downstairs, and his sister-in-law telling her, Wenpu heard her mention his woman.
心里也无端地起了一种悲感，仿佛在和他对酌的并不是他的母亲，他所述说的也并不是他自己的事情。他只觉得面前有一个人在那里说。
There was also a sense of sadness in his heart for no reason, as if the person he was arguing with was not his mother, and what she was talking about was not his own affairs. He just felt that there was someone speaking in front of him.
世上有怎样怎样的一个男人和怎样怎样的一个女人，在那里受怎样怎样的生离之苦，将这一对男女受苦的情形却凿得在心眼上刻画了一回，他忽而哇的一声哭了出来。
What kind of man and what kind of woman are there in the world, and what kind of suffering there is in life and separation? The suffering situation of this man and woman was clearly depicted in his mind for a while, and he suddenly burst into tears.
被自家的哭声惊醒了醉梦，他便举目看了他母亲一眼，从珠帘似的眼泪里看过去，他只见了许多从泪珠里反映出来的灯火和一张小小的、皱纹很多的母亲的歪了的脸。
Awakened from his drunken dream by his own crying, he raised his eyes and glanced at his mother. Looking through the bead-like curtain of tears, he saw only many lights reflected in the tears, and a small, wrinkled mother's crooked face.
他觉得他的老母好像也受了酒的熏蒸，在那里哭泣。从座位里站了起来，轻轻走上他母亲的身边，他把一只手按在他的肩上，一只手拍着他的背，含了泪声，继续地劝慰他说。文普听了。
He felt that his old mother had also been fumigated by the wine and was crying there. He stood up from his seat and walked gently to his mother's side. He put one hand on her shoulder and patted her back with the other. With tears in his eyes, he continued to comfort her and said. Wenpu listened.
倒把心定了一定，叹了一口气，就从他的凄切的回忆世界里醒了过来。上面装着了他特有的那种悲凉的笑容，他就向楼下叫了一声娘。这时候他才知道冬天的一日已经向晚。
Instead, he calmed down, sighed, and woke up from his world of miserable memories. There was his unique sad smile on it, and he called downstairs, Mom. Only then did he realize that the winter day was getting late.
房内有点黑起来了。文普听了他老友的这一番责备不像责备，慰问不像慰问的说话，心里愈是难过，喉舌愈觉得干硬了，举起了一双潮润的眼睛，呆看着他朋友的很壮健的脸色。
The room was getting a little dark. When Wenpu heard that his old friend's rebuke did not sound like a reproach, and his condolences did not sound like condolences, the sadder his heart became and the stiffer his mouthpiece felt. He raised a pair of moist eyes and stared at his friend's strong face.
他只好仍旧维持着他那一脸悲凉的微笑，默默地不作一声。他的朋友把车门开了，让他进去同坐，他只是摇摇头，不肯进去。到后来，他的朋友没有办法。
He had no choice but to maintain his sad smile and remain silent. His friend opened the car door and asked him to go in and sit with him, but he just shook his head and refused to go in. In the end, his friend had no choice.
就只好把车搁在道旁跳下来，和他走了一段，做了些怀旧之谈，渐渐地引他谈到他现在的经济状况上去。文普起初还不肯说，经他朋友屡次三番的盘结，他才把现在一时横竖不能北上。
So I had to park my car on the side of the road, jump out and walk with him for a while, making some nostalgic talk, and gradually led him to talk about his current financial situation. Wen Poo was reluctant to say anything at first, but after repeated cross-examination by his friends, he finally said, I can't go north for the moment.
但很想乘此机会回浙江的故里去休养休养，可是经济状况又不许可的话说了。他的朋友还没有把这一段话听完之先，就很不经意地从裤子袋里摸出了一个香烟盒子来献给他看。
But I really want to take this opportunity to go back to my hometown in Zhejiang to recuperate, but the financial situation does not allow it. Before his friend could finish listening to this paragraph, he casually took out something from his pants pocket. A cigarette box was presented to him, dash.
小汽船停了几处，江上的风景也换了几回。他在远地的时候，总日夜在想念，而身体一到，就要使他生出恐怖和厌恶出来的故乡近在目前了。汽笛叫了一声，转过山嘴。
The small steamer stopped at several places, and the scenery on the river changed several times. When he was far away, he always thought about it day and night, and as soon as his body arrived, the hometown that would give him fear and disgust was so close. The whistle blew and turned around the mountain mouth.
就看得见许多纵横错落紧叠着的黑瓦白墙的房屋沿江岸围聚在那里。计算起来，这城里大约也有3-4千家人家的光景。靠江岸一带，样子和20-30年前一样，无论哪一块石头。
You can see many houses with black tiles and white walls stacked in a vertical and horizontal pattern, clustered together along the river bank. All in all, there are about 3,000 to 4,000 families in this city. The area near the river bank looks the same as it did 20 or 30 years ago, no matter which stone.
哪一间小屋，文普都还认得。虽则是正午已过，然而这小县城里仿佛也有几家迟起的人家，有几处午饭的炊烟还在晴空里缭绕。富春江的山水实在是天下无双的妙景。
Wen Poo knew every hut. Although it was past noon, there seemed to be a few late-rising families in this small county town, and the smoke from lunch cookers in several places was still lingering in the clear sky. The mountains and rivers of Fuchun River are truly unparalleled in the world.
要是中国人能够稍微有点气魄，不是年年争赃互杀，那么恐怕瑞士一国的买卖要被这杭州一带的居民夺尽。大家只知道西湖的风景好，殊不知去杭州几十里。
If the Chinese could be a little bolder and stop fighting each other for stolen goods every year, then I am afraid that all the business in Switzerland would be taken away by the residents of Hangzhou. Everyone only knows that the scenery of West Lake is beautiful, but they don't know that it is dozens of miles away from Hangzhou.
逆流而上的钱塘江、富春江上的风光，才是天下的绝景里。严子陵的所以不出来做官的原因，一半虽因为他的夫人比阴丽华还要美些，然而一大半也许因为这富春江的山水。
The scenery on the Fuchun River going upstream from the Qiantang River is the most beautiful scenery in the world. The reason why Yan Xiling did not become an official was partly because his wife was more beautiful than Yin Lihua, but mostly because of the scenery of the Fuchin River.
够使他看不起富贵神仙的缘故。他见了文普，就这样带着惊喜地叫了起来。文普对他只是笑笑，略点了一点头，轻咳了几声，他才开始问嫂嫂说：“我娘呢？”
It's enough to make him look down on wealthy gods. When she saw Wen Pu, she screamed in surprise. Wen Pu just smiled at her, nodded slightly, coughed a few times, and then he started to ask his sister-in-law, "Where is my mother?"
在刻板的时间里，夜快车到了杭州，又照刻板的样子下了客店。第二天的傍午，文普的轻影便在倒宿钱塘江而上的小汽船上逍遥了。回头转来，从一条很狭窄的
During the time of engraving the plate, the night express arrived in Hangzhou, and we got off the hotel in the same way as the engraving. In the afternoon of the next day, when Pu's clear figure was at ease on the small steamboat going up the Qiantang River. Turning around, we walked through a very narrow,
两边有1丈来高的竹篱夹住的小路穿过，又走上一条协同东西的大道上的时候，前面远远的忽飞来了一乘淡白色的新式小汽车。文普拿出手帕来掩住口鼻，把身子打侧。
They passed through a path sandwiched between bamboo fences about a foot high on both sides, and when they walked onto a diagonal avenue leading from east to west, a new model car in white color suddenly flew up from far ahead. Wen Pu took out a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, and turned his body sideways.
稳稳地站在路旁，想让汽车过去，但是出乎他意料之外，那乘汽车突然地在离他5、6尺路的地方停住了。同时从车座上老文，你在这里干什么？得叫了一声。文普平时走路。
He stood firmly on the side of the road, hoping that the car would pass by, but to his surprise, the car suddenly stopped 5 or 6 feet away from him. At the same time, he shouted from the car seat, "Oh, Lao Wen, what are you doing here?" Wen Pu usually walked.
尤其是在田野里散步的时候，总和梦游病者一样，眼睛凝视着前面的空处，注意力全部内向，被吸收在漫无联络的空想中间。视野里非有印象特别深刻的对象，譬如很美丽的自然风景。
Especially when walking in the fields, like a somnambulist, his eyes are staring at the empty space in front of him. His attention is all introverted, absorbed in the unconnected fantasy. There is nothing particularly impressive in the field of vision. For example, very beautiful natural scenery.
极雅致的建筑或十分娇艳的异性之类，断不能唤醒他的幻梦。所以这一回忽而听到了汽车里的呼声，文普倒吃了一惊，把他半日来的一条思索的线路打断了。半天的兴奋。
An extremely elegant building or a very charming person of the opposite sex could never awaken his fantasy, so this time when he suddenly heard a voice in the car, Wen Pu was surprised, interrupting his line of thinking that he had been doing for half a day. Half a day of excitement.
史文普约喝了几口茶，吃了一点点心之后，感到了疲倦，就想上楼去睡去。那楼房本来是他和他女人还住在家里的时候的卧室，结婚也在这一间房里结的。他成年的漂流在外头。
After Wen Puyu drank a few sips of tea and ate some snacks, he felt tired and wanted to go upstairs to sleep. That building was originally his bedroom when he and his woman still lived at home. The marriage was also held in this room. His adult life was wandering outside.
他的女人活守着空闺，白天侍候他的母亲，晚上一个人在灯下抱了小孩洒泪的痕迹，在灰黑的墙壁上、摊败的器具上和庞大的木床上，处处都可以看得出来。
His woman stayed in the empty boudoir, serving his mother during the day, and at night she hugged the child alone under the lamp and shed tears. Traces of it can be seen everywhere on the gray and black walls, the collapsed appliances, and the huge wooden bed. You can tell.
文普看看这些旧日经他女人用过的器具和壁上还挂在那里的一张他的照相，心里就突然的酸了起来。他痴坐在床沿上，尽在呆看着前面的玻璃窗外的午后的阳光，把睡魔也驱走了。
When Pooh looked at these old utensils used by his wife and a photo of her still hanging there on the wall, and suddenly felt sour in his heart. He sat on the edge of the bed, staring blankly at the afternoon sunshine outside the glass window in front of him, driving away the sleep demon.
他觉得和他那可怜的女人是永也不能再见，而这一间空房仿佛是他死后还没有人进来过的样子。一层冷漠的情怀和一种沉闷的氛围气重重地压上他的心来了。4. 到上海之后
He felt that he would never see his poor woman again, and this empty room looked as if no one had come in since her death. A layer of cold loneliness and a dull atmosphere pressed heavily on his heart. 4. After arriving in Shanghai.
吐血吐了1个多月，豪气消磨殆尽，连伸一个懒腰都怕被脊骨脱损的文普，忽而深入了这个比图画还优美的境地，也觉得胸前有点生气回复转来了。他斜靠着栏杆。
When Pooh, who had been vomiting blood for more than a month and had lost all his courage, was afraid of breaking his back even when he stretched, suddenly entered this situation that was more beautiful than a picture, and felt a little angry coming back to his chest. He leaned against the railing.
举头看看竞速的长空，又放眼看看四面山上的浓淡的折痕，更像清清的江水里吐了几口带血的浓痰，就觉得当年初从外国回来的时候的兴致又勃然发作了。但是这种童心的来复。
I looked up at the quiet sky, then looked at the dense creases on the surrounding mountains, and spit out a few mouthfuls of bloody phlegm into the clear river. I felt the same excitement I felt when I came back from abroad at the beginning of the year. Another fit. But this kind of childlike innocence comes back.
也不过是暂时的现象，到了船将要进他的故里的时候，他的心境又忽而灰颓了起来。他想起了几百年来的传习紧围着的他的家庭，想起了年老好管闲事的他的母亲。
It was just a temporary phenomenon. When the ship was approaching his hometown, his mood suddenly became depressed again. He thought of his family, surrounded by hundreds of years of tradition, and of his old and nosy mother.
想起了相亲的种种麻烦的纠葛，就不觉打了几个寒噤，把头接连向左右摇了好几次。一边说着，一边他就开了盒子，拿了一支香烟出来，随即把盒子盖上，递给文普之后。
Thinking of all the troubles and entanglements of the folks, I shuddered a few times and shook my head to the left and right several times. As he spoke, he opened the box and took out a cigarette. Then he closed the box and handed it to Wen Pooh.
他又从另外的裤脚袋里摸出一个石油火盒来点火吸烟。文普看了这银质镶金的烟盒，心里倒也很觉得可爱，但从吐血的那一天起，因为怕咳，不十分吸烟，所以空空把盒子玩了一会。
He took out a petroleum firebox from another trouser pocket to light a fire and smoke. Wen Pooh looked at this silver gold cigarette case and found it very cute. However, since the day he vomited blood, he didn't smoke very much because he was afraid of coughing, so he played with the box for a while.
并不开起盖子拿烟来吸，又把这盒子交还了他的朋友。他朋友对他笑了一笑，向天喷了一口青烟，轻轻地对他说：“一江秋水依旧是澄蓝彻底，两岸的秋山依旧在袅娜迎人。沧江几曲。”
Without opening the lid to smoke a cigarette, he handed the box back to his friend. His friend smiled at him, blew a puff of smoke into the sky, and said softly to him, "Dash." The autumn water in the river is still blue and clear. The autumn mountains on both sides of the Taiwan Strait are still welcoming people. Some songs of Tsangjiang River.
就有几簇苇丛，几湾村落在那里点缀。你坐在轮船舱里，只需抬一抬头，屁面就有江岸乌桕树的红叶和去天不远的青山向你招呼。钱倒是有的，可是还存在银行里，那么可以去取的呀。
There are just a few clusters of reeds and a few villages dotted there. When you are sitting in the cabin of the ship, you only need to raise your head, and you will be greeted by the red leaves of the Chinese tallow trees on the river bank and the green hills not far from the sky. I do have money, but it's still in the bank. Then you can go and get it.
这钱嘛，只有人家好取，而我自家是取不动的，哈哈。这烟盒你该认的吧，是密斯里送我的。现在她已经嫁了，我留在这里，倒反加添我的懊恼，请你为我保留几天，等下次见面的时候。
This money is easy to get only from others, but I can't get it myself. Haha, you should recognize this cigarette case. It was given to me by Miss Lee. Now that she is married, me staying here will only add to my troubles. Please keep it for me for a few days until we meet next time.
你再还我。烟盒的夹层里还有几张票子在那里，请你先用。朴夏普，我还有几年好活，人有几个60岁。你有对你老婆的1%的心对待我，怕老天爷还要保佑你多挣几个钱里。
You give me back. There are still a few bills in the interlayer of the cigarette box. Please use them first. Pu Jing Pu, how many years do I have to live? How many people are 60 years old? You treat me with 100% of your love for your wife. I'm afraid God will bless you to make more money.
朴夏普，你自家想想看，我年纪也老了，你在外边挣钱挣得很多，我哪里看见你有一个钱拿回来过？你自己也要做父母的，倘使你培植了一个儿女，到了挣钱的时候把你丢开。
Pu Jingpu, think about it for yourself. I'm old too. You earn a lot of money outside. How have I ever seen you get any money back? You yourself have to be a parent. If you raise a child, you will be abandoned when the time comes to make money.
你心里好过不好过？你爸爸死的时候，你还是软头猫那么的意志。你这种情节，大约总不在那里回想想看的吧？普夏普，你的儿子可以不必要他去读书的，我再痛你下。
Are you feeling good or bad? When your father died, you were still like a soft-headed cat. This kind of plot, probably you won't be able to recall what you want to see. Pu Jingpu, your son doesn't need to go to school. I'm hurting you.
我怕你将来把儿子培植大了之后，也和我一样的吃苦下。你的女人，呀，好了，饭冷了，您吃饭，您吃饭吧。哦，你也在上海吗？几时出京的？啊，三叔，你回来了吗？北京的三婶好吗？
I'm afraid that when you raise your son in the future, he will endure the same hardships as me. Your woman. Mother. Okay, the rice is cold. You eat. Oh, are you in Shanghai too? When did you leave Beijing? Third uncle, are you back? Third aunt in Beijing, how are you?
你近来身体怎么样？怎么半年多一点不见，就瘦的这一个样？我看你的背脊也有点驼了。喂，老文，2、3年前的你的闹酒的元气上哪里去了？你看这盒子怎么样？你怎么也到上海来了呢？
How is your health lately? Why are you so thin after not seeing her for more than half a year? I see your back is a bit hunched as well. Hey, Lao 1, where did your energy for drinking and drinking 2 or 3 years ago go? What do you think of this box? Why did you come to Shanghai too?
听说你在成城，几时到这里的？现在住在什么地方？上新屋去监工去了。他一边答应，一边就站起来往厨下去烧茶和点心去。文普坐着的这间起坐室，本来就在厨房前头。
I heard that you are an XX. When did you get here? Where do you live now? I went up to the new house to supervise the work. As she agreed, she stood up and went to the kitchen to make tea and snacks. The sitting room where Wenpu was sitting was originally in front of the kitchen.
只隔了一道有门的薄板壁，所以他嫂嫂虽在起火烧茶，同时也可和文普接谈。文普从嫂嫂的口中得听了许多家里的新造房屋等近事，一边也将他自己这几个月的生活。
There was only a thin wall with a door, so his sister-in-law could still talk to Wenpu even though she was making tea. From his sister-in-law's mouth, Wenpu heard many recent events such as the newly built house at home, while also recounting his own life in the past few months.
和病状慢慢地报告了出来。三叔回来了，睡在楼上。这时候，他们屋外的狭巷里正有一个更夫走过，在击唾声里，文普听见铜锣堂堂地敲了2下。1926年3月16日。
The symptoms were slowly reported. Third uncle is back and sleeping upstairs. At this time, a watchman was passing by in the narrow alley outside their house. Amidst the sound of the watchman, Wenpu heard the gong strike twice. March 16, 1926.
原载1926年4月25日，东方杂志半月刊地面3卷第8号。过去，空中起了凉风，树叶飒飒的铜薄片似的飞掉下来。虽然是南方的一个小港市里。
Originally published in the fortnightly issue of Oriental Magazine, Volume 23, Number 8, April 25, 1926. Past. There was a cool breeze in the air, and the leaves flew down like hail flakes, even though it was a small port city in the south.
然而，也像能够使人感到冬晚的悲哀的一天晚上，我和他在临海的一间高楼上吃晚饭。这一天的早晨，天气很好，中午的时候只穿得住一件夹衫，但到了午后3、4点钟。
However, it is also like one night that can make people feel the sadness of winter evening. She and I had dinner in a high building near the sea. The weather was very good in the morning. At noon, I could only wear a jacket. But at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon,
忽而由北面飞来了几片灰色的层云，把太阳遮住，接着就刮起风来了。这时候，我为疗养呼吸气病的缘故，只在南方的各港市里流寓。10月中旬，由北方南下，11月初到了 C 省城。
Suddenly a few gray stratus clouds flew in from the north, covering the sun, and then the wind started blowing. At this time, I was living in various ports and cities in the south to recover from my respiratory illness. In mid-October, we headed south from the north and arrived in provincial capital C in early November.
恰巧遇着了 C 省的政变，东路在打仗，省城也不稳，所以就迁到 H 港去住了几天。后来又因为 H 港的生活费太昂贵，便又坐了汽船，一直的到了这安港市。像这样活泼放达的老二。
It happened that there was a coup in Province C. There was fighting on the East Road and the provincial capital was not stable, so I moved to Port H for a few days. Later, because the cost of living in Port H was too expensive, we took a steamboat all the way to Port M. Such a lively and unrestrained Dick.
像这样柔顺蠢笨的我，这两人中间的关系， 在半年里发生出来的这两人中间的关系，当然可以想见得到了。况我当时还未满27岁，还没有娶亲，对于将来的希望也还很有自负心理。
As a meek and stupid person like me, the relationship between these two people that happened in half a year, can certainly be imagined. What's more, I was not yet 27 years old at the time, not yet married, and I was still very conceited about my future hopes.
说起这恩港，大约是大家所知道的，是中国人应许外国人来沪市的最初的地方的一个，所以这港市的建筑还带着些当时的时代性，很有一点中古的意义。前面左右是碧油油的海湾。
Speaking of Port M, as everyone knows, it is one of the first places where the Chinese allow foreigners to come to trade with each other. Therefore, the architecture of this port still has some of the characteristics of the times and a bit of medieval heritage. Meaning, to the left and right in front are the lush green bays.
港市中也有一座小山，三面滨海的通衢里建筑着许多颜色很沉郁的洋房。商务已经不如从前的盛了，然而复式和赌场很多，所以处处有庭园，处处有别墅。沿港的街上
In the harbor city, there is also a hill, and in the thoroughfare with the sea on three sides, there are many gloomy-colored bungalows. Business is no longer as prosperous as it once was, but there are many wealthy houses and casinos, so there are gardens and villas everywhere. The streets along the harbor.
有两列很大的榕树排列在那里，在榕树下的长椅上休息着的，无论中国人外国人，都带有些舒服的态度。正因为商务不盛的原因，这些南欧的留人寄寓在此地的。
There are 2 rows of large banyan trees arranged there. Those who were resting on the benches under the banyan tree, both Chinese and foreigners, all had a somewhat comfortable attitude. Precisely because of the sluggish business environment, these immigrants from southern Europe settled here.
也没有那一种殖民地的商人的紧张横暴的样子，一种衰颓的美感，一种使人可以安居下去，于不知不觉的中间消沉下去的美感，在这港市的无论哪一角地方都感觉得出来。
There is no nervous and violent look like a colonial businessman. A kind of decayed beauty, a kind of beauty that allows people to live in peace and sink unconsciously, can be felt in every corner of this port city.
我到此港不久，心里头就暗暗的决定以后不再迁徙了，以后就在此地住下去吧。谁知住不上几天，却又偏偏遇见了他。说话的中间，我不知不觉地转过身来，逼近了一步。
Not long after I arrived in this port, I secretly decided in my heart, I will never move again, and I will live here from now on. Unexpectedly, I couldn't live there for only a few days, but I happened to meet her again. In the middle of speaking, I turned around unknowingly and took a step closer.
并且伸出手来，把他那只戴青皮手套的左手握住了。说到他那双脚，实在不由人不爱。他已经有20多岁了，而那双肥小的脚，还同12、13岁的小女孩的脚一样。我也曾为她穿过丝袜。
And he reached out and took her left hand, which was covered with a light leather glove. Speaking of her feet, it's hard not to love them. She is already over 20 years old, and her fat and small feet are still the same as those of a 12 or 13-year-old girl. I also wore stockings for her.
所以她那双肥嫩皙白、脚尖很细、后跟很厚的肉脚，时常要做我的幻想的中心。从这一双脚，我能够想出许多离奇的梦境来。譬如在吃饭的时候，我一见了粉白糯润的香稻米饭。
Therefore, her pair of plump, tender, white, fleshy feet with very thin toes and thick heels are often the center of my fantasies. From this pair of feet, I can come up with many bizarre dreams. For example, when I was eating, I saw the pink and waxy fragrant rice.
就会联想到他那双脚上去。万一这碗里，我想，万一这碗里盛着的是他那双嫩脚，那么我这样的在这里举吮，他必要感到一种奇怪的痒痛。假如他横躺着身体。
It reminds me of her feet. What if this bowl, I thought, what if this bowl contains her tender feet, then she will feel a strange itching pain if I suck them here like this. Lying down.
把这一双肉脚伸出来任我举吮的时候，从他那两条很曲的口唇线里，必要发出许多真不真假不假的喊声来，或者转起身来，也许狠命的在头上打我一下的。
When she stretched out this pair of fleshy feet for me to suck, she would make many real or fake screams from her two very curved lips. Or turn around and maybe hit me hard on the head.
我一想到此地饭就要多吃一碗。记得有一次，他要出门去和一位朋友吃午饭，我正在他们家里坐着闲谈，他要我去上他姐姐房里把一双新买的皮鞋拿来替他穿上。这一双皮鞋。
When I think about this place, I want to eat one more bowl. I remember one time, she was going out to have lunch with a friend. I was sitting and chatting at their home, and she asked me to go to her sister's room to bring her a pair of newly bought leather shoes to wear for her. This pair of leather shoes.
似乎太小了一点，我捏了她的脚，替她穿了半天，才穿上了一只。她气得极了，就举起手来向我的伏在她小腹前的脸上、头上、脖子上乱打起来。我替她穿好第二只的时候
It seemed a little too small, so I pinched her feet and put it on for her for a long time before I put one on. She became so angry that she raised her hands and started beating me on my face, head, and neck, which were lying in front of her belly. When I put on the second one for her,
脖子上已经有几处被她打得青肿了。到我站起来，对她微笑着问她穿得怎么样的时候，她说右脚尖有点痛。我就挺了身子，很正经地对她说：“踢两脚吧，踢得宽一点，或者可以好些。”
There were already several bruises and bruises on her neck from her beatings. When I stood up, smiled at her and asked her, "How are you dressed?" she said, "The tip of my right toe hurts a little." I straightened up and said to her seriously, "Kick a few feet. A wider kick might be better."
老二的活泼，在他的行动、言语、嬉笑上，处处都在表现。凡当时在民德里住的年纪在27、8上下的男子，和老二见过一面的人，总没一个不受他的拨弄的。经了这一回奇遇的挑拨，
The liveliness of the second child is reflected in her actions, words, and laughter. All the men who were around 27 or 80-year-old who lived in Mindley at that time, and who had met the second child, there was no one who was not immune to her teasing. After being provoked by this strange encounter,
我的平稳的铜山中的净水壶似的心里又起了些波纹。回想起来，已经是3年前的旧事了。那时候他的年纪还没有20岁，住在上海民德里我在寄寓着的对门的一间洋房里。
there were some ripples in my heart, which was as calm as a still lake in the mountains. Looking back, it was already 3 years ago. At that time, she was not yet 20 years old and lived in a bungalow opposite to where I was staying in Mindley, Shanghai.
这一间洋房里，除了他一家的3、4个年轻女子以外，还有2楼上的一家华侨的家族在住。当时我也不晓得谁是房东，谁是房客，更不晓得她们几个姐妹的生计是如何维持的。只有一次
In this bungalow, in addition to the 3 or 4 young women from her family, there is also an overseas Chinese family living on the 2nd floor. At that time, I didn't know who was the landlord and who was the tenant, let alone how the sisters maintained their livelihood. Only once.
是我和他们的老二认识以后，约有2个月的时候， 我在他们的厢房里打牌，忽而来了一位穿着很阔绰的中老绅士，他们为我介绍，说这一位是他们的大姐夫。老大见他来了。
After I got to know their second son, about 2 months later, I was playing cards in their private room, and suddenly a middle-aged gentleman who was very well-dressed came over. They introduced me and said that this man was theirs eldest brother-in-law. The boss saw him coming.
果然就抛弃了我们，到对面的厢房里去和他攀谈去了。于是老四就坐下来替了他的缺。听他们说，他们都是江西人，而大姐夫的故乡却是湖北。他和他们大姐的结合。
Sure enough, she abandoned us and went to talk to him in the wing opposite, so the fourth child sat down to take her place. I heard from them that they are all from Jiangxi, but the hometown of the eldest brother-in-law is Hubei. His union with their eldest sister.
是当他在九江当行长的时候，我慢慢地走到楼上坐下，叫好了酒菜，点着烟卷，朝点灯光呆看的时候，民德里的事情又重新开展在我的眼前。我当时刚从乡下出来。
It was when he was the bank president in Zhejiang. I slowly walked upstairs and sat down, ordered food and drinks, lit a cigarette, and stared at the electric light, when things in Mindley unfolded before my eyes again. I had just come out of the countryside.
在一家报馆里当编辑，民德里的房子是报馆总经理友人陈军的住宅。当时因为我上海情形不熟，不能另外去租房子住，所以就寄住在陈军的家里。陈家和他们对门而居，时常往来。
Work as an editor in a newspaper. The house in Mindley is the residence of Chen Jun, a friend of the newspaper's general manager. At that time, because I was not familiar with the situation in Shanghai and could not rent another apartment, I stayed at Chen Jun's house. The Chen family lived across from them and often visited each other.
因此我也于无意之中和他们中间最活泼的老二认识了。我一边在回想这些过去的事情，一边已经走到了长街的中心，最热闹的那一家百货商店的门口了。在这一个黄昏细雨里，
Therefore, I accidentally got acquainted with the most lively second among them. While I was thinking about these past events, I had already reached the center of the long street, the door of the busiest department store. In this evening drizzle.
只有这一段街上的行人还没有减少，两旁店家的灯火照耀得很明亮，反照出了些离人的孤独的情怀。向东走进了这条街，朝南一转，右手矗立着一家名叫望海的大酒楼。
This is the only section of the street where the number of pedestrians has not decreased. The lights of the shops on both sides shine brightly, reflecting some lonely feelings. Walk eastward until the end of the street, then turn southward. On your right side stands a large restaurant called Wanghai.
这一家的3、4层楼上，一间一间的小室很多，开窗看去，看得见海里的翻墙，是我到恩港后去的次数最多的一家酒馆。我一听了他叫我的声音，仿佛是很熟，但记不起是哪一个了。
There are many small rooms on the 3rd and 4th floors of this restaurant. When you open the window, you can see the sails in the sea. This is the pub that I have visited most often since I arrived in Port M. When I heard her voice calling me, it seemed that she was very familiar, but I couldn't remember which one it was.
同处了电器室的急忙回转头来一看，只看见了衬映在黑阳伞上的一张灰白的小脸。已经是夜色朦胧的时候了，我看不清他的颜面全部的组织，不过他的2只大眼睛却闪烁得厉害。
As if being struck by electricity, he turned around quickly and saw only a small gray face against the black umbrella. It was already dark at night, and I couldn't see all the tissues of her face clearly, but her 2 big eyes twinkled fiercely.
并且不知从何处来的和一阵冷风似的一种电力，把我的精神摇动了一下。当在陈家起坐室里说笑话的时候，我的那位友人的太太也曾向我们说起过，老二，李先生若做了你的男人。
And I don't know where the electricity came from, like a gust of cold wind, shaking my spirit. When we were telling jokes in the Chen family sitting room, my friend's wife also said to us, "Second brother, if Mr. Li becomes your man."
那他就天天可以替你穿鞋着袜，并且还可以做你的出气洞，白天晚上都可以受你的踢打，岂不很好吗？老二听到这些话，总老是笑着对我斜视一眼说，李先生不行，太笨，他不会是后人。
Then he can put on your shoes and socks every day, and he can also be your vent. He can be kicked and beaten by you day and night. Wouldn't it be great? When the second child heard these words, he always smiled, glanced at me sideways and said, "Mr. Li is no good, he is too stupid, and he doesn't know how to wait for others."
我倒很愿意受人家的踢打，只教有一位能够命令我，叫我心服的男子就好了。在这样的笑谈之后，我心里总满感着忧郁，要一个人跑到马路去走半天，才能把胸中的郁闷遣散。
I'm quite willing to be kicked and beaten, as long as I have a man who can command me and teach me to be convinced. After such jokes, I always feel so melancholy that I have to walk alone on the road for a long time to get rid of the melancholy in my chest.
实在是出乎意想以外的奇遇。一天细雨蒙蒙的日暮，我从西面小山上的一家小旅馆内走下山来，想到是上去吃晚饭去。经过行人很少的那条僻街的时候，
It was an unexpected adventure. One drizzly sunset, I walked down from a small hotel on the hill to the west and wanted to go to the market for dinner. When passing P Street, which has very few pedestrians,
临街的一间小洋房的棚门口，忽而从里面慢慢地走出了一个女人来。她身上穿着灰色的雨衣，上面张着阳伞，所以她的脸我看不见。大约是在棚门内，她已经看见了我了。
at the door of a small bungalow facing the street, a woman slowly walked out of the shed. She was wearing a gray raincoat with an umbrella on it, so I couldn't see her face. It was probably inside the shed door that she had already seen me.
因为这一天我并不带伞，所以我在她前头走了几步，她忽而问我。她经我一问，一时间回答不出来，只把嘴恶往前面一指。我想起了在上海的时候的她的那种怪脾气。
Because I didn't bring an umbrella that day, so I walked a few steps ahead of her, and she suddenly asked me, dash. When I asked her, she couldn't answer for a while. She just pointed her mouth forward. I thought of her weird temper when she was in Shanghai.
所以就也不再追问，和她一路的向前边慢慢的走去。两人并肩默走了几分钟，她才悠悠地告诉我说，她的身材虽则不高，然而也够得上我们一般男子的肩头，若穿着高底鞋的时候。
So I stopped asking and walked slowly forward with her. The two walked side by side in silence for a few minutes, and then she quietly told me. Although her figure is not tall, she can still reach the shoulders of ordinary men if she wears high-soled shoes.
走路简直比西洋女子要快1倍，说话不顾什么忌讳，比我们男子的同学中间的日常言语还要直率。若有可笑的事情被他看见，或在谈话的时候听到一句笑话。
She walks almost twice as fast as a Western woman. He speaks without any taboos and is more frank than the daily speech among our male classmates. If there is something funny, she sees it, or hears a joke while talking.
不管在他面前的是生人不是生人，他总是露出他的2列可爱的白细牙齿，弯腰捧肚，笑个不了，有时候竟会把身体侧倒，扑倚上你的身来。陈家有几次请客，
No matter whether the person in front of her is a stranger or not, she always shows her two lovely rows of white and thin teeth, bends down and holds her belly, unable to smile, and sometimes she even turns her body sideways and leans against you. Come. The Chen family entertained guests several times.
我因为受他的这一种态度的压迫受不了，没有中途逃席逃上报馆去的事情。因此我在明德里住不上半年，陈家的大小上下却为我取了一个别号，叫我做老二的鸡娘。
Because I couldn't bear the oppression of her attitude, would always skip the meeting or go to the newspaper office. Therefore, I could not live in Mindley for more than half a year, but the Chin family gave me a nickname, calling me the second child's chicken girl.
因为老二像一只雄鸡，有什么可笑的事情发生的时候，总要我做他的倚柱，扑上身来笑个痛快，并且平时他总拿我来开玩笑，在众人的面前。
Because the second child is like a rooster. When something funny happens, she always wants me to be her leaning pillar and jump on her to laugh. And she always makes fun of me in front of everyone.
老喜欢把我的不灵敏的动作和我说错的言语重述出来做哄笑的资料。不过说也奇怪，他像这样的玩弄我，轻视我，我当时不但没有恨他的心思，并且还是以为荣耀、快乐。
I always like to retell my erratic movements and my wrong words to make me laugh. But it is strange to say that she played with me and despised me like this. Not only did I not hate her at that time, but I also felt honored and happy from time to time.
我当一个人在默想的时候，没把这些琐事回想出来，心里倒反非常感激他，爱慕他。后来甚至于打牌的时候，他要什么牌，我就非打什么牌给他不可。他们的脸型都是长方。
When I was meditating alone, every time I recalled these trivial things, I felt very grateful to her and admired her. Later, when we were playing cards, I had to give her whatever cards she wanted. Their faces are all rectangular.
眼睛都是很大，鼻梁都是很高，皮色都是很细白，以外貌来看，本来都是一样的可爱的。可是个人的性格却相差得很远。老大和蔼，老二活泼，老三阴郁，老四说不出什么。
Their eyes are big, their nose bridges are high, and their skin color is very thin and white. In terms of appearance, they are all equally cute. But their personalities are very different. The eldest is kind, the second is lively, the third is gloomy, and the fourth, I can't say anything.
因为当时我并没有对老四注意过，她们姐妹四个都生得很美，尤其活泼可爱的是她们的老二。大约因为生得太美的原因，自老二以下，她们姐妹三个全已到了结婚的年龄。
Because I didn't pay attention to the fourth child at that time. The four sisters are all very beautiful, and the one who is especially lively and cute is their middle child. Probably because they were born so beautiful, from the second child down, all three of their sisters have reached the age of marriage.
而仍找不到一个适当的配偶者。她们姐妹中间，当时我最爱的是老二。老大已经有了主顾，对他当然更不能生出什么邪念来。老三有点阴郁，不像一个年轻的少女。
And still can't find a suitable spouse. Among the sisters, the second child was my favorite at that time. The eldest brother already has a customer, so of course he should not have any evil thoughts towards her. The third child is a bit gloomy, not like a young girl.
老四年纪和我相差太远，他当时只有16岁，自然不能发生相互的情感，所以当时我所热心崇拜的只有老二。听陈家的底下人说，他们的老大仿佛是那一位银行经理的小。
The fourth child and I were too far apart in age. She was only 16 at the time, so naturally we couldn't have feelings for each other, so the only person I enthusiastically admired at that time was the second child. I heard someone from the Chen family say, Their boss seems to be the younger brother of that bank manager.
他们一家4口的生活费和他们一位弟弟的学费都由这位银行经理负担的。出了批街以后，街上的灯火已经很多，并且行人也繁杂起来了，所以2个人没有握一握手、笑一笑的机会。
The bank manager paid for the living expenses of their family of 4 and the tuition of one of their younger brothers. After leaving P Street, there were already a lot of lights on the street, and the number of pedestrians became more numerous, so the two of them didn't have a chance to shake hands or smile.
到了分别的时候，他只约略点了一点头，就向南面的一条长街上跑了进去。2人又默默地走了一段，走到去大市街不远的3岔路口了。他问我住在什么地方，打算明天午后来看我。
When it was time to say goodbye, she just nodded briefly and ran down a long street to the south.